Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Darkest Garden by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Tina Wollstonecraft. 1. Kenzi. The phone shakes in my hand, making it impossible to read the screen. I drop it on my bed and close my eyes. Take deep breaths to calm my racing heart. Maybe I should do this later. No, I can't keep putting this off. I've already taken all the time I can building my list. After many hours searching online, I'm sure I've found every Billa in the country. Pasted what information I could find into my notes app. The only thing left is actually reaching out to them. Otherwise, all that time and effort would be for nothing. And besides, with all of my new responsibilities, I don't have much time before I can't make calls. If I want to find my half-sister, I need to do it now. Or try at least. I could potentially still not be able to find her even after all my digging. If she doesn't want to be found, then all of my searching won't do me any good. I'll have to take it a step further and hire someone to help. Or maybe try one of those male DNA tests. I'm a strong person, and I've already been through so much. I've survived things that many people would think impossible. My sister's murder, and now raising my 15-year-old niece. And I'm only 25. We live in the house I grew up in, the house I never planned on returning to. It's now my home. We live here with Jack, the brother I never knew I had. And now I'm trying to contact the half-sister I never knew about. I wouldn't have thought my life could get more complicated than it was when I fled to California right after graduation, but it has. Much more complicated. Did I mention my mom is in jail now? That's my life. I went from the fun single life in LA, never thinking I'd have to look back, to this. But all I'm doing is procrastinating. Thinking about how much my life has changed isn't moving me any closer to finding my sister, the sister who landed me in a mental facility as a child. No, it was my parents who put me there. That was all they're doing. Billa didn't do anything wrong. For all I know, she's just as messed up over the secrets as I am. It's time we rejoin forces and fill in the blanks my mother refuses to do for me. For us. I leap off my bed and pace the enormous room. Glance at the mirror as I pass it. Just considering making this call has given me so much stress, I've been running my hands through my hair and swiping at my face. Now I'm a wreck. My long, dark hair is going in every direction, and my usually flawless makeup is smeared. Maybe I should try to contact the people on this list through email. That would be so much easier. Then I could simply craft the perfect email and paste it over and over again. No, I want to hear the voices of the people I call. Sure, it's been a long time since we played together as children, but I'm certain I'll recognize Billa with just a few words. Her tone, her diction, her turns of phrase. This has to be done by phone, even though it'll take longer this way. I stop my pacing and lean against a wall. Stare at the blank screen. Unlock it with my print, then call the first number. My heart hammers so loud, I'm sure it can be heard across the enormous house. "Hello?" asks a friendly female voice with a southern inflection. Probably not her, but if she's lived there most of her life, she could have picked up an accent. I pull the phone from my ear, ready to end the call. Be done with this madness. If Billa wants to find me, she can do it herself. Unless, like me, she was told our friendship had been a figment of her imagination. "Hello?" I bring the phone back to my ear and find my voice. "Is this Billa?" "This is." My arm shakes. I squeeze the phone. "This might sound strange, but my name is Kenzi, and I'm looking for my half-sister whose name is Billa. I don't suppose you have a half-sister?" "Not that I'm aware of." My mind races. I didn't plan this out very well. Usually my mouth runs and gets me into trouble. but now it's freezing. "Can I help you somehow?" Billa asks. I take a deep breath. "Did you ever live near Seattle?" "No, I'm sorry. I've always lived here in South Carolina with my family." "Okay, thanks." I return to my pacing. "Sorry for bothering you." "No problem. Good luck finding your sister." "Thanks." I end the call and plop onto my bed. That didn't go so bad, but it feels like it was a disaster. What was I expecting? That I'd find Billa on the first try? That she'd immediately remember us growing up and book the next flight out? That would obviously be ridiculous. I glance at my list, which now feels a mile long. It's going to take me forever to get through it all. Maybe I should email everyone. No, I need a plan. Something like calling 3 a day. If all the conversations go that quickly, I could even squeeze in some extras. I glance at the time to see how many more I can call before I need to check on my niece and my brother. It's still so weird having the role as a parent. I never imagined myself with a family or any kind of responsibility. Yet, here I am, living a life I couldn't have dreamed about before. A life I never wanted for myself, but would now never give up willingly. Not unless it brought back my sister, Claire. I push those thoughts from my mind and call the next number. Maybe this Billa will be my half-sister. Not that I have any clue what I'll say if she is. "Hello?" comes a perky voice on the other end. "Billa speaking." My heart leaps into my throat. She already answered my first question. "Hi, Billa. I'm Kenzi Brannon, and I'm actually looking for my half-sister whose name is Billa." "You are? Oh my gosh, this is crazy." "It is?" I stare at my reflection, trying to ground myself, to stay calm. "I've never met my dad," she says. Could I have struck gold on the second call? I turn around and take a deep breath. "Do you know his name? Was it Bill?" "Will." "William?" "Wilbur." Her tone is deflated. "Your dad is William?" "Yeah, he went by Bill at home." "Such a bummer. I was hoping you might be my sister. My dad lives in Germany, or at least he did when Mom knew him." She sighs. "I really should start looking for him." I collapse onto a chair, hardly able to keep up with my roller coaster of emotions. "I hope you find him." "And I hope you find your sister." We wish each other good luck before ending the call. I make a note of my first 2 failed attempts and stare at the long list of Billas. All I have energy for is one more call. I'd come so close with that last one. Maybe some good will come of it if she's able to find her family. In the meantime, I need to find my own flesh and blood. She has the answers I need. Even if she doesn't remember much, whatever she recalls from our days playing together in this gigantic house will at least fill in some of my blanks. I just hope that Billa isn't another of my mom's lies. But the thing is, I remember her. Despite all the attempted brainwashing, I never forgot her. I tried to push her out of my mind, sure. Who wouldn't? My parents had convinced me Billa had been my imaginary friend, and had even gone so far as to have me committed for insisting that she was real. And now with my dad dead, and my mom facing life in prison, she finally told me the truth. Either that, or I'm stupid for believing her. I could be an idiot for trusting her stories. She spent the majority of my life lying to me about my brother's existence. Is it really a stretch to think she'd have lied about my half-sister, too? I want to believe she's telling the truth now, trying to make amends. But she probably enjoys being able to continue messing with me all this time later. She has years of making up to do, since I wouldn't have anything to do with my parents after I moved out of state. I glance at the time again, but I'm emotionally drained. I'm going to have to return to making calls later. I wish I had the energy to keep going, but maybe after I've had some chill time. I hope every session of making calls doesn't leave me feeling like this. If it does, I'm going to have to rethink my plan. Maybe bring in Ember and have her make some calls. She'd be happy to, I'm sure, as she'd love to find her other aunt. We'd thought it was just the two of us and my mom, but now we have Jack. Finding Billa would be a boon. And Ember also has her dad and his whole family to reach out to. Although we do have a lead, she doesn't want to follow up. I really can't tell if she's more worried about finding out he is her dad or that he isn't. The unknown can be daunting, which is why I shove my phone into my pocket and make my way downstairs, clinging to the ornate railing of the curving staircase. The late summer evening sun nearly blinds me through the large picture windows. A door slams shut upstairs. I jump, even though it happens often, even when no windows are open to cause a breeze. I'm sure it's nothing. Jack or Ember probably opened a window. The second floor has been stuffy lately since we've been going through more of the rooms. The hallways seem to go on forever, and some corridors have been completely ignored for decades. I push the thoughts from my mind and step outside. Off to the side, my niece and brother are weeding the immense garden that wraps around the side of the house. When I was young, my mom had tended to it, but it's been ignored for years and barely resembles what it was in its former glory. Jack is determined to bring it back to life, and Ember enjoys helping him with it. I wish I could join in their enthusiasm. The first weed I pulled got stuck, then suddenly came loose, sending me flying backwards to land on my butt. I still haven't been able to get the grass stains out of my shorts. Jack waves to me. "Did you find Billa?" "Not yet. How's the gardening?" He grins and digs into his pocket. "I found some seeds. See?" He holds them out. "They never went into the ground, so we can plant them." "That's great." I give him my best smile. He returns to his work. I walk past Jack until I reach my niece. "Having fun?" Ember looks up at me and wipes her forehead. "This is surprisingly rewarding." "Are you two getting hungry? I can start dinner."
"Tacos?" Jack asks. "It's Tuesday."
"Oh, that's right. I was going to make fish, though." He frowns.
"I love fish tacos."
Ember throws me a pleading look.
"Will you make them? I haven't had any since Mom made them."
"I'll try. I can't guarantee they'll be any good."
"Thanks."
She smiles and gets back to work.
"Taco Tuesday?"
Jack asks. I nod. "We're going to try fish tacos." He beams.
"Thanks, Kenzi."
"No problem." I watch them work the garden and my heart swells. I'm so glad my brother is finally able to get out and enjoy the yard. My parents had kept him locked away, not even telling me, and I assume Claire, about him. The story Mom told me was that there were problems with his birth, so he was deprived of oxygen and therefore had mental challenges. She also said he'd killed Billa. Then she said Billa was alive, but actually Dad's daughter. I need to find out what's really true, and that's why I have to find Billa. Is she really alive? Really my sister? Jack is 50, twice my age. Back then, they didn't have the medical advances we do now. No way for the doctors to know the infant had been in distress during the birthing process. From what I can tell, my parents kept him hidden from the world even before the supposed Billa incident. They would have considered it shameful to have a mentally challenged child. We're the Brannons, after all, one of the earliest settlers of the state of Washington, owners of the largest and most infamous house in our town. Family shrouded in mystery, secrets, riches, and power. Especially power. But despite everything Jack's been through, he's doing amazingly well. In just the few weeks since we've been settling him into his new bedroom upstairs near mine, his vocabulary has at least tripled, and he's been flourishing in his newfound freedom. Ember glances up at me, pulling me from my thoughts. "My mom's recipe book is up in her old room. Maybe you can find her fish taco recipe in there." "Right. I'll see if I can find that." I spin around, then go back inside. As soon as I close the heavy door behind me, whispers sound. It's really hard to keep believing there's no such thing as ghosts when I keep hearing things like that. Although, facing ghosts doesn't scare me nearly as much as facing my past. 2. Ember. I stuff my phone underneath the mattress so I can't hear if it rings. It's my second to last day to sleep in and enjoy the summer. Come Friday, that ends. That's the day I have to face reality. Time to return to school and deal with everyone treating me differently. Last school year, I was basically invisible, and I liked it that way. I've never had any desire to be one of the popular kids. I'm perfectly happy with my small group of friends. But now I'm the girl whose mother died. Everywhere I go, I get the look. Pity. Everyone feels sorry for me. I hate that. Gretchen says I need to do something to make people realize I'm still me. What that would involve, I don't know. My best friend is trying to come up with something grand and unforgettable. I would rather just blend in with the walls and not have anyone notice me. Maybe I'll spend my lunches in the art studio. I like that idea. Then I can get my feelings out in paint or drawings while at the same time avoiding everyone else. It's perfect. Assuming Gretchen doesn't drag me to the cafeteria to face our peers. Despite putting my phone under the mattress, I can still hear the thing. Groaning, I feel around for it and check the screen. Sure enough, it's my bestie. I accept the call. Have you heard of sleeping in? We only get 2 more days before we have to start school.
Friday is just orientation. It isn't really school.
She's way too perky for this early. And it's stupid. We're not freshmen. Why do we need an orientation?
Who knows? But at least we won't have any homework. Just meet the teachers and that sort of thing.
I still say it's dumb. And why are you calling me so early? You never answered my question.
It's almost noon.
I check the time. It's barely past 11.
I heard there are going to be 2 new guys in our grade.
Great.
They're twins. From Australia. I'll bet they're totally hot.
And if they are, Alana and Katrina will be vying for their attention.
Not if we get to them first. According to my sources, they're going to be at the beach today.
I don't want to see Alana and Katrina.
Not them. The twins. Get your pink bikini on and see if your aunt can drive us.
She sighs dramatically.
We so need to get our licenses.
I really don't want to go to the beach just to flirt with some unknown guys, especially since the popular girls will definitely be there too.
What do you say?
Gretchen asks.
Wouldn't it be fun to have twin boyfriends?
Whatever happened to our plans to start riding lessons again?
We can ride horses with the hotties from the Australian outback. Come on, Ember. Find out if your aunt can give us a ride. If she can't, we need to figure out something else.
Your mom can't drive you? I ask.
No, she can't drive us. She's at some PTA meeting. They're helping set up Friday's orientation.
I stretch. How about this? I'll ask Kenzi, but you look for a backup just in case. She's been working during the days more often lately. I wouldn't be surprised if she's busy.
She could still be able to give us a ride at least one way. Worst case, we'll get an Uber. No more excuses. The pink bikini, I'm going to wear my denim one. Talk to you soon.
I end the call and shake my head. How do I let her talk me into these things? I don't even want to go to the beach. I'd rather help Uncle Jack with the garden some more. Is it weird that I think of him as Uncle Jack, but I don't think of Kenzi as Aunt Kenzi? I suppose it's because he's so much older. He's more like an uncle. She's so close to my age, it's more like we're friends or something. My phone buzzes. A text notification shows up on my screen.
Gretchen, did you ask her yet?
Ember, We literally just got off the phone.
Gretchen, get out of bed and ask.
How does she know I haven't gotten up yet? I set my phone aside and throw off my blankets. She texts me several more times, but I ignore her. She can wait a few minutes while I get myself going. After going to the bathroom, I check Kenzi's room. She's at the desk typing on her laptop. I clear my throat. She turns to me.
Good morning.
I don't know how she's always so chipper this early. Morning. I rub my eyes. I don't suppose you're too busy to drive Gretchen and me to the beach. Kenzi lifts a brow.
Do you want me to be too busy?
Kind of. She snickers.
Why's that?
I just don't feel up to it today. It's time to focus on school, but she thinks we have to stuff as much summer into these last 2 days as possible.
Well, actually, I have the perfect excuse for you, if you want to take it.
I step inside the room. What?
The groceries are coming in an hour, and I need to take Jack to an appointment that just opened up. I mean, I could probably make both, but it'll be tight.
I'll be here, I say quickly. Thank you. The corners of her mouth twitch. Glad I could help. I spin around and text my friend with a bounce to my step. Ember. Sorry, I have to be home for groceries.
Gretchen. Boo! Can't get out?
Ember. Nope. Kay has appointment.
Gretchen. Double boo. Maybe she can take you later.
Ember. Maybe. With any luck, she won't get her hopes up too high. Not only do I not want to flirt with guys I don't know while in a bikini, but I still have a slight sunburn from our last outing. I grab some clothes from my room and take a shower before heading downstairs for breakfast. Uncle Jack is flipping some bacon and whistling a tune that sounds familiar, but I can't place. It makes me think of a black and white show my grandpa used to watch. Morning, Ember. He smiles at me. I hope you're hungry. Starving. Want some help? I grab a spatula and stir the scrambled eggs. Cooking has become our thing. Mom and I used to cook on the weekends, and it brings back those memories. He reminds me of her in certain ways like this. They actually seem a lot more like siblings than Mom and Kenzi. But I guess that makes sense given they were closer in age and probably spent more time together. It weirds me out that Mom never mentioned him, though. He clearly remembers his Claire Bear, as he calls her. I never told him that, nor do I plan to. Luckily, he hasn't asked. He mostly lives in the moment and doesn't ask a lot of questions, accepting everything as it is. Just as we're finishing up, Kenzi appears.
I thought I smelled breakfast.
We have a quick but pleasant meal, mostly discussing Jack's plans for his bedroom and the garden outside. He's done so much to help turn this place into a home. It's going twice as fast as it had been when it was just Kenzi and me working on everything. There's still so much of the house that's untouched. It's hard to imagine how long it'll take to get to it all, or if we even will. The house is so huge, we definitely don't need all of it. Most of it, even. After the dishes are put away, Kenzi leaves with Jack for his appointment. That gives me a few minutes to myself before the groceries arrive. A door slams shut upstairs. I hate when that happens, but I'm getting used to it. Kind of. Enough that I don't let it get to me. I head upstairs. Before I get to my room, I stop at the door next to mine. My mom's old room, the one she grew up in. It now holds all her earthly belongings. I took everything of hers from my stepdad's house and stored it all in there. Which was fine with him. He didn't want any of it. I shudder thinking of Richard. I am so glad to be away from him. The only good thing about living there was that I was within walking distance of my best friend. Now we have to arrange rides whenever we want to spend time together. At least we'll be turning 16 this year. Kenzi promised me her old car, so I'll have something to drive even if it isn't pretty to look at. But that'll also make it harder to get out of things like I did today. It really isn't any wonder I'm not popular. Not only because I can't stand most of the obnoxious kids at school, but also because I don't see the big deal about flirting in beach attire. I'd so much rather be in a studio painting or drawing. I was over the moon working with the little kids when I was helping out at that art camp earlier in the summer. Ding dong! The doorbell makes me jump. I can't believe I've been standing in the hall lost in thought. I dart into my room to check my reflection. Everything looks fine. I'm no beauty queen, nor do I want to be. Ding dong! I race down the stairs, careful not to lose my footing. The last thing I need is to take a stumble down this staircase. I cringe at the thought. Once at the bottom, I leap over to the front door and open it. Luke! My face warms. He's the really cute delivery guy who used to bring our food when we moved in. I haven't seen him in weeks. I certainly hadn't been expecting him to be there. Hey, Ember, I'm back. Were you on a different route? He shakes his head. My family took a trip to Europe. That sounds like fun. And tiring, he yawns. I laugh. In that case, let me help you bring the bags in. Only if you want to. I offered, didn't I? You did. His eyes shine, and I get lost in them for a moment before he turns around and heads to the truck. It only takes the two of us a few minutes to get everything into the kitchen. Then we go back outside, and I sign for the delivery on the porch. He glances over at the garden, which had been nothing more than weeds the last time he saw it. You fixing up that side of the yard? Yeah, we're going to return it to the garden it used to be. My grandma had it beautifully manicured when I was little. Nice. He leans against a beam. So, learn anything new about the house? Heard anything ghostly? To say that you've missed a lot would be an understatement. Luke arches a brow. Do tell. If I did, I'd make you late for your next few deliveries. That sounds interesting. Can you tell me something? I take a deep breath. I wouldn't know where to start. Anything about the science experiments done on people? No. Or that bedroom light that always came on at night when the house was abandoned? I chew on my lower lip. We've actually had neighbors say it still does, and nobody ever goes in there. His eyes widen. Seriously? Well, there's more to the story, but really, I don't want to make you late. I'd feel horrible. Luke holds my gaze with his kind and curious and gorgeous eyes. I find myself wanting to spill all the family secrets. But before I say anything, something across the street catches my attention. It's the creepy neighbor with the 2 white teeth. He's just watching us. Luke clears his throat. Any chance you'd want to talk after my shift? We could grab a coffee or ice cream or something. Maybe walk along the boardwalk? My heart races. Is he asking me on a date? Or does he just want to satisfy his curiosity about the famous, mysterious Brannon house? Luke steps a little closer, still looking in my eyes. I really like our talks, Ember. I don't just want to hear about your house, even though I am curious about that. I swallow. You do? He smiles. Yeah, what do you say? Can I pick you up in 3 hours? Or we can meet somewhere if you'd prefer. My pulse drums so loud he has to be able to hear it. You can pick me up. That sounds like fun. 3 hours? He glances at his fitness watch. Maybe just over 3 hours, depending on how long the other deliveries take. I just nod like an idiot because I can't find my voice. Luke grins. Great. Looking forward to it. See you then. My stomach knots as I watch him walk back to the truck. He starts the engine. I go back inside, unable to believe what just happened. Luke just asked me on a date. I think it's a date. That's what it sounds like. My face burns and my heart flutters. I lean against the door for support. I must be the most awkward person alive. At least I have 3 hours to pull myself together. Gretchen will never believe this. I can already hear my best friend's protest. Why would I agree to hang out with Luke but not the Australian guys with her? I'd be fully clothed, for one thing. For another, I already know Luke. We've been talking most of the summer, as he's been our main delivery guy. Conversation with him has always been easy. At least until he asked me on a date. Now I'm in totally uncharted territory. I need to talk to my best friend. Hopefully she hasn't left for the beach yet.
3. Kenzi.
I put down my phone and rub my temples. 4 more billas, and none of them is my sister. I'm not sure I have the mental stamina to get through the whole list I've compiled. It didn't seem so long before I started making calls, but now it seems to grow longer by the minute. If it gets to be too much, I'll resort to emailing them. That would certainly be less draining emotionally. Each time I get my hopes up only to have them crash down. This is why it was so much easier to keep everyone at arm's length. But ever since I've returned to Washington and to this house, I've had nothing but emotion. First taking on my niece, then my brother, not to mention the recent dealings with my mother. I fall back onto my pillows. Even the ceiling brings back memories. When I was little, I used to crawl into this very bed and snuggle with my parents upon waking. I'd stare at the bumpy designs and find pictures, sometimes even making up whole stories to go along with them. A door slams shut somewhere else on the floor. I'm pretty sure no windows are open, but Ember's home. Maybe she opened one or slammed a door. Jack is still at his counseling appointment and is going to a group session after that. They usually play games, which he loves. Whispers sound from a part of the second level that we don't use. We all stick pretty close to the staircase. The area has everything we need. Bedrooms, the TV room, Mom's old workout room, the main bathroom. The kitchen and front door are just off from the bottom of the stairs. That's all we really need. Yet there are thousands of square feet more, with many rooms still covered in sheets or plastic for protection from the layers of dust. More whispers. They sound like multiple voices all speaking over each other, making it impossible to tell what any one individual is saying. But that's ridiculous. The only other person in this house is my niece, and she's busy getting ready for her ice cream date with the grocery delivery kid. I'm glad they're getting together and that she's willing to spend time away from Gretchen. Not that anything is wrong with her best friend, but space is good in any relationship. And besides, Luke is a sweet guy. Definitely nicer than some of the boys I've met from her school. Given my job as a fake friend and fake date who attends events with people needing company for an outing, I've become a quick judge of character, and I'm usually right. Luke will be good for Ember, whether they end up dating seriously or just being friends. The whispers grow louder. Feel like they're right on top of me. I bolt upright and look around. The sounds soften, but don't go away completely. I've got to get out of this house. But first, I look at my list of upcoming clients. I'm slightly disappointed that I don't have anything scheduled with Dayton, who has become my most regular client and a favorite. I've grown to enjoy spending time with him. We met in LA, and as luck would have it, now he's building a business with his cousin up here. I check the clock. A little time before I need to pick up my brother. Even longer until I meet my client for a lunch date. This time, I'm pretending to be the best friend of a workaholic at her family reunion. According to the notes I've been given, her family gives her a hard time about not having a social life, so my being there will alleviate that. But that's still hours away, and the whispers aren't letting up. I tried to ignore them and go in the opposite direction to check on my niece. Thankfully, the sounds fade. She's sitting at her vanity, filling in her eyebrows with a pencil. "How's it going?" Ember turns to me. Is this too dark?
No, it's perfect. Want some help with the shape?
Her shoulders slump.
The shape is wrong?
Just a little off. She holds out the pencil toward me. I take it and work on her brows.
You really like Luke?
I guess. She looks away. There's no shame in wanting to look your best. I'd rather pull my hair back, put on some mascara and lip gloss, and call it good. And that's probably part of what draws him to you. So don't feel like you have to go overboard. I step back, study her brows, and hand her the pencil. Do you think this is actually a date? That's not what he called it. She frowns. Who cares about labels? He wants to hang out. Just go and have fun. Get to know him a little better away from the delivery truck. She gives me half a smile. Yeah, you're probably right.
I know I am. Want any more help?
What should I wear? She leaps up and pulls out a tight black formal dress. Something like this?
Definitely not. You'll look like you're going to prom.
I wore it to the homecoming dance last year.
Exactly. You're going for ice cream and walking the boardwalk. Wear something cute and comfy. You don't need to get fancy.
Are you sure? I tilt my head.
I go on dates for a living. Trust me. Cute and comfy.
Ember throws me a pleading look. Like what?
Like half the things you own. I walk into her closet, rifle through the clothes, and come out with a purple and green flowered romper. This would be perfect with your lilac sandals and Gucci sunglasses. She twists some hair around her finger.
All stuff Mom picked out.
It's meant to be. I spend a few more minutes helping her with makeup before heading downstairs where things tend to be quieter. Before it was the giggling, which hasn't entirely stopped, and now the whispers. I don't believe in ghosts, but it seems this house is determined to change my views. But I won't let it. I grab a quick snack from the kitchen and look outside while eating. A hummingbird darts around the yard, stopping at all the red flowers. I should buy a feeder for it, but given my to-do list, it would be years before I get around to that.
Kenzi.
I spin around expecting to see Ember. I'm alone. A chill runs down my spine. I'm just hearing things, like the whispers. It's all in my head. Simply old memories trying to surface. Old wounds I've been hiding from which refuse to fully heal. Goosebumps form on my arms as I step into the hallway. Ember isn't out here either. Tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It's like someone is watching me. A feeling that's become all too familiar in this house. A skittering of whispers sound coming toward the staircase. Maybe Ember is messing with me. Except she wouldn't do that. We would never do that to each other. And besides, she's so nervous about her date with Luke, the last thing on her mind would be playing pranks. My breath hitches as I try to decide what to do. The smart thing would be to get outside into the warm sun. There are never mysterious whispers or giggles out there. Not during the day. At night, anything's possible. Especially around here.
Kenzi.
I look upstairs. Ember is still not anywhere to be seen. More whispers. They're on the other side of the steps, leading to places we don't like to visit, like the now sealed underground tunnel and the locked basement. My entire body tenses at the thought of the basement. That's a place where nightmares are made. My nightmares, to be specific. My latest ones include hooks and chains. I shove the thoughts from my mind and hurry up the stairs, skipping every other step. Then I skid to a stop at the entrance to Ember's room, taking deep breaths to calm my thundering heart. She turns to me, now wearing the outfit I picked, plus a floppy sun hat. With or without the hat? My voice won't cooperate, so I give her a thumbs up. You okay? I lean against the doorway, struggling to regain my bearings. Yeah, the hat's a nice addition. Hey, did you call me? She shakes her head no. Her face pales. Wait, the whispers haven't started up again, have they? No.
My tone gives me away. Liar? She looks around me into the hallway. Where were they coming from? I don't want to tell her everywhere, so I change the subject. You know what would be cute? That white belt you wore the other day. It would match the sash on the hat. Ember glares at me. Forget the house, okay? You have a date with a cute guy in less than an hour. That's not enough time. She whips around and stares at her reflection. Good, she's distracted. Mission accomplished. I take advantage of the moment and step back into the hallway. A door slams near the back of the house where all the doors are already closed. I ignore it and make my way downstairs again. Kenzi. I look upstairs. Empty. Kenzi. A flurry of whispers sound on the other side of the hall, starting loud and growing quieter. It's as though they're leading me, urging me to follow. My skin crawls at the thought. A giggle sounds upstairs. It's good to know some things don't change. The whispers get louder. Hairs on the back of my neck rise again. A cold chill brushes my skin. Maybe if I follow, they'll leave me alone afterward. And I've probably lost my mind. Why did I ever agree to move back in here? But if I hadn't, Jack would still be locked up. And where would Ember be? No, it's good that I moved back. I should have sold the house. That's what I should have done. The whispers grow louder, surrounding me. Mixed voices seeming to say nothing and something all at once sound from all sides, circling. I'm going to need an extra counseling session this week. I hold my hands over my ears. Stop! Now! Ember appears at the top of the stairs. The whispering stops, the silence deafening. What's wrong? You didn't hear that? She shakes her head. Are you okay? I'm fine. I look in the direction the whispers were heading, toward the basement. The one place I never again want to go. That door can remain locked for the rest of eternity as far as I'm concerned. Kenzi? My muscles tense at hearing my name again. I'm going outside for some air. Then I scurry out the door before she or anyone can protest. 4. Kenzi. Need any help? I pick up a hammer. Jack turns to me from the shelf he's attaching to his bedroom wall. No, I've got this. It looks great. Where do you learn your carpentry skills? I watched a lot of videos in my old room. He sticks a nail in his mouth and measures a portion of the wall. You've got a knack for it. I pat his shoulder and go to the TV room. Finding it empty, as it should be, I plop down on the couch. I should call the next few billas on my list, but the thought makes my muscles tense. Email might actually be my best bet. I could even send one message and BCC them all. They all have the same name, so it would be easy enough. I pull out my phone and stare at the Notes app. I've barely made a dent in the list. Email sounds better by the moment. But I can't ignore the niggling feeling in my gut that I should give the phone one more try. What do I have to lose? Creak! It sounds like one of the floorboards out in the hall. I wait for Ember or Jack to walk in or past the door. Creak! Hammering sounds from the direction of my brother's room. Ember? Nothing. Goosebumps form on my arms. A shiver runs down my spine. Creak! I force myself up and peek out into the hallway. Empty, as expected. I wait a moment before turning around. Whispers sound behind me in a dizzying flurry. The creaks and groans can easily be explained away, but the giggles and whispers, not so much. There really has to be a reasonable explanation. I'd thought the giggles were Billa, my ghostly imaginary friend. But that theory was proven wrong when my mother finally admitted she was actually real. Too bad she wouldn't admit it had been cruel of her and my father to have me institutionalized when I was a child for insisting Billa was real. That just proves I need to believe my instincts. I was right then, and I'm right now. There is a logical explanation. The old house has character. It's seen more than most other houses in the state, given that I believe the building to be older than Washington itself. I take a deep breath and make myself comfortable on the couch again. Time to focus on my half-sister. Once I hear her voice, it will provide me what I need. Audible proof I'm not crazy. Unfortunately, Mom has lied about so many things. I really have to hear Billa myself before I'll fully believe her story. Even though I have little room to doubt my mother would lie about Dad having another child. The narrative doesn't serve her in any way. I pick up my phone and look at the list again. For some reason, my eyes keep wandering to the third one on the list. Billa Salvatore. Probably just because the name makes me think of a TV show. Or maybe because she's the one. My sister. I take a deep breath and call the number. Blood rushes in my ears. I sit up and take deep breaths.
"Hello?"
asks a deep voice. A guy, not my sister. I clear my throat. Is Billa there?
"Who is this?"
he demands.
"How did you get this number?"
My name is Kenzi Brannon, and I'm looking for my sister.
"You think Billa is your sister?"
I know my sister's name is Billa. That's all I know. Is she available to speak?
"She's dead."
The words cut. Deeply. I'm so sorry. Can I ask about her parents?
"There's nothing to tell,"
he says.
"They've been married for over 30 years, and there's no way you're her sister."
Why not?
"Because they've tried desperately to have another child before and after her. She was their only success."
My mind swirls. If my father was actually Billa's dad, then that story makes sense. Is there any way...
"Look, Kenzi, I'm sorry that you're unable to find your sister, but my Billa was not her."
Okay. Sorry for bothering you. I end the call before I upset the guy further. I stare at my list again. I don't feel like I can cross Billa Salvatore off my list. Not without finding out more information. All I know is that she lives in Virginia. I should have asked if she had ever lived in Washington. No way am I calling that guy back. At least not now. Maybe I can do some digging on social media to find what I need. I put a question mark next to her name and return to the top of the list. Billa St. John from Alaska. Didn't my mother say she'd moved across the country? Or had she just said she'd moved out of state? Not that it matters, because Mom could have lied or been misinformed. Or Billa could have moved. Or Billa St. John could be another dead end. Probably will be. May as well get this over with so I can make a few more calls and decide whether I want to write an email instead of calling everyone on the list. I call her number and close my eyes as I listen to the ringing. It goes long enough that the voicemail is sure to pick it up. "Hello?" says a feminine voice. I bolt upright. "Is this Billa?" "Yes. Who are you?" She sounds suspicious. "Kenzi Brannon. I'm looking for my sister, and all I know about her is her first name." "Your sister's name is Billa?" Now she sounds doubtful. "Yes, I think she's around 25. But you don't know for certain?" I play with a button on my shirt. She's close to my age, and I'm 25. "Where do you live?" "I'm in Washington State, not too far from Seattle." She doesn't respond. Did she hang up on me? I check the screen. Still connected. My pulse drums. "Billa?" "What did you say your name was?" Kenzi Brannon. Fumbling noises sound on the other end, like she's covering the speaker or dropped the phone. Hello? I ask. More fumbling. You said Washington? Right. I'm learning about my family history and just found out about my sister. This is kind of a blind search, but I lived in Washington until I was 5. My heart skips a beat. You did? Yeah. I used to go to my dad's house half the time. Then he died, and Mom moved us to the East Coast. We moved around a lot until we got here to Alaska. I tried to take it all in. You said your dad died? When I was 5. That was why we had to move. You had to move because he died? A beat of silence passes before she speaks. It does sound weird now that you mention it. Did you ever go to his funeral? No. Her voice wavers. We had to move. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I know. You're just looking for your sister. Do you remember a sister named Kenzi? At your dad's house? She sighs into the phone. I don't remember much about the house. I was pretty young then. What about your mom? Maybe she can tell you? She can't tell me anything. Did she pass away? No. She had a mental breakdown and hasn't said a word in 3 years. I'm sorry. That's awful. Actually, I think she's happier now. Oh, well, that's good. I have more questions, but they all seem petty after that. Yeah, I should get going. Wait, you said you don't remember much about the house. What do you remember? It was big, really big. I have to go. Did it have a curved staircase? I say quickly. More fumbling noises. It was nice talking to you, Kenzi. Bye. The call ends. I throw my head back and groan. It's hard to know what's worse, a hard no or these possible yeses. The first one could be my sister because of the fertility struggles, and the second one because things line up so well. Billa St. John didn't say how old she was, but she moved away at the right age, and her dad lived in a huge house. Granted, he's supposed to be dead, but telling Billa that could have been part of the deal. My mom wanted both Billa and her mom out of our lives for good. I go to my favorite social media app and look her up. She's pretty. Has long dark brown hair with a part down the middle. Eyes the same color, but they hold a sadness, even when she smiles. Even more striking, if I were to line up photos of Claire, her, and me, anyone would guess that we were all sisters. She has a lot of the same features and coloring. And she lived in Washington at the exact time my half-sister Billa lived with us when my parents tried to keep her a secret from me. She has to be the one. It takes all my self-control not to call her back. She doesn't remember a sister named Kenzi, so it's possible she isn't the one. I glance back at her profile and look through her public photos. If she isn't a Brannon, I'd be surprised. She even word vomits like me. I certainly didn't need to know about her mom's breakdown, but she spilled it to a total stranger. The question is, what do I do now? Keep calling the remaining Billas on my list? Email the rest and see if any respond? That would sure be easier than phoning all of them, especially when I'm pretty sure I have my answer. I return to my list. There's one name in between the 2 Billas I just spoke with. I could call her and see how that goes. A brilliant thought strikes me. If it's another good possibility, I'll keep making calls. But if that Billa is a hard no, then I'll just email the rest. I like that idea. After getting up to stretch my legs, I call Billa Culpepper from Texas. Howdy, says a chipper feminine voice. I take a deep breath and quickly explain that I'm looking for my sister who used to live in the Pacific Northwest. Wish I could help you, darlin'. I've lived in Texas my whole life, and I've never been that far north. I thank her for her time, actually relieved by her response. Now I can simply send one email and be done with these phone calls. Only those who reply will be leads, and I won't have to worry about the rest. Except I really think the Billa from Alaska is my sister. 5. Ember. A whisper sounds from the stair behind me. I whip my head around, but nobody's there. My foot slides out from under me as I step onto the tiles on the first floor. As the stairs fly toward me, my arms flail out and I catch the railing. Barely stop myself before crashing down. Gasping for air, I stand up. My knees wobble and my heart races. Could I be any more clumsy? I just about had to answer the door with a black eye. I don't know why I listened to Kenzi on these purple sandals. They have a heel. I hate heels. And this sun hat is distracting. I adjust it so I can see better. A child's giggling sounds behind me. I whip around, even though there aren't any children here. And of course, nobody is behind me. The stairs are empty. The halls behind and around are empty. Ding dong! I take a deep breath and take a shaky step toward the door. Then I straighten my back and force a smile as I pull it open. Luke stands there with his warm, easy smile, and for the first time, I notice a slight dimple on his right side. Without his work uniform, he somehow seems even taller and more muscular. He takes my breath away in his denim shorts and the simple navy V-neck shirt. His thick, dark hair is spiked up instead of slicked back like usual. He should be starring in a movie rather than delivering our groceries. I focus on his smile, and relaxation settles through me in slow waves. I break the silence. Hi, Luke.
Wow, you look gorgeous.
My face flames. How could he think that? I try to think of something funny to say to deflect the compliment, but instead just go with, thanks.
You ready?
Yeah. I clutch my purse, something else Kenzi insisted on, and step outside.
Did you decide on coffee or ice cream?
What do you want?
Whatever you want.
He grins. Ice cream sounds great. Hopefully it'll help me chill. I'm still shaking from almost face-planting inside, and every reaction I have to him just seems to ramp up my body heat. In fact, my pits are starting to sweat. Super classy. It's no wonder I never wear any of this, including all the makeup. We walk to the driveway, and I'm surprised to see a sporty blue car sitting there. I know he doesn't drive the delivery truck on his personal time, but I wasn't expecting this. It seems like a pretty nice car for a high school guy, but his family probably has money too. He remote unlocks the door.
Are you ready?
Before I can answer, footsteps sound on the gravel. I turn to see Dustin, the annoying neighbor who always asks about the house.
You live here too?
Dustin narrows his eyes.
No, just a friend of Ember's.
Dustin stands between us and the car.
A friend, huh?
Luke squares his shoulders.
Yeah. What, are you her dad or something?
No. Neighbors just look after each other. That's all.
Great. See you around.
Dustin doesn't move. He turns to me.
Has your aunt made a decision yet?
About what? I ask.
What we talked about.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. He steps closer.
Why don't you go inside and find out?
I'm leaving. Dustin's brows furrow.
It'll only take a minute to ask.
I'll ask for her later. My voice shakes.
Now.
He steps even closer. Luke stands in the space between Dustin and me.
She said she'll talk to her aunt later. And I said now.
I back up, my heart racing. Luke balls a fist and holds it up.
And I'm telling you to leave Ember alone or you'll have to deal with me. And that's not something you want, old man. Old man?
Dustin scoffs. Luke pulls his arm back like he's ready to punch. Dustin takes a step back.
No need to threaten violence.
He calls Luke a derogatory name and then stomps away. Luke turns to me.
Are you okay?
I take in a deep breath. Yeah, are you?
I'm more worried about you. Don't listen to that jerk.
He opens the passenger door for me. I start to protest to say I can get it myself, but then I realize I like the gesture.
Are you following the Mariners?
He asks after starting the engine. I'm grateful for the subject change. Not really. It's been an, unusual summer.
Moving in here?
Luke nods toward the house before backing out into the street. Yeah.
And you said it's been in your family for a long time?
Since it was built.
That's so cool.
It's really not, but I keep that thought to myself. It's interesting.
You found something while I was away?
It's hard to know where to start. The bloody knife upstairs, the secret tunnel, or the hidden room my uncle had been living in for decades that I never knew about during my childhood when visiting my grandparents.
You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I didn't ask to get together just to gossip on the local haunted house.
He turns to me and smiles. It's amazing how quickly he can relax me with just one look. No, it's okay. I'm not sure where to start. The house is hiding so much.
Sounds exciting.
I guess.
Did something happen in your backyard? I heard something about that from a neighbor.
Yeah, my aunt and I found a hidden tunnel leading to the back of the house. Some police officers were checking it out, and it collapsed. Now it's sealed off completely, and the hole is filled in. He turns to me again.
Seriously? An actual secret tunnel?
Crazy, right?
That gives me the chills. And you never knew it was there?
Nope. And I spent a lot of time in the house as a kid with my grandparents. Nobody ever said a thing.
Maybe they didn't know.
My grandma did. She told my aunt she'd been using it to get inside. Luke pulls into the parking lot of an ice cream shop and gives me a quizzical glance.
She was using the tunnel to get into her own house?
It's a really long story. And it makes my family look insane. Definitely not material for a first date. He shivers.
That gives me the chills.
We go inside and order our cones. Once we have them, Luke turns to me.
Do you want to eat them here or go to the boardwalk?
I glance outside at the sweltering heat. They might melt before we get there.
Good point.
He holds out a chair for me. I want to protest, but again, find I like the gesture. He's old-fashioned, but it's nice. Luke asks more questions about the house as we eat. Part of me wants to tell him about my uncle, but it's just so weird that my grandma had been keeping him hidden away. I don't want Luke to think I come from a long line of crazies. No reason to scare him off so soon. So I talk about the doors that slam on their own and the mysterious creaks and groans at night. He takes in every word with childlike wonder and asks a plethora of questions. After finishing his cone, he leans back, rubs his chin, and looks lost in thought. I work on my ice cream and take him in. It's hard to believe a guy like him has any interest in someone like me. Maybe he doesn't realize what a mess I am. I can't even walk down some stairs without nearly killing myself. It's the house. Everyone is curious about the notorious Brannon house and the light that comes on when nobody's home. They would all be so disappointed to know it was more than likely my grandma sneaking in to check on her son. I shuddered to think about what would have happened to my uncle if Grandma stopped coming to take care of him. What if she'd gotten injured, or worse, and he ran out of food? Starvation would be a slow and miserable way to go. "You okay?" Luke's voice brings me back to the present. Got lost in thought for a moment. Sometimes the house gets to me. He scoots his chair back. "Let's go to the boardwalk, and we won't even bring it up. I'd like to get to know you better anyway. I mean, sure, the house is cool, but you're way more interesting." I nearly drop what's left of my cone, but manage to catch it without getting ice cream all over myself. He cannot be serious. No way am I more interesting than the creepy house. Luke grins and rakes his fingers through his hair. "You ready?" I can't find my voice, so I nod. We head back to his car and he opens the doors. I finish my cone before climbing into the passenger seat. As he's walking around, I notice a spot of ice cream on my romper. Luckily, it has a flowered pattern and isn't super noticeable. I rub at it quickly before he gets in. He starts the car and pulls into traffic. "How do you like delivering groceries?" I ask. Luke snickers. "It's everything I dreamed it would be." "What?" I laugh. "It's just a way to make money. My parents run the store chain and pulled some strings for me to have one of the better positions. I hated being inside all day, and I'm much happier doing deliveries. But it's hardly a dream job." "Oh, that's cool." "What do you do?" He turns into the parking lot, which is packed. Not that I should be surprised, given it's the last days of summer break. "I was a counselor at a summer art camp, but that's obviously over." "You like kids?" "Yeah, they're so eager to learn. It makes teaching the art a lot of fun." "Nice. Do you— Oh, a spot." He quickly turns the car to the left. "Sorry, that guy in the pickup was about to get it." "No worries." I start to say more, but then he gets out. This time I let myself out of the car. I am an independent woman. Luke sets the alarm and shades his eyes. "Oh, good. The boardwalk isn't too busy. Everyone's crowded around the beach." My stomach knots at the mention of that. If Gretchen is still there, she'll see me for sure. She's going to know I ditched her for Luke and not whatever excuse I gave her this morning. "You okay?" He tilts his head. "Great." I force a smile. "This will be fun." "I think so too." He takes my hand in his. "Is this okay?" My heart hammers. His hand envelops mine, and he has such a firm grip. I nod and try to tell myself this isn't a big deal. No, it's just a really hot guy holding my hand. He shades his eyes again. "Actually, I'm going to grab a baseball cap. You were smart wearing that sun hat." Luke lets go of my hand and digs into his trunk. I release a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I'm acting like an idiot, or like someone who's never seen a guy before. It's not like I haven't had boyfriends, but they were other geeks like me, despised by the popular crowd. There's no way those girls would turn their noses down at Luke. He slides on the cap, the curved bill nearly hiding his eyes. "Much better. Ready?" My voice catches again, so I nod and try to smile. "Great." He grins and laces his fingers through mine. I don't know how I'm going to get through this afternoon without him thinking I'm a total idiot. We stroll toward the boardwalk, taking the longer and shadier route. A few joggers hurry past us. How can they do that in this heat? And we pass a few other couples. Luke says hi, but I'm still tongue-tied. Gretchen would make fun of me so much if she could see me now. I'm definitely not one to keep quiet. Once we reach the water, Luke stops and looks over the edge at some ducks lazing around with some ducklings playing just behind them. He turns to me and chuckles. It looks like their kids are wearing them out. The corners of my mouth twitch. Yeah, they kind of have that look. Too funny. He leans over the railing a little more and snaps a few pictures. I'm more interested in watching him, amused at how taken he is with the wildlife. A swooping motion behind him captures my attention. I gasp. He turns to me. What? An eagle! I point behind him. Luke spins around. No way! It's so close, the size of it surprises me. The wingspan alone is much larger than I'd have guessed. We follow it, snapping pictures. Mine all come out blurry. Hopefully he gets some good ones. The bird continues flying over the boardwalk for a few minutes before pivoting and disappearing into some trees. Luke turns back to me, his eyes wide. Can you believe that? I shake my head. I've never seen one so close. Me neither. Did you get any good pictures? He slides his finger around his phone's screen. We compare pictures, though it's hard to see with the glare of the sun, but it does look like he's the better photographer. Then we continue on, stopping to check out other birds and critters. He gets a video of 2 squirrels fighting over a nut. When we near the end of the opposite side of the beach, I glance over the crowd of beachgoers. I recognize several people from school, but not my best friend. Relief washes through me. Luke turns to me. Do you want to... He pulls out his phone and looks at the screen. Seriously? What's the matter? He groans. Someone didn't show up for his shift, so my parents need me back at the store to run deliveries. Now? Unfortunately. There are benefits to having your parents as bosses, but this isn't one of them. Bummer. My heart races at what I'm about to say next. Looks like we'll have to plan another date soon. He grins. I love the way you think. How about tomorrow? My schedule is going to pick up after that. I frown, not wanting to think about school. Same here. Tomorrow sounds great. Luke taps his screen. Can I get your number? You know, so we can discuss the details later. I give him digits, then he sends me a text. Now you have my number. I glance up at the sky. There's a light rainbow over the trees. It makes me think of my mom, who loved them. Maybe that's a sign she's watching, happy for me and is glad I'm stepping out of my comfort zone and not wallowing in my grief over her loss.
6. Kenzi. I tap lightly on Ember's door, which is cracked open. She doesn't respond, so I tap louder and wait. Then I push it a little and peek in. Her light's on, but she's sound asleep in bed with a novel next to her pillow. I move the book to her nightstand, adjust her blankets, and turn off her lights. Good night, I whisper as I leave. Tonight is one of the rare nights she didn't stay up late, not so secretly crying about her mom. Her date with Luke must have done her some good. She was full of smiles when she returned, and even joined Jack on one of his indoor projects. If only I could fall asleep so easily. Every time I close my eyes, I see Billa as a girl. It still seems unreal that she's actually a living, breathing person. My parents went to such lengths to convince me I'd imagined her. I just can't seem to get over how they'd punished me for someone who was a real live person. It has made me doubt so many things, like the whispers I keep hearing. The hall is faintly lit. Night lights spread every 20 or so feet, cast shadows into corners and onto the ceiling. Nightlights installed as a desperate act by our refusal to run from the new macabre, while also refusing to face it. It's no wonder the Brannon house has such a dark reputation.
It contains so many mysteries from our family, and even more from the public. Just the few secrets we've unraveled from my parents are enough to send us all to therapy. I lean against the wall. It's so easy to see a preschool-aged version of myself and Billa running down this exact hall, giggling and teasing each other. I try to listen to what my sister says, but the memory is too faded. Does she sound like Billa St. John? I thought for sure I'd know the moment I heard her voice, but I was wrong. How could I instantly recognize someone I hadn't heard in 20 years? Especially after being programmed to believe she'd been nothing more than a figment of my imagination. In my mind, the two girls skitter past me again, this time making their way downstairs. For some reason, this makes my pulse race. Something deep within me knows where they're going. Before I know it, my feet are moving, one after the other, following the memory of two friends separated because of adult interference. How different might my life have turned out if we'd been allowed to grow up together, or if I'd just been allowed to trust my own memories. A lump forms in my throat as I step down the first stair. The girls have already reached the bottom of the staircase and are heading to the left, toward the basement. My breath hitches. I cling to the railing, struggle to breathe. I can't follow them, and yet I can't not follow them. No, it's the basement. The basement. My heart threatens to explode out of my chest. I've done everything possible to avoid that place since moving back here. And now, because I've had a conversation with someone who might be Billa, I'm suddenly willing to go there? This is insane, downright crazy. The girls aren't even real, just a figment of my imagination. No, of my memory. Billa is a real person. I didn't make her up. My parents sent me away to a facility that strapped me to a stiff bed and finally convinced me Billa had just been my imaginary friend. I learned to distrust my own mind, my own memories. It should have been my parents I didn't trust. I must have known what was real on some level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have raced to LA as soon as I graduated. How fitting that I'd chosen a career that allows me to live a lie day after day. It's like I'm repeating the past every time I'm on the job. Except that at work, I'm in control. I pick the story I want to tell. I'm given a role, but I make it come to life on my terms. I slump down and sit on the step, wrapping my arms around myself. As much as I tried to get away from my family and this house, I never really left, or rather none of it ever left me. Could Billa feel the same way? If that really was her, she'd been fed lies too. We both have memories of this place. Nobody can take those away, despite trying to replace the real experiences with fake ones. I struggle to take in deep breaths. Part of me wants to return to the jail I said I'd never go back to so I can chew out my mom for everything she's done to me. And not just me, to Jack and to Billa, and probably even Claire. My older sister was their golden child who could do no wrong in their eyes. I'll bet she didn't come out unscathed from this place. I mean, her best friend had also been a psychopath. And she married Richard. More than that, she stayed married to him. They'd been together for years. She had the money to leave. She certainly had this house to return to. But she didn't leave. No, Claire hadn't escaped this place untouched either. My perfect sister had her own demons as well. And that explains why she hardly ever came back home to visit me after she moved out, to see if I was okay. I was her little sister, and she had to know the damage our parents could inflict. But she didn't make sure they weren't harming me, which meant she didn't have the fortitude to fight them, not for herself or for me. I really wish one of us would have reached out to the other. She ran away too. She just didn't go as far. Never even left town. But it had been far enough. She didn't want to look back, and she didn't. Nothing was as it seemed. My older sister hadn't been as perfect as I had always thought. My other sister wasn't a figment of my imagination. I hadn't needed to spend weeks locked up, having strangers tell me I was crazy. I take a deep breath and try to make sense of it all. It helps to have all the puzzle pieces falling where they belong, but it's a dizzying process. At least I won't have to worry about what to discuss next with my counselor. This could keep us talking for hours and hours. The little girls run past the staircase, this time without any giggles. Their dark hair flies behind them, and they're practically struggling to pass each other. They're racing for my dad's office, but he won't be there. They want his comfort, but won't find it. If it would do any good, I'd go downstairs and pull them both into my arms. But it's just a memory. At least I know that's what it is. Without Mom's jailhouse confession, I'd still think the girl had been nothing more than my imagination, or possibly a ghost. I don't know which is worse, spending all these years thinking my childhood best friend was nothing more than something my mind conjured, or thinking she had been the spirit of a dead girl. A shiver runs through my spine. How could my mother let me think either? I have to stop asking these questions. She was selfish, that's why she did everything. Better for me to believe something was wrong with me than for her to deal with Dad's child, or more specifically, his infidelity. No, it made more sense to mess with her young daughter's head. My hands are shaking in my lap. Actually, my entire body is. And I'm freezing. Despite it being an early September evening, I swear I can see my breath. We don't even have air conditioning in this house, so it isn't possible for me to be this cold. Especially not this time of year. But I'm so tightly strung because of all this, and it's affecting me physically. I shiver some more and really should go back to bed, but I can't get myself to budge. My teeth chatter. The two little girls run past again, this time clinging to each other. They whisper about the basement, what they saw, what happened. I leap up and run to my room. Instead of my things, I see my parents' belongings. The items they had in my early years, before Mom redecorated and got rid of most of this. I press my palms on the doorway and struggle to breathe. Have I stepped back in time? First the girls, now this.
Kenzi?
My heart sinks. Dad's voice. I can't face him.
Are you okay, Kenzi?
Tears sting my eyes as I slowly turn around. I take in the sight of my dad as a younger man. It isn't him. It's Jack, my brother. Relief floods me.
What's wrong?
He steps closer, his eyes full of concern, like a father would look at a child. He's old enough to be my dad. But my father never looked at me like that. I throw my arms around him and cling to him. He wraps me in a firm embrace.
It's okay.
Tears escape as I allow him to care for me. It's almost like he's filling in for the comfort that little girl needed all those years ago. Maybe facing my past is the key to overcoming it. 7. Kenzi. I bolt upright in bed, gasping for air. It's the fourth time I've woken up from a nightmare. The only thing is, I don't think they're just dreams. Forgotten memories. Light is peeking through the blinds. It's still early, but I have reason to get up now. It's morning. I can make a big breakfast and focus on my brother and niece. My family. People who were perfect strangers just months ago are now my everything. and all it took was my sister's murder. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. These guilt-ridden thoughts aren't doing me any good. It's a tragedy that she died, but I don't have to feel bad about making the most of the aftermath. I'm taking care of her daughter, trying my best, and that's what she wanted. Why else would she have left her to me? Obviously, she thought more of me than I knew. None of what happened was the fault of either of us. Our parents put us in impossible situations, and we both did the best we could with the hands we were dealt. And given the Brannon legacy, my dad's parents before him likely burdened him with his own wounds. And their parents before them, and on from before the first board was placed in this building. How many people had the Brannons destroyed? Not just their own offspring, but the servants back in the day. And what about the rumors of science experiments? And what about— Stop. I squeeze my eyes shut and rub my temples. I'm going to make myself crazy thinking about all of this. Time to get up and make that breakfast. Easier said than done. I hardly got any sleep. My eyelids struggle to stay open as my aching muscles protest me climbing out of bed. I'm going to need to squeeze in a power nap later to get through the day, if my churning thoughts will settle enough to let me sleep. In the bathroom, I check my reflection. I'm going to need cover-up for the dark circles under my eyes. Not like I'd leave my room without makeup, but it's going to take extra work today. I reach for the knobs to start the shower, but pause. It sounds like my phone is ringing in the bedroom. Who would be calling at this hour? It has to either be an emergency or a wrong number. My bets are on Mom getting into trouble at the jail. Sighing, I trudge into my room and pick up the phone. It's Billa from Alaska. The phone shakes in my hand and I drop it. I catch it before it hits the ground and accept the call. Billa? Yeah. She sounds out of breath. Is everything okay? Isn't it even earlier there? I don't know. You don't know if you're okay? She takes a deep breath. I don't know about the time. I didn't think I'd hear from you again. Your call kinda freaked me out. Sorry, I know it was out of the blue. Her voice trails off for a moment. I never thought I'd hear from you. You remember me? My chest tightens. It's hard to forget certain things, even when people try to make you forget. I collapse onto my bed. They made you forget too? My mom kept telling me everything about my dad and that house was a story I'd made up. At some point, I believed her and stopped talking about it. You didn't go to therapy for it? That's for rich people. I'm not sure how to respond, so I just sit awkwardly. What do I say to her? Where do I start without scaring her off again? Why did you call me? She asks. I recently just found out that you're real. As dumb as that sounds. It's not stupid. You grew up in that house? Yeah, I left right after high school. I don't know how you stayed that long. Me neither. Where are you now? I glance around my room, which had been my parents' back then, and clear my throat. I'm back. In the house? Her voice raises 2 octaves. Yeah. Why would you do that? To raise my niece. Our niece. A beat passes before she speaks. We have a niece? Yeah, she's 15. There are more of us? You never met Claire? That's not surprising since she was so much older than us. Was? My stomach knots. She was killed earlier this summer. Was she living in the house? No, it was abandoned. Like me. Don't blame our father. My mother is the one behind you not coming over anymore. He wanted to be wiped out from my life, or rather me from his life. Yes, he should have fought for you. I rise to my feet and pace. But my mother made the price too high for him. She didn't care who she hurt as long as she got her own way. I see. I'm not defending her. The woman destroyed my life. She let me think I was insane for insisting you were real. She had me committed and charged the staff with doing whatever it would take to make me forget. These people suck. Can't argue with that. Silence settles between us again. So, you really remember being here in the house? Yeah. I filled journal after journal about the place. Mom always called it my fiction and said I should publish it. I tug on my hair and stare at my reflection, surprised at how pale my face is. What do you remember, exactly? It's hard to say. I don't know what's real and what I've made up. You probably didn't imagine anything. A room full of hooks and chains? Her tone dares me to prove her right. I lean against the wall and close my eyes. Not that it removes the images. See? She says. I made that up. That's screwed up thinking. I press a palm against the wall for support. No, that's the basement. Whenever I've recalled the horrors of the basement, I've always had my back to the side Billa just described. My memories have focused on the creepy old machines that looked like monsters, ready to gobble little girls for dinner. What I hadn't wanted to remember was what stood behind me, my sister and the real horrors. The time we got locked inside. I realize Billa's speaking. What? You mean that was real? I used to draw pictures of that, and my mom would get mad at me and say how demented I was. You're not the demented one. I open my eyes. The walls seem to be closing in on me. I should have chosen a different bedroom. Why did I pick the one belonging to my parents? I need to go. I'm not sure if I said that or if Billa did. If she did, she spoke what I was thinking. Am I crazy for wanting to visit the house? That was definitely her speaking. No, come any time. I wish I could. She sighs. What's holding you back? Work? She sighs. I can't afford a flight. Then I'll fly you out. I can't take your money. It's family money. Your family. You inherited money from our dad? Along with this ridiculously big house. It helps with raising Ember and now taking care of Jack. Jack? We have a lot to catch up on. When do you want to fly out? And where are you flying from? I've never been to Alaska, but I assume there is more than one airport. My head is pounding. Let me think about all of this and I'll get back to you. Are you sure about all of this? I don't want to impose. Believe me, I want to meet you, to see you with my own eyes. Another pause before she responds. Do you have that basement locked up? The chain room? My stomach lurches. You'd better believe it. Is my old room available? Or can I stay in one of the others? I don't want to admit I can't remember which room she stayed in. You can have your pick. Okay. So you'll come? I'll get back to you. Thanks for the offer. I really appreciate it. The call ends before I can respond. I stare at the screen in disbelief for a moment. Now more than ever, I'm convinced she's my sister. Who else would know about the basement? My stomach does acrobatics, both from nerves and excitement. Meeting Billa will answer so many questions, and hopefully it'll do the same for her. It's so surreal that I found her, and she's been through something similar since leaving. We've been told the same lies. I set the phone on the bathroom counter and get into the shower, my mind racing. Will she really fly out? Or will she decide it's better to leave the past and move on? I can't say what choice I'd make in her shoes. She might be a lot more eager to return than I was, because this place was only a small part of her childhood. The Brannon house and all of its secrets was all I knew. If it weren't for Ember, I'd still be in L.A. Probably would have sold the house sight unseen if it would have gone to me. Once I'm presentable, I head downstairs, suddenly feeling every bit of my lack of sleep. I probably should have gone back to bed instead of getting ready, but there's no turning back now. I'm going to have to power through with caffeine. It's Ember's last official day of summer break, and she might need a last-minute trip to the store for school supplies or something. Plus, I have another afternoon job. A date, I think. After I've had a few sips of coffee, my stomach starts rumbling. Did I skip dinner? I'm not usually this hungry so early. No matter. I make pancakes and bacon while my mind wanders, mostly rehashing my conversations with Billa. The temperature in the room drops several degrees, despite the heat of the stove and the sizzling food. The cold clings to my skin, like the air is specifically wrapping around me. Mom always said houses like this always have cold pockets. I was starting to doubt that, but now that I know Billa is real, maybe my mother is right about the chills. I'm going with that. The thought of some spirit swirling around me, trying to whisper secrets to me or just freak me out, is more than I care to deal with right now, especially on so little sleep. Before long, Ember and Jack both come down. We have light conversation as we eat. Neither needs me this morning. Ember claims to have everything necessary for tomorrow's orientation, and besides, she's far more interested in Luke coming over this afternoon. Jack is still working on his shelf and doesn't want to be disturbed until it's done. That leaves me with my thoughts, and I'm not sure I want that. As Ember is rinsing her plate, I join her at the sink. I was thinking of calling to see how Graham is doing. She jolts and turns to me slowly. Just to see how he's doing? Yeah, I'm not dropping any bombs over the phone. My niece breathes a sigh of relief. Good. I told you how I feel about that. We don't have to tell him our theory if you're not comfortable with it, but if there's a chance it's true, I think he deserves to know. And you did seem eager when you found out his name is Graham. Think about it. Her face pales. I don't want to think about this right now. I need to get ready for Luke. You said he's coming over in the afternoon? Yep. She shoves her plate in the dishwasher and hurries out of the room. I take a deep breath on my way to the front yard. Outside, the sun washes over me, warms me, and I'm grateful to be away from the coldness inside. I wander over to the garden. With most of the weeds pulled, currently lying in a massive pile that will take months of filling our yard waste container before it's gone, I can picture how my mother had the garden. She made it her own, but it had been tended by Brannon women going back generations. It's a good thing my brother has taken an interest in it, because I'd have let it remain a weed garden. I have zero interest in getting dirt under my nails or grass stains on my clothes. A few stray flowers remain, ones that survived the weeds and neglect. They remind me of Ember, Jack, Billa, and me. Our family has tried to choke us out, but we refused to be taken down easily. I stop at a yellow rose leaning against a small brick wall and breathe it in. The fragrance is sweeter than any other I've smelled. I move some ivy aside to lean against the wall and take in the scent of the recently disturbed soil and cut branches. After a few peaceful moments, I check the time. Then I pull up Graham's number. My heart flutters just seeing his name on the screen. It's been a couple weeks since he was injured when my underground tunnel collapsed on him, right after Amber dropped the bomb on me that he might be her birth dad. That was hardly the news I wanted to hear. The guy I was starting to date could have fathered my niece. It had been a bit of a shock to both Amber and me. She hadn't told me she found out her dad's name was Graham, and I had kept my budding relationship with him from her. A perfect storm of events. I want to believe it isn't true, but if it is, at least Graham and I haven't gotten serious. Not even a kiss. Barely even any hand-holding. We really need to get to the bottom of this. If he is Ember's dad, that could potentially change a lot of things. He might want to raise her, or he might freak out completely. He could want to be a family, or he could want nothing to do with me romantically anymore after having spent one night with my sister so long ago. Something he clearly doesn't remember since he was the detective on Claire's investigation, and he never once gave any indication he'd ever seen her. My phone's screen goes off, and I sigh. Clearly, my niece isn't the only one with reservations about speaking with Graham. I return to the front yard. Dustin is walking down the sidewalk, waving toward me. My stomach knots. The last thing I want to do right now is to talk with him, so I pretend not to see him. I bolt into the house, locking the door behind me. 8. Ember. I peek out my bedroom window for what has to be the 50th time. Still no sign of Luke, but he wasn't entirely sure when he'd get here, so he isn't late. He said it would depend on how long his deliveries took, and he had a few chatty people on his route today. That guy, Dustin, is walking his dog on the sidewalk again. Given how often I've seen him stroll by, he's either a creeper or his dog has digestive issues. Doesn't he have a job? Luke's blue sports car pulls into the driveway. My heart skips a beat. I leap away from the window, not wanting him to see me waiting for him. I hurry over to the mirror to check my appearance for the 100th time. For this, whatever it was, I had Gretchen help me choose an outfit by holding up my phone and showing her everything in my closet. We settled on a retro baby doll dress that had been my mom's. I'd told her all about my date with Luke, but I refused to tell her who he is. I thought she'd be mad at me, but she loved that I have a secret guy. She'd tried guessing by naming nearly every guy in school. The doorbell rings and I dash downstairs. I have no issues this time because I picked flats. Much more practical. Not quite as cute, but I'll take the trade-off. When I open the door, Luke takes my breath away again. Today he's in cargo shorts and a fitted t-shirt with a surfboard across the front. He gives me his heart-stopping smile. "You look great. I love the dress." Heat creeps into my cheeks. "Thanks. Do you want to come in?" My heart races. I knew he was coming over, but I hadn't put any thought into what we'd do. I'd been so focused on how I looked. Luke steps inside and looks around with wonder. "This place is amazing. It looks like it could go on forever." "You have no idea." I close the door, but before I do, I see Dustin standing at the edge of the property. Definitely a creeper. He's using that dog as an excuse to watch the house. I don't buy his story about being a history buff. The dude has ulterior motives. I shove the neighbor from my mind as I turn to Luke. "Do you want a tour?" "Really?" "No, I thought we'd just stand here in the entry for a couple of hours. Wouldn't that be fun?" He bursts out laughing. "With you, it would be fun, but I'm not about to turn down a tour of the house." I ignore the compliment. "Where do you want to start?" Luke looks around. What do you think? You're the one who knows the house. All I know is the rumors. What are you most curious about? I wouldn't even know where to begin. There's the mysterious light that comes on at night when nobody's home. Then there's the experiments, the tunnel, and who knows what else. That's all the stuff inside the house. There is also a secret graveyard and some caves where the tunnel ends. His eyes look like they're going to bulge out of his head. Really? A secret graveyard? I nod. Old tombstones and everything. Dang! I'd have never guessed. But if this place is as old as people say, that makes sense. Older than the town. A door slams upstairs. He glances toward the staircase and lifts a brow. Is your aunt here? My uncle is. I walk toward the hallway. But doors slam shut on their own all the time. Really? He catches up with me. They do? Unfortunately. That's so cool. I lead him the long way to the back door, pausing at each door for him to look in. You have a dance hall in your house? He exclaims. Yeah, my family used to host balls all the time. Hard to believe this place was once the popular place to be. I can imagine. He steps inside and takes a deep breath. Do you have any pictures from any of those dances? There are pictures all over the place. There are some hanging over here. I take his hand and lead him to the far end where there are framed portraits of elegantly dressed couples dancing the night away in various eras in this exact room. Luke doesn't let go of my hand as he steps closer and studies each one. This is amazing. A real piece of history. He turns to me. Would you like to dance? What? Now? The corners of his mouth twitch. Of course. Okay. He pulls me close and rests his free hand at the small of my back. Close your eyes and imagine a live band. Not like today's bands. Violins and other classy instruments. I lift a brow. You mean like when the Titanic was going down? Something like that, but romantic and not tragic. He looks at me expectantly. Feeling silly, I close my eyes. He hums a slightly familiar tune and leads the dance. His sandalwood scent envelops me as we move around the dance floor. I open one eye to make sure I'm not about to trample his feet, but surprisingly, I'm doing pretty good. His hold is comforting, and I relax against him. It helps all my stress and worries melt away. I'm just in the moment with him, dancing at a pretend ball. My ears almost hear the old-fashioned music and other partygoers. My mind conjures up the sounds of laughter and an upbeat tune. If I didn't know better, I'd almost think I was in a fancy gown and Luke had on a tux. The dream takes over and feels real, making me think of all the people who must have enjoyed this room over the years. Pretending they're brushing past us, not even noticing our presence. Luke breathes on my neck, pulling me from my imagination. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond. Maybe he didn't mean anything by it. Or maybe he did. I'm going to ignore it, at least unless he does it again. A moment passes before his warm breath runs over my neck again in the same spot. My heart skips a beat. What if he brought me back here to do more than see a haunted house and dance? I did tell him that my uncle is here, didn't I? I open my eyes. My knees go weak at the sight. First of all, people are actually dancing around us. Second, Luke's head is turned away, meaning he couldn't have breathed on my neck. Twice. He hasn't moved. Another breath in the same spot, and Luke's still looking away. A chill runs down my spine. My skin tingles. I step back, gasping for air. The other dancers fade away, like I am being pulled from a dream. Luke opens his eyes, and confusion covers his face once he looks at me. "What's the matter?" "Let's check out the yard. Now." Whispers sound out in the hall. Can he hear them? My heart thunders, making it hard to hear anything else. "Ember?" Luke steps toward me. I grab his hand and run toward the back door, not breathing until we burst outside into the summer heat. I slam the door behind us. "What happened in there?" You didn't..." I can't get my words out, so I pull him farther from the house. Once I stop, he puts his arm around me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." His brows draw together. "Wait, did you?" I gasp for air. "I don't know what just happened." He looks between the house and me. "What did you see?" Another chill runs down my back, just thinking about it. "Ember, you're starting to scare me. Are you okay?" He looks at me with his kind eyes. His strong arms are protective, making me feel that I'm finally safe. "Ember?" I swallow. It's going to sound stupid." He shakes his head. "It won't, I promise." I glance at the house, looking at each window, half expecting to see an apparition staring back. Maybe even the one who had been breathing on me. I turn my attention back to Luke, meeting his gaze. "I'll tell you, but not here." "Where?" I lead him into the woods, hoping I can remember how to get to the old family graveyard. That sounds infinitely less creepy than my house at this point. Some of the trees have been knocked over to get construction equipment through to where the tunnel caved in. It's hard to tell exactly where it happened because my aunt had everything filled in and grass replaced. Something howls in the distance. Luke lifts a brow. I lead him in the opposite direction of the sound. We pass all the disturbed areas and follow a trail that I'm pretty sure leads to the small cemetery. If not, maybe we'll find the caves that lead to the now defunct tunnel. Anything is better than the house, or at least the dance hall. Light shines from the left. That has to be the edge of the woods. I think we're close to the graveyard. We break free of the trees. I look to the right, expecting to see the tombstones. Nothing, just a grassy field with some stray wildflowers. Then I look to the other side. There it is. We ran past it. "Whoa," Luke whispers. I squeeze his hand and walk toward it, stopping only to fumble with the iron gate until it finally creaks open. "I've never seen such old gravestones." "Meet my family." I motion toward them. One corner of his mouth curves up. "Even with whatever just happened, you still have a sense of humor." I shrug. I'm not sure if it's funny, but they're my relatives. Were my relatives. We walk around, still hand in hand, looking at the grave markers. Some are still caked in moss and dirt, but others have been brushed away to read the faint inscriptions from when Kenzi brought me out here to tell me she had a brother. She'd thought he might be buried out here since there was no death record. We never would have guessed Grandma had been hiding him away for decades. Who would expect something so messed up like that? Luke turns to me. Mind if I remove the moss from this one? Go for it. He lets go of my hand and kneels to wipe off the old stone. I look beyond the fencing to the unmarked graveyard. My ancestors just buried their servants there, like they were nothing. Even if they had no known family, they had been people. It was just wrong, they should have had some kind of marker, even if it wasn't as fancy and expensive as these ones. Luke gasps. I spin back to him. What? He turns to me, his face pale. She had your name. What? I kneel next to him. Sure enough, the inscription reads, Ember Brannon. Because Mom never married my dad, and I never took Richard's last name, I have the family last name. And now I'm looking at a gravestone with my exact name on it, but with dates from the mid-19th century. I do the math. She'd been my age, 15. How do you find that one? It was completely random, I swear. I had no idea. I need to sit. I'm tempted to plop onto the ground, but I force myself to my feet and sit on the bench. You sure that can hold weight? He asks. It's fine. Okay. Luke sits next to me, and the old seat doesn't even creak. He puts his arm around me. I didn't mean to freak you out, especially after whatever happened back in that ballroom. It isn't your fault. It's this property. He brushes some of my hair behind my shoulder and cups my chin. It's really haunted, isn't it? I nod. It is. I don't know what to tell you about the rumors you've asked about, but from what I've experienced, it definitely is. My aunt will tell you a different story, but she's in denial. I don't care what she thinks. Do you feel safe there? Yeah, it's just creepy. I glance over at the tombstone with my name on it. Are you sure? If the rumors are true about the murders. I spent a lot of time here as a kid. My grandparents were practically my second set of parents for a long time. Nothing bad ever happened. What about since you've moved in? You've been here most of the summer. I remember bringing groceries here not long after the 4th. And I'm doing great. I force a grin. Are you really? Yes, mostly. As much as possible, given everything I've been through. His eyes flicker. Your mom. I forgot about that. I am so sorry. It's fine. My voice cracks. It's amazing how just the mention of her can flip an emotional switch. I'm getting by. That has to be so hard. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to either of my parents. They're my rock. Tears mist my eyes. I blink them away. My mom, too. But I have my best friend, and now my aunt and my uncle. I might even get to meet another aunt soon. And now I'm in your life. And I'll be here as long as you let me. He gives me a sad smile and rubs his thumb along my chin, making my stomach tingle and my pulse set on fire. His eyes are filled with longing, and they seem to reach my soul. My heart beats so hard, I swear it's making the bench shake. I want him to kiss me, but he isn't budging. Is it too soon? Or is he worried about scaring me off? All I care about is living life to the fullest. If having my mom die too soon has taught me one thing, it's to make the most of the time given. Staring into Luke's eyes, I know exactly what risk I need to take. I close the distance between us, press my lips on his, take in his scent. His hand presses on my back, moves me closer still. My palm rests on his chest, and I can feel his heartbeat. He tastes of cherry soda and mint gum. I've never felt more alive. In a graveyard. I pull back and laugh. He tilts his head and cocks a brow. That was funny? No, it was perfect. I just can't believe our first kiss was in a cemetery. Isn't that weird? Luke gives me a crooked grin. Actually, I think it's perfect. I think our second kiss should be here too. He pulls me onto his lap, plants his lips on mine. In fact, I think we should find all the local cemeteries and kiss in all of them before anywhere else. That sounds like a dare. It is. You're on. My heart soars. Could things actually be turning around just in time for the new school year? 9. Kenzi. I start the dishwasher, wipe down the counters, and look out the window. Ember and Jack went out to the garden after dinner. Both had been in great moods, chatting easily. If an outsider were to watch us, they'd never guess we hadn't known each other before the summer. Now, we're family in every sense of the word. How will Billa fit into everything once she arrives? She's a Brannon, and she spent time here growing up, so chances are she'll fit right in. I pull out my phone and double-check her flight info. She's taking a red-eye and will be arriving at SeaTac on Saturday, just after 4 in the morning. I offered to pick her up, but she refused, saying she'd get a ride herself since I was paying for the trip. I'd pointed out it was our dad's money, but she wouldn't hear it. My pulse races at the thought of seeing her again. Will more of my memories come flooding back once I see her in person? Or what if she gets here and we realize we got it all wrong and aren't sisters after all? Maybe I'm looking for a completely different Billa. What if she's actually a stranger who just wanted a way out of Alaska? No, that's ridiculous. I had to talk her into coming. She hadn't wanted to take my money for the flight. I need to get outside in the fresh air with my brother and niece and stop letting my mind try to wind me up, without letting this house and the ghosts of my past getting to me. After making sure everything from dinner has been put away, I step into the hallway, expecting to hear whispers or giggles. It's pleasantly silent. In fact, I could almost believe this was just a normal house, looking down toward Dad's office to the left and toward the curving staircase to the right. I stop in front of the steps, glance past them toward things I'd rather forget, like the mirror leading to the tunnel and the locked entrance to the basement. My stomach lurches at the thought. It's no coincidence that Billa brought it up. She even managed to remember more of it than me. I'd pushed aside the worst of the horrors. I should go outside, but find myself walking down the hall. Blood rushes in my ears, making it impossible to hear anything else. My stomach knots, despite having just eaten. Instead of turning around like a sane person, I stop in front of the basement door. Stare at it like it's a viper about to strike. A snake would be safer. Beads of sweat start to break out around my hairline. My heart threatens to burst out of my chest. I spin around and race toward the front door. I'm losing my mind. That's the only reasonable explanation. There's no reason to be drawn to that door, or worse, what's behind it. I'm much better off ignoring it like I have been. Billa won't want to go inside either. Maybe I can have that door sealed like I did with the mirror leading to the tunnel. It was expensive, but worth it. This would be too, even more so. Then I would know there's no getting inside. It would lose the draw. And nobody else could be terrorized by what's down there. I fling open the front door, slam it closed after I dash outside, stand there, leaning against it and trying to catch my breath. You look like you've seen a ghost. I turn toward the voice. Standing at the edge of the property is Dustin with his dog. My mind races for a snappy comeback as I march over. "I'm fine." He arches a brow like he doesn't believe me. And I don't care. "Nice night for a walk." "Indeed." He doesn't budge. We stare each other down. I step away. "I'd better get back to gardening."
"Sure."
His gaze moves from me to the house, and he ogles it like it's a prize to be had. I watch him from the corner of my eye as I make my way to the garden. Jack is pulling ivy off the shed and has a big pile next to him. Ember is digging up the few remaining flowers from their roots. She has a vision of replanting the ones that have survived the years of neglect in a special section. While I'm not afraid to get dirty inside, I just feel out of my element here. It's dirt and plants, not the same as sorting old family junk from the valuables. I take a deep breath and find I like the smell of the disturbed earth. Ember turns around, holding up a yellow rose. "I've saved dozens of roses. I don't know how they made it when all the others died off." I step closer and take a whiff of the aromatic flower. "They're like the three of us." She nods, looking deep in thought, but then she snaps out of it. "I'm going to plant these together. They'll be even stronger together." "Like us. I'll help." Together we replant the roses near the wall. Every so often I glance toward the road to see if Dustin has returned. It's only a matter of time. The man is clearly obsessed with the house. After all 12 of the roses are firmly in place and freshly watered, I step back and smile. I have no idea what the new garden will look like, but it's coming to a nice start. My phone rings. After fishing it from my pocket, I see Graham's name on the screen, but don't answer it before it goes to voicemail. Ember glances over at the phone. Her mouth gapes, and she takes a step away. "I have to get ready for school tomorrow. The orientation starts earlier than I'm used to getting up." She bolts for the house. I hurry after her, recalling that I'd locked it. "Hold on." She turns to me after trying the knob. "Why'd you lock it?" Dustin was giving me the creeps. I unlock the door. Her nose wrinkles. "What's his deal?" "That's what I'd like to know." She stands up taller. "We should go over to his house and stare at it and act all weird. See how he likes it." "I don't think it'd do any good." "Probably not." She opens the door. "I'm going to call Graham back." "Have fun." She steps inside. "You really don't want to talk to him?" "Nope. Date him if you want. I'm going to focus on school and my friends." "And Luke?" "Yep." She hurries up the staircase. I sigh and close the door. Jack is still busy with the ivy, so now is as good a time as any to call Graham back. My pulse races. I'm not sure how to act now that I have potentially life-changing news. What if he is Ember's dad? He's the right age, and they share many similar features and mannerisms. I could be reaching, but it seems too much to be a coincidence. And of course, we've developed feelings for each other. Why wouldn't we? Nothing can ever be simple. That's why I'd been so smart moving 2 states away and taking a job that keeps me at arm's length from everyone. I never even got super close to my bestie in LA. Misty and I have texted back and forth, but that's the extent of our keeping in touch with each other since I moved. She did come over to help me pack up my studio apartment, and after, we went out for drinks, then afterward hugged each other goodbye without a tear shed. It kind of makes me wonder what made her want to keep people away, but I'll never ask. Even if I did, she would never answer. That was why we had been perfect friends. We both understood the need for emotional walls. Now I'm trying to tear mine apart. Tomorrow I meet Billa, the girl I'd believed was only a figment of my imagination. I really hope my mother gets life in prison. It won't be for anything she did to me or Billa, but she needs to pay, even if it is this late in life. I check on Jack, who doesn't want any help with the ivy. Then I sit on a bench that's tucked away behind some bushes, but still allows me to watch the front yard, and more importantly, the road out front. My thumb hovers over the call button for a moment before I return Graham's call. My mouth dries and I take a deep breath. I'm just calling to see how he's recovering. It was in my underground tunnel that he was injured. It's the least I can do.
Hey, Kenzi.
His voice is deep and smooth, and I can see his warm smile. Hey, yourself. How are you healing?
Just fine, if you consider a desk job just fine.
What? You're not a detective anymore?
I am, but I can't do field work just yet. I get the joys of paperwork for a little while longer.
I'm so sorry, Graham. I never should have asked you to go into the tunnel. You were on vacation, too, not even on the clock.
Don't worry about it. I wouldn't have gone in if I hadn't wanted to. How have you been doing? I've missed seeing you. I assume you've been busy with the house.
Guilt stings. Yes, I've been busy, but I've also been avoiding him because of the paternity thing. I swallow. Between work, the house, Jack, and Ember, I barely have 2 minutes to myself. At least that much is true. Not that it takes away from the fact I've been avoiding his calls. We make small talk before he has to take his medication. Do you want to get some coffee soon? I ask.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I've got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so that's out.
No problem. I have a ton of things to do myself. My sister is flying in bright and early. I should be around all day while she settles in.
Your sister? Am I missing something?
My mom filled in a few blanks when I visited her at the jail. I'll tell you all about it when you're feeling better. Have a good night. I end the call before he can reply. The phone is shaking in my hand. Was he putting me off? Or was I imagining it? He'd said maybe when I asked about getting together for coffee. He must be having second thoughts about us. Not that I can blame him. My house nearly killed him, if you consider the attached tunnel part of the house. If he is having doubts, it's likely for the best. He could be my niece's father. That's just weird. We can't be romantically involved after finding that out, can we? I rise and put away my phone. Jack, are you ready to come inside? He turns to me.
No, I want to finish getting the ivy off the shed.
I glance toward the street. No way am I leaving my innocent-minded brother out here when Dustin could stop by again. I'll help. This time he accepts my assistance. I get green juice from the vines under my nails, and it discolors my cuticles. We really need to invest in some gloves. I add that to my ever-growing to-do list. After we finish, Jack stops to admire the roses. Then we head inside, him to the shower and me to my bathroom sink. I can't remove all the green from my fingers, so I end up painting my nails red instead of the pale purple that's starting to chip. When I'm done, I notice an alert on my phone. A message from Dayton on social media. As always, I read it in his smooth British accent.
Greetings, Kenzi. Things are picking up with my new business in Seattle, and my family is having more gatherings up there as my brother's wedding nears. Are you okay with me scheduling numerous dates in the next few weeks? It will likely be at least half a dozen. I understand if it's a bit too much. Let me know either way. Thanks, Dayton.
At least half a dozen. Not only is he one of my favorite clients, but it's also job security. I can see why so many of my colleagues back in LA jumped at the chance for repeat clients. I send him a quick note letting him know that sounds great before checking on Ember and Jack. My brother is watching an old Western in the TV room, and my niece is video chatting with her best friend. I say goodnight to them both, double-check the security system, then go back to my room. Hopefully, I can fall asleep quickly. It shouldn't be too hard considering how early I woke this morning. I want to be fully awake and ready to go when Billa arrives at the crack of dawn. She'll probably be hungry or want a tour of the house or get to know each other again. Either way, I want to be at the top of my game. My stomach tingles at the thought of seeing her so soon. How many people get to meet their grown-up imaginary friend? Or reacquaint with a long-lost sister? I get both in less than 12 hours. I climb into bed and fall asleep almost immediately. I'm woken by the sound of the doorbell and bolt out of bed. She's here already? 10. Kenzi. In record time, I pull on the clothes I'd picked the night before and pull my hair back into a messy bun. Then I race down the stairs, trying to beat the doorbell ringing again so it doesn't wake anyone else. I fling open the door. The first thing I see is 3 black suitcases of varying sizes. Next to them stands the woman I found on social media. She's taller than me by a good 5 or 6 inches. Clearly she got Dad's height. Claire and I got Mom's lack thereof. Billa's large, dark eyes widen, and she tucks her straight mocha-brown hair behind both ears. Her hair is long and parted simply in the middle. She wears no makeup beyond mascara and peach gloss. That definitely makes me feel better about my natural face. We both take each other in wordlessly. I study her features for similarities to Claire or me. Her resemblance to Dad is especially striking in person. Just like with Jack, I have no doubt she's a Brannon. She holds out her hand. Kenzi? I shake my head to clear it. Yes. Billa? Billa nods and shakes my hand with a light grip. Her hands are like ice. She must be as nervous about this meeting as I am. This is kind of weird. Should I stay in a hotel instead? No, I say quickly. Seeing you in person just threw me. It's been so long. Come inside. I take the closest suitcase and set it next to the staircase. She steps inside, and somehow her eyes grow even larger. It's just like I remember. Not much has changed, really. The house sat abandoned for 5 years. We've been trying to fix it up little by little. Like the garden outside. I noticed that. Yeah, I think that was hit the hardest by the neglect. Not the people? She holds my gaze, her eyes full of intensity. I clear my throat. I think that goes without saying. She nods and then looks around again, this time craning her neck around the stairs. That's where the basement is, isn't it? Why does that have to be the first thing she mentions? Yeah. Do you want to get settled in? You have plenty of rooms to choose from. Not yet. Her expression tightens and she heads toward the hall. My stomach knots, but I follow her. You want to look around first? Billa just nods, but otherwise doesn't acknowledge me as she strides down the hallway. She traces her fingers along one wall, pauses at each door. Doesn't go in or open any that are closed. She stops at the basement, lowers her hand, and stares at the door. Doesn't reach for it. Doesn't do anything. My pulse races. I want to say something, anything, but the moment feels too deep to interrupt. Yet at the same time, I don't want to go down there. Thankfully, I don't have any keys on me. My rushing around to get ready was a blessing in that way. Just as quickly as she stopped, she turns and keeps going, stopping only to look at the dance hall, the library, and Dad's office. Again, she doesn't leave the hallway. She doesn't even hesitate as she passes the floor-to-ceiling mirror. "What do you think?" I finally say. She turns to me, her expression entranced. "It's exactly as I remember, like I'm stepping back in time." Her gaze meets mine. "Even you. I can picture you in that green dress you always wore." I jolt at the mention of the dress. It had been my favorite, but I stopped wearing it after the basement. I'd gotten rid of it, hadn't wanted to see it again. Even now it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Billa turns back to look in the office. I even expect him to walk around the corner and make himself comfortable in that chair to do his work. I still do too. "Can I go in?" "Of course." The thought pops into my mind to ask if she's a vampire because she's only entered 2 doorways at my invitation, but the moment is too heavy to make a joke. I watch her eyes and mouth closely nonetheless. She trudges through the room, silently tracing her fingers along book spines and the edge of the desk, moving without a sound. I flash back to us playing a game of hide-and-seek here. Billa had been hiding under the desk, and I hadn't seen her because it was impossible to see underneath without moving Dad's big chair. I'd mentioned to knock a few items off the desk, and he'd heard the commotion. I cringe recalling his reaction. Billa and I had fled, and we didn't play that game again for a long time. I'd been wearing the green dress that day. I shoved the thoughts from my mind. "Are you hungry?" She turns to me, clutching her hands together. "I almost forgot you were here. I was thinking about the time Dad was yelling at us for breaking his bottle of bourbon." A chill runs through me. I was just thinking about the same time. Billa tilts her head. I'm not surprised somehow. That was really over the top. Even so, what are the chances we'd both think about the same thing at the same time? I look around the room, as if it could offer an answer. She takes a deep breath and leans against the desk. It's so strange being in here. I can't tell you how many times I've imagined this room. Did your mom tell you it wasn't real? Yeah. She said I had such a vivid imagination. I always knew she was wrong, but it never did me any good to fight her. You were probably smart. Billa lifts a brow. How so? I was sent to an inpatient facility for insisting you were real. By the time I was allowed to come back home, I fully believed you were nothing more than a figment of my imagination. She scowls. I wish I could say I'm surprised. You're not? After what we saw in the basement, nothing surprises me. I look away. Did you forget that, too? I don't want to think about it. She draws in a deep breath. Wish I could forget. Her eyes look haunted, like she's been consciously dealing with the repercussions every day of her life. My stomach lurches. I've been doing pretty good at keeping all those memories at a distance. Maybe I should keep it that way. If she wants to go down there, I can give her the key. There's nothing stopping her from going on her own. She pushes away from the desk. Did you say something about breakfast? I've got donuts, but we can also make something. Donuts are fine. It's no trouble making anything. I glance at the time. Ember should be up before too long. She has her school orientation today. Billa rubs her eyes. Sure, if that's what you want. Once we get to the kitchen, she digs into the box and eats a maple bar. My favorite. I've always liked the jelly-filled with sprinkles. I reach for one of those. We finish off our sweets and I wash the chocolate from my fingers. When I turn around, my sister is staring at the pantry door. Do you want something from in there? She doesn't look away. That's where the little girl lived. What? The little girl. What was her name? Billa pulls some loose hair behind her ear. I don't know who you're talking about. That's the pantry. where we've always kept food. You remember her? That little red-haired girl with the tight curls who always wore a brown dress. She lived in there.
I have no words. Billa turns back to me.
Did they make you forget her, too?
I consider my wording. I don't think I ever knew her. It's always just been food storage.
Always?
The skin on my back crawls. A long time ago, that was where the servants had to eat their food. But that had to have been more than 100 years ago. There were none in our lifetime.
Can I look?
You don't have to ask. Her brows draw together before she steps toward the pantry with a determined expression. She hesitates before grabbing the handle and yanking the door open. It's filled with the food I've had delivered. I step closer to my sister. It's just a pantry.
It wasn't always. You really can't remember her?
Only you. Billa's head snaps toward me.
There have to be pictures. I can prove it to you.
I take a deep breath. There are photos all over this house, going back 100 years or more. Ember and I have barely scratched the surface.
I'll show you her picture. She was real. What was her name? This is driving me crazy. Jessica? Jill? I swear it started with a J. Where are the pictures?
Like I said, everywhere.
Why don't we make some eggs? Ember and Jack will be down soon. You can meet them, then we can look around upstairs. You can get settled once you're ready. Let's do this. I want to meet my other relatives.
She pulls a hair tie from her wrist, puts her hair into a low ponytail, and washes her hands. As she dries them, she turns to me with an easy smile.
Does everyone like Eggs Benedict?
It takes me a moment to recover from her sudden shift. Probably. The fanciest I get is an omelet.
You'll love my dish. Where do you keep the butter?
Before long, we have everything set on the table, and I head upstairs to bring down my brother and niece to meet a missing piece of the Brannon puzzle. 11. Ember. Why everything has to happen all at once is beyond me. I suppose it's just the way things go. It's not like the orientation is going to be a huge deal. I went to the high school last year, so I know where everything is. I'm just meeting my teachers and getting acquainted with my schedule. Though they got rid of lockers, so that'll be different. Makes me wonder if they'll give us even less time between classes now. Maybe the orientation isn't such a bad thing after all. My heart picks up speed as I near the bottom step. What will this new aunt be like? Billa, who Kenzi originally said was an imaginary friend. I wish I could talk about all of this with my mom. My heart aches at the thought. I hate that I'll never be able to tell her anything ever again. Never be able to share any experiences with her. Billa was Mom's sister. Mom should be here to meet her. At least Mom's bedroom is next to mine. I'm able to sit in the room she grew up in and pretend I'm talking to her. I can look at pictures of her in just about every stage of her life and imagine her giving me advice or just listening. It's not as good as her being here, but it's something. I pause when I reach the hallway. Uncle Jack lumbers on, a look of excitement on his face. I wish things could be as simple for me as they are for him. No, I actually don't. Not after everything he's been through. After all the time he's had stolen from him. It's a blessing for him that he doesn't realize the full extent of it all. The way he talks about my grandparents and my mom, it's like he thinks they're just out for the day. Conversation sounds as Kenzi introduces Billa to Jack. She sounds friendly. That's enough for me to kick myself into gear and hurry toward the kitchen. Or perhaps it's the mouth-watering smells of bacon and eggs. My stomach rumbles.
making me nearly forget about my nerves and mourning. I stop at the doorway to the kitchen and take in my new aunt. Her resemblance to Mom takes my breath away. Same eyes, same facial shape. She's taller and with much longer, straighter hair, but I could almost be staring at a younger version of my mom. I lean against the doorframe for support. This is unreal. Only it isn't. Billa turns to me with a big friendly smile.
You must be Ember.
It takes me a moment to pull myself together. And you must be Billa. We shake hands, and the first thing I notice is how chilly her skin is. It must be nerve-wracking to be back here after so many years. I know the feeling. I'll never forget when I returned.
We made breakfast.
She gestures toward the table.
Eat up.
I sit between Kenzi and Uncle Jack, and as Billa tells us about life in Alaska, I notice a lot of similarities between my two aunts. They make a lot of the same expressions at the same time as Billa shares her stories. It actually sets my mind at ease, and I find myself relaxing. As life goes on, it seems things happen as they're meant to be. Not that Mom being taken away was meant to be. That's one wrong that can never be righted, despite prison sentences given. Before long, I hear the familiar squeal of the bus brakes. I lost track of time. Crap! I have to go. I race out without so much as a goodbye. Thankfully, I thought ahead and put my bag by the door last night. I hurry outside, waving my arms frantically as the bus pulls away. It stops. Relief washes through me as I run on board. The driver lifts a brow at me. I hope this isn't going to be a regular occurrence. It won't. My aunt literally just got into town. She nods and motions for me to take a seat. I look around for Gretchen, but then remember we aren't on the same route anymore. Not since I moved from our neighborhood. A new family now lives in the house I called home most of my life. I'm not friends with anyone from this side of town, so I take an empty seat and watch as my house disappears from sight. Whispers sound behind me, but I ignore them. I'm a bit of a loner, so I'm used to it. When I'm not with Gretchen, I tend to stick my nose in a book or start drawing. I should have brought the novel I'm reading. Someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn back to see two junior girls. They're on the volleyball team, or maybe tennis. I don't really keep up with any of that. I just know they're athletic.
You live in the Brannon house?
Asks one girl. I think her name is Asana. Maybe. Yeah. She leans forward.
Is it totally creepy?
Is it haunted? Asks the other girl. Pretty sure her name is Minali. I hesitate. The last thing I need is to be the girl who lives in the haunted house. Though that could be a step up from the girl whose mom died. A few kids have already called me Little Orphan Ember. Minali turns to her friend.
It must be. Is it? Tell us.
Asana covers her mouth. I take a deep breath and consider my wording. I've never seen a ghost.
But do things go bump in the night?
Minali grips the back of my seat.
Do lights turn on by themselves?
Asana holds my gaze. They would probably faint if I told them half of what I know. I could actually have fun with this. There are a lot of unexplained creaks, groans, and banging. I'm pretty sure most of it is from the house settling. Minali squeezes her hands together.
What else?
I wait before responding to keep the silence as dramatic as possible. Sometimes I see shadows under my door when everyone is sleeping. Asana gasps and covers her mouth.
For real?
Minali takes my hand.
You're not messing with us?
I shake my head. It's pretty creepy, actually.
Can we come inside sometime?
Asana looks at her like she's lost her mind. I study them. They don't seem like they're toying with me. I don't see why not. Asana's face pales. Minali grins.
Really?
I shrug. Why not? I don't have anything to hide. They exchange glances. Asana looks like she wants to run away, and Minali may as well have just won the lottery.
What's your number?
Minali pulls out her phone. I rattle off my digits, surprised they want to come over. They're not only a year older, but they don't know me at all. I get it. They want to see the legendary Brannon house. But usually, being seen talking to me cuts down anyone's popularity pretty significantly. My phone buzzes in my pocket.
Now you've got my number.
Minali nods toward her phone.
Let's set something up later, 'kay?
Sure. The bus stops in front of the school. They hurry off. I'm still surprised they even spoke with me. Maybe the house could actually help me become less of an outcast. I definitely wouldn't object to that. I grab my bag and head toward the gym for the opening assembly. My stomach knots as I near the building. Some kids giggle and point to me. A football player calls me an orphan. Everyone else ignores me, much to my relief. I'd rather be invisible than made fun of.
Ember!
Relief washes through me at the sound of my best friend's voice. I spin around and wave. Gretchen talks a mile a minute as we follow the crowd to the seats. She continues whispering as the principal starts her welcome speech. It's mostly geared toward the freshmen anyway. Listening to her talk about the Australian twins is far more interesting. Several teachers get up to the mic and speak, going over things all the returning students already know. I yawn and squirm on the bench, wishing I'd had one more day to sleep in. Finally, the assistant principal gets up and discusses the switch to no lockers and only the use of e-books. Anyone who doesn't have a computer or tablet can borrow one from the school. My mind drifts to Luke and then Billa. Nobody who has gotten up to speak has said anything remotely interesting. Our teachers could have filled us in on all this stuff. Yawn. Gretchen leans closer to me.
I'm pretty sure if I ask Wilhelm to a movie or something, he'll say yes. Want to plan a double with Luke?
His name is Wilhelm? She shoves me.
Shut up. He's hot. What do you say?
Sure. Luke and I are going to get together this afternoon. My best friend lifts a brow.
It's getting serious.
Maybe.
This year is going to be the best.
She beams. I hope she's right. The principal takes the mic again and instructs us to find our first period classes for a quick dry run of our daily schedules, spending a mere 20 minutes in each one. Gretchen leans closer to me.
We'll be free by lunch. See if Luke can get together?
He's working.
No orientation?
I shake my head no.
What school does he go to?
My mouth drops open. I never asked.
You're such a dork.
She shoves me and heads in a different direction. We don't have a class together until 5th period. I pull out my schedule to double-check my first class. Sophomore English. Boring. I'm going to need caffeine to stay awake. Who schedules that so early? Most of the seats are already taken once I arrive. Kids are laughing and joking with one another. I take a desk near the back next to a guy who worked at the same art camp I did over the summer. He glances up from his drawing and smiles before returning to his paper. I take a seat and focus on my schedule, mentally planning out how my days will go. Someone claps at the front of the room. Mrs. Murdoch is trying to get everyone settled down. Good luck when we're all still in summer mode. I flip over my schedule and start drawing a spotted Appaloosa, wishing I could ride instead of being in class. Instead, I focus on sketching and listen for anything important they might say. My attention peaks when she says something about a student teacher. Whispers flutter around me.
Look at him. Oh my gosh, he's hot. He can teach me all day long. I wouldn't mind teaching him a few things.
I don't bother looking up. Really, I couldn't care less about the assistant teacher or how great he looks. I have a boyfriend. Then Mrs. Murdoch says something that makes me drop my pencil.
Let's all introduce ourselves.
An introvert's worst nightmare. Is this torture really necessary? I look up at her to send her a pleading glance, but I freeze when I see the student teacher. Our gazes lock, just like our lips did in my family cemetery. Luke is the assistant teacher.
12. Kenzi.
I roll over and sigh. Trying to nap is useless. Every little sound wakes me because I'm worried our house guest needs something. Really, I should chill. Billa is my sister, not a guest. And she spent some of her childhood here. She's fine. After checking the time, I tiptoe down the hall to the room she picked to stay in. It's a rather nondescript guest bedroom with plain bed covers and paintings of flowers. She wouldn't allow me to change the linens after pulling off the sheets protecting everything from dust. I'd asked her if this had been her room as a child, but she'd changed the subject and I had forgotten to ask again. She's sleeping now. Not that I'm surprised given the time of her flight. I go back to my room and finally get a shower. My mind wanders, mostly thinking of Billa and our interaction since she got back. She seemed out of sorts, not that I can blame her. I'm sure I must have been dazed when I returned here just 2 months ago. In some ways, it feels much longer than that. It's hard to believe that at the beginning of the summer, I was still living my life down in LA without a care in the world. Until that first date with Dayton when I got the call about Claire's death. A suicide, I'd been told. Hardly. I can't help but wonder if the killer had been successful with me, would that have been the official ruling? I shake my head to clear it and get out of the shower. What might Billa want to do once she wakes? Will she want a full tour? To see the 3rd floor? Even though she's already brought up the basement, I refuse to think about it. Maybe we could visit the little cemetery. Or, once Ember gets back from school, we could all see if we can find the caves my mother told me about. None of us have seen those yet. As I'm finishing the final touches on my makeup, a light knock sounds on my door. Jack stands in my doorway, his overalls covered in dirt. "Hey, Jack," I smile. "Making progress with the garden?" He nods. "Where's Billa?" "She's napping." "Did she change rooms?" My stomach drops. "What?" "She's not in there." "Are you sure?" I set my tube of mascara down. I just checked on her before my shower. "Her room is empty." My heart skips a beat, but I try to think positive. "Maybe she went to the bathroom or got hungry. You want to check the kitchen? I'll check the bathroom." Jack gives a slight nod before heading toward the stairs. I try to ignore my worries. Everything is fine. She probably woke from some noise like I did and is also getting ready. No big deal. The first place I check is her room. Her bed is unmade and she isn't in it. I knock on the door. "Billa? Are you in here?" After a few beats of silence, I step inside and look around. Just a slept-in bed and her untouched luggage. Other than that, the room appears as it did once we pulled sheets off everything. Then I march down the hall toward my room for the nearest bathroom. Empty. I pass Billa's room on my way to the next bathroom. It's empty too. Perhaps Jack found her downstairs.
I really need to get him a phone, despite his insistence that the house line is good enough. Sometimes I just want to text someone. I make my way downstairs, only to find the kitchen empty. Great. Now I don't know where either one of them is. Jack may not have a phone, but Billa does. Crash! My breath hitches. What was that? Not only is the sound concerning, but it came from the direction of the basement. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, my mind conjuring up images of all kinds of horrors. Billa wouldn't have tried to get in on her own. Or would she? As much as I don't want to go down there, I have to check. I brace myself before trudging back into the hall. I'm not sure whether it's good or bad that I haven't heard another crash, or any other noises since. A flurry of whispers surround me. They circle me, press me against the wall, grow louder. There are so many of them. Half a dozen, maybe a dozen. What do they want? Are they trying to tell me something? Or am I losing my mind? I thought the giggles had been my imaginary friend, but Billa is alive. She's here, somewhere, and I need to find her. I close my eyes and race past the whispering. It's in my mind, just like the giggling had been. This house and its history is getting to me. My own past is weighing on me. The whispers now sound far away. I don't slow, not wanting them to catch up with me. Can't allow that. The basement door is closed. I stop and stare at it. My sister couldn't have found a way inside, could she? I have the only key. All of the locks in the house were changed shortly after moving in. Even if someone had an old key, they'd be out of luck. It wouldn't work. I pat my pocket where my keychain should be, but it isn't there. I'd hurried out of my room so quickly I hadn't even grabbed my phone. Hopefully the single master key isn't with my sister. The door taunts me. My mouth dry, I reach for the knob. Twist it. It's locked. Relief washes through me. My legs feel like rubber. I take a deep breath and lean against the wall. I don't ever want to go down there. However, the locked door still doesn't answer either of the questions I have. Where are Jack and Billa? What crashed a few minutes ago? I continue down the hallway. The full-length mirror hiding the door to the tunnel is fine. Other doors are closed, as expected. But before I reach the dance hall, I skid to a stop. A large picture frame lies in pieces on the floor, surrounded by shards of glass. Hello? No response. I can't blame my mother on this one. She may have caused a similar mess not too long ago, but she's in jail now. Maybe the frame simply came loose, or the nail holding it up gave out. That makes more sense. Who knows how many generations it has been hanging there? The photograph or painting is face down, so I don't know which one fell. I look around the walls for a stray hook or whatever would have held up the frame. There isn't anything in sight, meaning it must have given out and is now lying in the mess in front of me. Not that it's a big deal. I'll have to get a broom to clean up the mess. And I still need to find my brother and sister. I'm glad I cleared my schedule for the day. In fact, I don't have anywhere to go for a few days. Without knowing how long Billa is planning on staying, I cleared my whole weekend. My agency wasn't happy about the timing, but I promised them a bunch of daytime shifts next week, which seemed to appease them. After that, regardless of what's going on at home, it'll have to be life as normal. As I head to the kitchen for the broom and dustpan, I notice shadows moving outside. Did Jack take her out there? Relief washes through me at the thought. He must have gotten distracted once he found her and forgotten to tell me she's fine. I open the front door to check. What I see makes my blood pressure spike. Dustin is in the front yard speaking to Billa. Blind anger races through me. I take several deep breaths to try to calm down. Every muscle in my body tightens. I want to scream at that man to stay off my property, but I also don't want to be the crazy neighbor in the notorious haunted house. No, I need to keep my cool. Both my sister and the so-called history buff have their sides to me as they speak, so neither seems to notice me. I take more deep breaths and count to 10, 20, and finally 50. It doesn't help. I'm going to have to kick him off the property while trying to hide my fury. I march over to them, clenching my fists so tightly they hurt. My nails dig into my skin. It helps to release some of my rage. Dustin turns to me, grinning with his two perfect, blindingly white teeth.
Hi, Kenzi. I just met your sister.
I try to smile while imagining shooting him daggers with my eyes. That's nice. We were just going inside. He lifts a brow. I want to punch him and demand to know what he really wants. Instead, I turn to Billa. Are you hungry? Actually, I am. She turns to Dustin and offers her hand. Nice to meet you.
The pleasure was all mine.
He shakes her hand but throws me a smug grin, like he's just gotten away with something. Bye now. I step close to my sister. Don't feel like you have to stop by every day. He holds my gaze as he leaves the yard. Then he turns and heads toward his house. I really want to hit something. He has a past with this house, Billa says. What? I give her a double take. Did he tell you that? She shakes her head no and tucks some hair behind her ear. How do you know? He kept looking at it while we were talking. That's not surprising. He says he's a history buff and is curious about it. Billa glances at the house and then back to me. It's more than that.
That much is clear,
I mutter. What do you mean? He has ulterior motives. I can't figure out what those are yet. He keeps stopping by, acting creepy, and pretending his dog needs to be walked 50 times a day. It's like he doesn't have a job. Maybe he works at home. Doesn't change the fact that he gives me the creeps. I glance over at the garden to check on Jack. As expected, he's busy at work, this time digging in the soil. What did Dustin say to you? He asked if I live here and if I'm related. Said he can see a resemblance to you three.
Don't feel bad about avoiding him, or even telling him to go away. I don't want him getting used to being on the property. He needs to stay on the sidewalk where he belongs. She nods.
Did you say something about lunch?
More like a late snack at this point. Are you really hungry, or did you just pick up on my cue?
Famished. She marches toward the door. I let Jack know we're going inside, then I follow her in. Once in the kitchen, I glance outside to the front and realize I hadn't seen them when I was in here before. How long were you talking to Dustin? Billa washes her hands. Just a couple of minutes. He came over while I was helping Jack pull some roots from the garden.
Where were you before? I woke from my nap and couldn't find you.
Just in Dad's office. I can still smell his cologne in there.
It's weird, isn't it?
Almost like he never left. She opens the fridge and looks around. I wash my hands and try to make sense of everything.
You didn't hear anything fall over while you were inside, did you?
But she wouldn't have, because she and Jack would have already been in the garden. She turns to me. No. What happened?
A frame fell near the ballroom. I think the hook must have given out. It makes me think I need to check all the others.
That could take all day.
I'll help after we eat.
Sounds great. I still need to clean up the mess from the frame that fell. I got distracted when I saw Dustin. I start putting the clean dishes away. You really don't like him. He's a creep. You don't think so? She frowns.
He seems lost, like he's trying to find answers to his past.
It sounds like you're projecting. Billa tilts her head.
Maybe you are.
Before I can respond, the front door slams shut. I hurry to make sure Jack's okay. It isn't him in the entry. Ember's face is red and her hair is falling out of its ponytail.
Are you okay?
I don't want to talk about it. She storms up the stairs. Billa appears at my side.
Rough first day?
Apparently.
13. Kenzi.
The restaurant is packed, but I don't care. The 4 of us sit in the waiting area, mostly split up. Billa sits with Jack, but Ember and I both take seats away from them. Jack has been talking about the garden since we left the house, so I assume that's what he's telling our sister about now. My niece is still moping, but won't say what about. I'm hoping I can get her to open up later at home. I've found her more willing to talk right before bed, and it's obvious that whatever happened at school is really bothering her. I check the time, 20 to 25 minutes until we're seated. At least I don't have to cook. I'm too exhausted at this point after the day I've had. It's surreal that Billa is here. Proof I'm not crazy and I never should have been institutionalized. Anger at my parents festers in my gut. I take a long, slow breath to release it. I'm going to have to let go before it eats me away. I can be furious at them for what they did to me, but it won't do any good. Nothing can change the past. All I have is the future, and I don't want that ruined by what happened so long ago. It won't be easy to let go. Not when my parents did such an unthinkable thing to me. I close my eyes and count to 20. Open them again and look around. Most everyone is on their phones. If my mind weren't on overdrive, I would be too. But there's too much to process. Billa is every bit the mystery everything else from the house is. The only thing that's clear to me is how much she was affected by my parents as I was. It just appears we went in completely different directions. And not just geographically, her to Alaska and me to Cali. I'll have to get to know her better to find out how true that assessment is. The couple sitting next to Ember get up to be taken to their table, so I slide next to her.
How are you?
She quickly hides her phone. Fine.
You seemed upset when you got home. Is everything okay at school?
Yep.
With Gretchen?
Uh-huh. I take a deep breath. We'd really started to make progress, but one day at school and it's all out the window. What would Claire do? I have no idea. I barely knew my older sister, but I'm sure she'd have the right answer. She could probably pull the truth out of her daughter. If you want to talk about it, then I'm all ears. Ember just shrugs. I study her, trying to tell whether she's angry or sad or feeling something else altogether. Her stoic expression doesn't tell me much. One time, I had this teacher who gave us so much homework on the first day, I really thought, I'm not upset about homework.
But you are upset about something.
I nudge. I never denied that. You just don't want to talk about it. Exactly.
I know I probably seem too old to understand anything you're dealing with, but I'm not. High school is still pretty fresh in my mind, especially being back in town and in the house I grew up in. Would you believe one of the cheerleaders from my class snubbed me at the coffee shop the other day?
Typical, she scowls. So, you're having problems with other kids? Ember sits up taller and shakes her head no. I actually made 2 friends on the bus today. They seem legitimately nice.
That's great.
I give her a quick hug. Are they neighbors? You must be on a different bus this year. My niece frowns. Yep, no more Gretchen.
Branching out to meet new people isn't always a bad thing. You should invite your new friends over.
She lifts a brow. You don't want to? She shrugs. I start to say something, but the little device in my hand lights up, indicating it's our turn to be seated. Before long, the 4 of us are scarfing down the complimentary bread. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until the waiter brought it over. We enjoy light conversation, getting to know Billa and vice versa. Jack even manages to get Ember to crack a smile a few times throughout the meal. That helps me to relax, knowing the entire burden of caring for her doesn't fall on me. By the end of the meal, we're all talking easily with each other, and someone looking in from the outside might never guess that we hadn't all been separated for so long. We're family, and we belong together. I just wish Claire could be here for all of this. That's the only thing that would make us complete. The waiter comes back.
Can I interest you in any dessert?
Not for me. I rub my overstuffed stomach. Anyone else? They all say they're full, so the waiter says he'll return with the check. I'll be right back. I rise and follow the signs to the bathroom. When I'm nearly there, I stop in my tracks. Someone bumps into me. I step to the side, my heart racing. Sorry. About 15 feet in front of me sits Graham. He's with a woman wearing a little blue dress. Her blonde hair flows almost to her waist. They're laughing and couldn't be happier. My breath catches in my throat. I should go to the bathroom and forget what I'm seeing. It's not like Graham and I are exclusive. I thought things were moving along nicely, but this definitely explains why he didn't want to talk to me before. Just as I finally get my feet to move, he turns my way. Our gazes meet. His smile fades. The world seems to jolt to a stop. I spin around.
Kenzi!
Graham calls. My heart sinks. I don't want to hear what he has to say, whether he tells the truth or some crazy lie. All I want is to get back to my family. A hand rests on my arm. I whip back around and force a smile. I'm pretty sure my eyes give away how I'm really feeling. I was just returning to my family. We're eating over there. I point in the general direction. His mouth gapes slightly and he holds my gaze.
This isn't what it looks like.
No? It looks like you're enjoying dinner with a beautiful woman. I don't want to interrupt. I pull away.
She's my sister.
Right. Look, you don't owe me an explanation. My sister just got into town, and I really should get back to her. He licks his lips.
She really is my sister, Kenz.
My stomach tingles at him calling me a shortened version of my name. His expression softens. Please, come meet her. I swallow and look deep into his eyes. He does seem to be telling the truth. Or I just want him to be. This is why I never should have opened my heart to a relationship in the first place. Why does life have to be so complicated? Graham holds out his hand with a look of hope on his face. I hesitate. The corners of his mouth move down slightly. Okay. I don't take his hand, though. He relaxes, then returns to his table. I follow, reluctantly. Graham clears his throat to get the woman's attention.
Nora, this is Kenzi.
She turns to me, clasping her hands together. The Kenzi? He nods. Nora leaps up and throws her arms around me, enveloping me with a clean, spicy scent. It's so great to meet you, My baby brother hasn't stopped talking about you since I got in town. I glance at him and return his sister's exuberant hug. He shrugs and gives me an I told you so look. Relief washes through me. He's telling the truth about her being his sister. Nora steps back and looks me over. You're even prettier in person, sweetheart. Here, sit with us. I have so many questions for the woman who captured my baby brother's eye. Would you stop? Graham shoots her a glare before turning back to me. She's all of 10 months older than me and has made such a big deal about me being younger. He turns to his sister. And besides, Kenzi said she needs to get back to her family. Right. I didn't think about that. You didn't come here to meet with us. Do come by next time I'm in town. I really want to spend some time with you. Graham looks downright uncomfortable, tugging on his sleeves and standing straighter. If you have time, I say. I don't want to interrupt your family visit. Like I was just telling your brother, my own sister just arrived in town, so I'm busy with her. How long are you staying? I'm leaving tonight, but I'd love to see you next time I visit. I smile. That'd be great. She squeezes me again. Perfect. I'm so glad we met. Me too. I return the embrace. By the time she pulls away, Graham is already sitting at their booth. He gives me what looks like a forced smile. It was good to see you, Kenzi. Yeah. I hurry back to my table, no longer having to use the restroom. My mind is spinning, and I have no idea what to make of Graham. Apparently, he'd told his sister all about me, but at the same time, he didn't seem to want to be around me. There's still time to give up on men. Just because I let myself fall for one doesn't mean I can't go back to my old ways. Billa, Jack, and Ember are deep in a conversation about a show I haven't seen, so I give the waiter my credit card and run through my interaction with Graham and Nora. I tried to find similarities between them, but it's not easy beyond their height and eye color. Her natural hair color might be close to his. He's muscular and hard to read, whereas she's slender and bubbly. Why would she act like Graham and I are a couple, but he seems like he wants nothing to do with me? Aside from not wanting me to think he was on a date with Nora? I remain lost in thought the entire ride home, unable to make any sense of it. The only conclusion I can come to is that relationships are far too complicated and likely not worth the stress. Once I pull into the driveway, I'm agitated to the point I don't want to say anything lest I snap at someone. They don't deserve it. I head for the front door, but Jack wants us to see what he did with the garden this afternoon. He cleared an impressive section of weeds and managed to save some pretty orange flowers that he'd replanted near the shed's entrance. I wrap an arm around him. You're going to make this garden better than it's ever been. He beams. Billa shades her eyes from the low sun and looks around the side of the house. Are you going to keep it so that it goes all the way to the back?
I want to make it even bigger. Jack picks up some seeds. I'm going to organize it by color.
I try to keep up, but my mind wanders, unable to stop thinking about Graham. It's probably better that I think about him than my parents. Although I'd be a lot better off if I could stop obsessing over anything, period. It's enough to make me miss my carefree days in LA. Maybe I need to schedule some more fake dates sooner rather than later. Billa seems to get along with both Jack and Ember, so nobody would miss me too much if I disappeared for a few hours and pretended to be someone else. My brother leads them to the side of the house, pointing to the soil. I'm going inside, I say.
Okay.
I turn around. Dustin and his dog are strolling down the sidewalk. Before I can duck out of sight, he waves. I shake my head. All of my annoyance is coming to the surface again. The dude is obsessed with my house, and he needs to drop it. I'm tempted to hurry inside before he can try to engage me in conversation, but I actually feel like giving him a piece of my mind. And technically, I'm seeing a detective. Maybe pointing that out to him will get the point across. I march over to the edge of the yard.
"Hey there, neighbor."
He grins, his teeth almost brighter than the setting sun. "Why are you so obsessed with my house?" He tilts his head.
"Pardon?"
"You heard me." I put one hand on my hip.
"Obsessed?"
He chuckles nervously. "You clearly want something. Why don't you just come out with it?" Dustin holds my gaze, narrowing his eyes.
"Is that what you really want?"
"Yes, right here, right now." I wave to a neighbor a few houses down, washing his car. "Quit beating around the bush. I know you're not a history buff and you don't care one bit about being neighborly. I've done some digging, and you lived here when my dad was still alive. If you really wanted to know about the Brannon house, you would have asked him or my mother." I don't really know that. I made it up, hoping for a reaction. His mouth forms a straight line.
"Fine. You have me there. But I wasn't able to talk with your parents about anything. Your father's health was already failing, and your mom was inside all the time taking care of him."
"What then?" Blood rushes in my ears. "What's your deal? Why are you consumed with my house? It has to be more than the rumors. We get plenty of people who come by and look for a few minutes, but you've taken it to a whole new level. Like I said, you're obsessed. Why?" Dustin's expression softens, and he looks beyond me at the house.
"My brother went into your house and never returned."
I jolt. "What?" He meets my gaze.
"Your father offered him a handyman job when we were teenagers. My brother was saving for his dream car, and your dad offered him twice the going wage for the time."
"So you're saying he went in for a job and never returned? And you never had the police investigate?"
"Don't be ridiculous. Of course we had an investigation. The problem was, nobody could prove Seth was last seen here. He'd told me he was going to work, but your father said he never showed. He gave access to the house to my family and the police with open arms. Nobody ever found him."
"And you think he was, what, killed here?" Dustin squares his shoulders.
"It's the only thing that makes sense."
"Maybe he ran away. Or he could have gone somewhere else first and run into trouble. There are 1,000 possibilities."
You don't think I haven't heard all of that already?
"I don't know anything. This is the first I'm hearing about your brother. What do you want from me?" His brows furrow.
"I want to look in the house myself. My parents wouldn't let me back then."
"What do you think you're going to find that the police didn't? Especially all these years later. I can tell you there are no dead bodies inside."
"I'm sure not. Seth would have been disposed of long before the cops entered."
Dustin's hands are shaking. He notices me looking and shoves them in his pockets. "Look, I'm sorry for your loss. I understand the grief of losing a sibling. My own sister died earlier this summer." He nods.
"Claire, I know. I dated her briefly."
"You what?"
"It's not important. You asked what I want, and it's that you consider letting me have a look around inside. I need to see it for myself, if for nothing else than closure. Seth's disappearance may never be solved, and I might just have to let it go. Move on."
I feel bad for the guy. I'd wanted answers about Claire's death, and I don't know what I would do if the truth hadn't come out so quickly. Okay, I'll think about it. But my other sister just came into town, and I want to focus on her while she's here. Will you leave us alone until then? He nods.
Yes, if you'll truly consider it.
I will. Have you thought about trying to reopen the case? Fresh eyes might help.
Maybe.
My boyfriend is a detective on the force. You could always talk to him about it. He'd know what your options are. It feels weird saying that Graham is my boyfriend, because not only have we not discussed exclusivity, but also because of the weird interaction at the restaurant. But at least Dustin knows to tread carefully. 14. Ember. My phone buzzes with another notification, but I ignore it again. Gretchen, just like my aunt, can tell something is bothering me. But unlike Kenzi, my best friend isn't so willing to give me the space I want. And she isn't going to sleep anytime soon either. She'll be texting me for the next few hours until she finally goes to sleep. Maybe I should tell her what happened with Luke and get it over with. I'm going to have to let her know at some point. I wanted to process it first, and I'm definitely not there yet. I'm not sure I ever will be. How on earth could Luke be my teacher? My teacher. Technically a student teacher, but that doesn't make it any better. Why didn't he tell me? He had to have known that I go to that school, or at least suspected. Unless he thought I went to one of the private schools. But even then, he didn't tell me he isn't in high school. How old is he? And why didn't I think to ask him? I don't know what's worse. The fact we kissed, or that every other girl in my class was drooling all over him. My phone buzzes again. I'll talk to Gretchen, but I'm not telling her about this. It's too humiliating. I'll tell her I'm upset about one of the football players tripping me in the hall and all their friends laughing at me. Usually that would be majorly embarrassing, but the bar has been taken so much higher now. I pick up my phone and the screen shows it's an incoming call, not a text. Just as I answer it, I realize it's Luke and not Gretchen. "Ember?" he says. "Are you there?" My stomach lurches and my hands shake. Now I have to talk to him. What is there to say? We can't see each other anymore. "Ember?" I take a deep breath and fight angry tears. "I'm here." "We need to talk." "You think?" My tone comes out sharper than I mean for it, but I don't apologize. "I tried talking to you after class, but you ran out before I could say anything. I needed to get to my next class." My mind races with questions and accusations, but I don't know where to begin. If I say anything, I'll just jumble it all together and sound stupid. "I had no idea you were in high school, much less that you'd be in the classroom I'm student teaching." "You didn't think I was in high school? What did you think?" "That you were in college, like me. I'm not even sure the topic of school ever came up." "Well, I am in high school, so I guess that changes everything, especially now. It was fun while it lasted." Tears sting my eyes and my mouth wavers. I hate crying. I've spent more time this summer doing that than anything else. I lost my mom and the house I grew up in. Then I found out my grandma is a world-class liar, not to mention a criminal. Then something good finally came along, Luke, and I'm going to lose him too. I need to go. "Wait, can I come over?" I wipe a tear before it falls. "You want to come here?"
Like I said, we need to talk. Isn't it illegal or something to come over to your house? I take a deep breath and fight the growing lump in my throat. Kissing a student. Fat, hot tears spill onto my face. I'll definitely have to look into that, but I really just want to talk to you. We're talking now. I mean in person. I can be there in 5 minutes. My mind races. The last thing I want to do is explain any of this to anyone. Everyone else is sleeping. I don't have to come inside. We can sit on that bench in your front yard. I guess. You don't want me to come over? I don't know what to think. Just give me 10 minutes, Ember. I take a deep breath. Fine. I'll be there in 5. The call ends. My heart hammers and more tears fall. I wipe them away, only to have more replace them. The last thing I want is for him to see me crying. It's bad enough any of this is happening. I don't need him thinking I'm a crybaby on top of everything else. I'm not usually emotional like this. It's been the worst summer of my life, and now I get to top it off with this. Stupidly starting to fall for a guy and losing him before a relationship can even get started. I glance at the time. If he can really be here that quickly, I don't have much time to get downstairs. After a quick check in the mirror, I feel better. My eyes may be red, but my makeup isn't messy. Why does he have to break up with me in person? Can't he just be a normal guy and do it over text? I really don't want him to see me cry. That ship has sailed. I creep to my door and open it. Creak. Sometimes I really hate this old house. I turn off my light and look down the hall. The only lights on are the night lights, and that means nobody's in the TV room. Good. I can hopefully get downstairs unnoticed. I don't want to talk to anyone else. I tiptoe toward the staircase. Crack. My breath hitches and I freeze in place. It was just one of the old air ducts. I hate those things. Whispers sound down the hall. It's just Kenzi and Billa. Yeah, I'm going with that. I race toward the stairs and lean on the railing as I hurry down. The lump in my throat is growing larger, and tears are threatening worse than before. How can this be happening? I knew Luke was older, but I figured only by a couple of years. I thought he was a senior, not in college. He definitely didn't look that much older. Shadows move across the floor at the bottom of the stairs. I close my eyes for just a moment and build my nerve. It's just a creepy old house, like Kenzi always says. So far, we've always managed to find reasonable explanations for everything strange. And more importantly, nothing bad has ever happened to any of us in here. It's just a house. Movement catches my attention outside. Luke's pulling into the driveway. His sporty car should have been my first clue that he wasn't a high school student. Sure, some kids have nicer cars than others, and I'd assumed his parents had given it to him. Never even considered he'd work to save up and buy it on his own. I hurry down the rest of the steps, type my code into the alarm, and open the front door before he has the chance to knock, or worse, ring the bell. Just as I step off the porch, Luke rounds the corner. He smiles, but then it fades. My heart skips a beat at seeing him. This whole thing is just unfair. Are you okay? He asks. I shake my head no. We walk over to the bench, and the silence is the most awkward thing ever. I plop down, my heart thundering. He sits next to me, leaving no space between us,
and puts his arm around me.
The house is a lot creepier in the twilight.
I don't know if he's trying to shift the subject or lighten the mood, so I just nod in agreement. Tears are threatening again, and that stupid lump in my throat is nearly as big as my head. Why do we have to do this in person? I turn to him and clear my throat. You wanted to talk? Luke nods.
It's hard to know where to begin.
How about with why you didn't tell me you're in college?
You didn't tell me you were in high school.
Have you looked at me? It's pretty obvious.
I thought we were close to the same age.
Not that it matters now. My gaze falls from his eyes to his lips. I just want him to kiss me and say that everything will be fine, that he's not really my teacher. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Wait, 18? How's that possible? You're already teaching?
Student teaching. I started college early because I was homeschooled and worked ahead. I'll be graduating this year to start officially teaching next year.
I sigh. That explains why I thought you were younger. You are. An adorable expression crosses his face.
I am.
Hope rises in my chest, easing some of my pain. You could be a senior.
I'd be a freshman in college if I'd followed the typical path.
But you could be a senior.
It'd be a stretch. The seniors start out at 17 and turn 18 during the course of the year.
Luke cups my chin.
I wish more than anything that we could keep seeing each other, but it just wouldn't be right. I'm really sorry this happened. I should have asked more questions instead of assuming you were my age.
Why does this have to change anything? My voice wavers, and my already shattered heart starts to crack some more. You're only 18. You really should be a senior. You should. He frowns.
Believe me, I wish we could keep seeing each other, but it wouldn't be fair to you. You deserve to be with someone your age, someone who can go to the dances with you and can be in your classes.
But Luke presses a finger to my mouth.
You're a truly amazing person, Ember. I was really looking forward to getting to know you better. Maybe someday in the future, if things work out, we'll get that chance. But for now, find someone who goes to school, not as a teacher, and make sure he treats you well. If he doesn't, I'll have to punch him. Then I'll lose my internship, and I really don't want that to happen.
And with that, my heart fragments crumble into a million pieces. Tears make him blurry, and my body temperature rises several degrees. I blink and let the tears trail down my face. Don't do this.
I'm so sorry.
He wipes my tears away, regret shining in his eyes.
So sorry. If you need anything from me, anything at all, just let me know. You know where to find me. I'll do anything for you.
I can't do this. I leap up and run toward the house before I completely fall apart. The bench creaks just before I open the door. Out of habit, I turn and look back. Luke holds my gaze for a moment before trudging toward the driveway. I hurry inside, barely remember to set the alarm, then dart up the stairs. The only good thing is that I have all weekend to deal with this before seeing him first thing Monday morning. Someone says my name. I don't stop to see if it's a real voice or a disembodied entity. Tears are already blurring my vision again. I throw myself onto my bed and sob into my pillow. 15. Kenzi. The dark room hides whatever woke me. I'm not sure why I'm awake, but something had to have woken me. I was in a deep sleep, and now I'm not. Not only that, but my pulse is racing. I feel around for my phone and shine the screen's dim light around. Not seeing anything out of place. Little hairs on the back of my neck rise, and bumps form down my arm, making me think something is wrong, or at least out of place. All I really want to do is lie down and pull the covers over my head. That's what I would have done as a child. But now I'm the one in charge of this enormous house, and even with 4 of us here now, it still feels empty. I force my legs over the side of the bed, tap my feet to find my slippers. They aren't there. Maybe I took them off on the other side. I feel around a little more just in case. Nothing. My mind conjures up the image of hands from underneath the bed wrapping around my ankles. A shiver runs down my spine. With my imagination, I should become a screenwriter instead of a fake friend. I could probably rake in billions with all the crazy things that pop into my mind. I hold a deep breath and focus on reality for a moment. This is just an old house. There are no ghosts, only settling floors, walls, and old ducks. Nothing more. Then I recall the whirling whispers. There has to be a logical explanation for them. I'd thought the giggling was Billa before, but I was wrong. Everything is so quiet. All I hear is my own breathing. Maybe the only reason I woke up is because my sleep schedule is off. I've confused my circadian rhythm. I just have to find a way to get back to a normal schedule. But first, a quick look around. I feel for my slippers again, but give up and press my feet on the cold hardwood. The chill runs up my legs, and I shiver despite the warmth hanging in the air. Hugging myself, I look around, not seeing much beyond what the moon illuminates from outside. I peek into the hallway. Thanks to the nightlights, I can see a little more of my surroundings than I can in my room. Nothing's out of the ordinary. If I didn't know better, I'd think this is just a normal house. It is just a house. Maybe not normal because of its age and size, but just a house nonetheless. Crack! I jump. It's only the ceiling. Houses settle, especially this one. After a quick sweeping glance down the hall, I head over to my window and look outside. The moon is big and nearly full, casting a glow on everything below. The front yard almost looks magical. When I was a kid, sometimes I thought it was. I take a deep breath. Now I know better. Magic, ghosts, none of it is real. Which is exactly why I need to get back to sleep. That and getting myself back on a schedule. Not only do I need it, but Ember needs me to be available for her before school. That gives me 2 days to get back to normal. With a yawn, I start to step away from the window, but something moves just at the edge of my vision. Nobody should be out there, unless maybe it's one of the neighborhood cats. I occasionally see one of those. Holding my breath, I press my fingertips on the windowsill and strain to see what might be down there. A full minute passes. I start to turn around when something moves again below. Not something, someone. My breath hitches. Then my heart pounds. Dustin. He's at the edge of my line of sight on our property, despite what I've told him. He doesn't even care that I'm seeing a detective. The nerve! I step into longer pants and grab a hoodie, pulling it on as I make my way downstairs. My pulse is pounding, making it hard to think straight. How dare he? Has he been doing this all along? Or just since telling me what his real agenda is? It doesn't matter. He has no right to be here. especially not at this hour. I throw open the front door in such a hurry I forget the alarm system. It doesn't go off. It's not set. Who was the last person inside? All 4 of us know the code to get in or out as needed. I swear I said it after we came in last night. Did Dustin get in? No, that's crazy. I'll have to figure out who left the alarm unset later. I march into the front yard toward the driveway where my neighbor was snooping around. Does he really think he's going to find his brother's body lying around the front yard? I turn and see the cars. My old beater and my new car, the one that belonged to Claire. But no Dustin. Had I imagined him being out here? No, I definitely saw him. His perfect teeth were practically glowing in the moon's light. I spin and look around the front yard, scanning the garden and the shadows under the trees. He could be anywhere under there. Anyone or anything could be. Or he could have heard me open the door and stomp over here, then fled. Good. Maybe he's smarter than I thought. I head back toward the front door, thinking about adding more cameras around the front of the house. Just as I grab the knob, male laughter sounds behind me. A chill runs down my spine. If he's taunting me, I will punch those perfect teeth right out of his mouth. I don't care if it lands me in jail. He's gone too far. In fact, I'm going to call Graham about a restraining order. I might not be able to get one since Dustin hasn't actually done anything beyond bothering us. I close the door and turn around slowly, planning what to say. What I see leaves me speechless. Dustin is standing at the edge of the driveway with Billa. I don't know why this shocks me as much as it does. She already told me she doesn't sleep much at night. What's going on? I charge in their direction. Billa takes a step back and twists her hair. We're talking. I narrow my eyes at our neighbor. You aren't coming inside. I'm going to talk to the detective about this. He gives me a smug grin. Your sister's an adult, and she's perfectly happy speaking with me. Doesn't mean you're getting inside. I'm the property owner. You go through me, got it? His smile fades barely. I'm nowhere near the front door. Close enough. Just talking with one of the residents. Not technically. She resides in Alaska. She's my guest, and I want you to leave her alone. Dustin leans against the house and glances at Billa. What do you think? If blood could actually boil, mine would be right now. She turns to me, her pale complexion nearly translucent in the moonlight. We should help him. I glower at Dustin. I said I'd look into it. Did you? I clench my fists. Leave my property now, before I make it official. Is that a threat? If it needs to be. He snorts. You aren't going to be rid of me until I get answers. My brother was last seen coming to this house. I don't think he ever left. Then file a missing persons report and leave us alone. I grab Billa's arm and pull her toward the front door. I glance back. And that means stay off my property. You haven't heard the last of me. I refuse to respond. Once Billa and I are inside, I slam the door shut, lock it, and set the alarm. Why are you talking to him? In the middle of the night, no less. She steps away from me and narrows her eyes. I'm not a child. I don't have to explain myself to you. He's crazy, and I don't want him here. He's the crazy one? You're the one getting upset. My mouth drops open. What? All he wants is answers. He could go about it in a much better way. We should at least look around. I've been in this house most of the summer. You should have seen it before Ember and I moved in. She tucked some hair behind her ear. You haven't been through everything. There are rooms completely untouched. Many of the sheets covering things are moth-eaten and black with dust. Have you seen the size of this place? At first it was just Ember and me. Jack's only been here a short time, and I don't know why we're arguing about this. Billa lifts a brow. Are you going to send me away, too? I jolt. What did you say? You don't want him around. Are you going to do the same to me? It takes me a moment to find my voice. Are you for real? You're my sister. We played together as children. He's nobody, just a creepy, nosy neighbor who could be full of hot air. And if he is, you're playing right into whatever he's planning. He only wants answers, just like me. And like I thought you did. Of course I want answers. Why is that even an issue? She glances around the staircase. You refuse to check out the basement. It's just a basement. Nobody spends time in those. It stores old heater systems. Nothing that's even used today. If you're curious about the past, we should start going through the third floor. Or one of the unexplored rooms on the second level. The possibilities are nearly endless. Footsteps sound at the top of the steps. Is everything okay? Ember rubs her eyes. I glare at my sister before turning to Ember. Sorry we woke you. Everything's fine. We just had to check something outside before going to sleep, right? Billa doesn't respond. I nudge her. Right. Go back to sleep. We'll see you at breakfast. Ember looks at us like we've lost our minds before returning upstairs. I turn back to Billa. I don't want to argue with you, but can we agree to avoid Dustin? She purses her lips. If you'll agree to explore the basement with me this weekend, I'll give him the famous Seattle freeze. You know, using that term is pretty offensive around here. It sure isn't going to win you any friends. Billa tilts her head. I wouldn't make any regardless. Isn't that why you moved away? Couldn't make real connections with anyone? Look, I'm not here to debate the emotional temperature of the region. Let's get some sleep. I'm sure we'll both feel better in the morning. Are you willing to go with me into the basement or not? Or at least give me the key so I can look around? I take a deep breath. Fine. In the daylight, if you ignore Dustin. Tomorrow after breakfast. My stomach knots. It's a date. Great. She smiles before heading up the stairs. I glance around the staircase to the hall leading to the basement, and I swear I see shadows moving around. I hurry up to my room and don't start breathing normally until I have the covers pulled up to my chin. How did I get talked into agreeing to go down to the basement? I could have gone my entire life never returning. Now I'm going after breakfast. Maybe we'll sleep in so late and go straight to lunch. I can hope. 16. Kenzi. It's nearly noon as I peek into Billa's room. She's sound asleep. Relief washes through me. I can get downstairs and start it on lunch, which means we might be able to skip the whole trip to the basement. Not that I expect my sister to give up easily. She'll insist we go. My muscles tense at the thought, so I focus on lunch and the sun shining brightly outside. It's a beautiful late summer day, the perfect day to get outside and work on the garden. Jack will love that idea. At least I have one sane sibling. I make my way downstairs thinking about the week ahead. Ember starts school officially, and there's definitely something going on she hasn't told me. Perhaps I can help her focus on her new friends she met on the bus. We can have them over for dinner or snacks. When I get to the kitchen, I stop in my tracks. Jack and Ember are at the stove with a bunch of breakfast foods ready to cook. Making breakfast? Yeah. Ember cracks an egg into a bowl. Looks like we all slept in. Is Billa still sleeping? She is. Do you want some help? Can you mix these? My niece hands me the bowl of eggs. I barely stir them twice before the doorbell rings. Ember groans. It isn't groceries, is it? I give her a quizzical look, but don't ask what that's about. Nope, I'm not expecting anyone. I return the bowl to her and hurry to the front door, imagining that it must be Dustin. The thought makes my blood boil again. I hate how easily angered I am when it comes to him, but I can't help it. I peek out the window, but can't make out who it is. The person is standing so I can only see an arm. Not very telling. When I open the door, with one hand lingering on the emergency button on the alarm system, Graham turns around. A mixture of relief and confusion wash through me. What brings you here? He steps into the shade of the porch and removes his aviators. While he doesn't smile, he doesn't exactly look unhappy either. Is everything okay?
Can I come inside?
He takes a step closer. My heart skips a beat. Sure. What's going on?
Is there somewhere we can talk?
His voice is gruff, and he looks everywhere except at me.
In private?
My mind races, trying to figure out what he could want to discuss. Is he going to say he doesn't want to continue seeing me? It takes me a minute to find my voice. Yeah, this way. I lead him around the staircase to a little sitting room we all but ignore. It's one of the doors that stays closed, but there are no bad memories in there. Not like the basement. It's barely bigger than my bathroom and only has a few chairs, a couch, and a fireplace. No windows or decorations. It seems made for times like this. Graham sits on one of the chairs and fidgets with the zipper on his leather jacket.
This is kind of awkward.
My heart sinks. He's definitely breaking up with me, even though we've barely started. Objections run through my mind, but I don't speak any of them. The last thing I want is to look desperate. I sit across from him. Why is that? He finally meets my gaze. I could get lost in his eyes, but I don't feel like having my heart ripped from my chest and stomped on, so I look away. He clears his throat.
Your neighbor, Dustin Wells, has been bothering me about you.
My attention snaps back to Graham. You're here about Dustin?
Yeah. He's convinced his brother died here.
I squeeze the arm of the chair. He's been harassing me about that. Did he mention that he was here in the middle of the night last night? And any time we're out front, he finds his way over. Graham lifts a brow.
He came over in the middle of the night?
Yes. He's trying to talk us into letting him in here to look around. The man gives me the creeps, and I don't want him in my house. Can I get a restraining order?
Has he threatened you?
I frown. No, and that's exactly what I thought you'd say.
Unfortunately, those particular laws are still pretty archaic. People should be allowed to get them before they get hurt.
What can I do about him? I already told him we'd look around. You've been through most of this house. Can't you tell him there aren't dead bodies lying around? He shrugs out of his jacket and rests it on an empty chair. I try not to stare at his muscles. Graham takes a deep breath.
I told him I'd look into the original case to see what I can find. Given I'm mostly still on desk duty, I have plenty of time for that.
Is there anything I can say to him when he comes over to bother me? When, not if.
Do you have any rooms you haven't explored yet?
Plenty. Billa wants to go down to the basement today. I shudder at the thought. He tilts his head, his expression softening.
You don't want to go down there?
I close my eyes for a moment, trying to remember if I told him about it, but I can't remember whom I told what. Then I look back at him. No, I've never liked it down there.
Would you prefer I go down there with you?
He leans forward. I probably should find the offer comforting, but I don't want him down there. You sure you want to offer your help? Don't you remember what happened last time you explored the property? I can still hear the sounds of the tunnel collapsing, so I'm sure it's even more traumatic for you.
He rubs his leg and nods. I'm more than happy to look around, if you'd like. A basement sounds a lot less dangerous than a secret underground tunnel.
I wouldn't be so sure, I mutter.
You aren't planning on going alone, are you?
I shake my head no. Like I said, Billa and I will be going down together.
Good.
Silence settles between us, and it quickly turns awkward. He wrings his hands together, then rises.
I'll give Dustin a call and let him know about our discussion. I'll be sure to encourage him to give you some space.
I stand. I'd appreciate that. My gaze locks on his, and I'm suddenly aware of how small this room is. He clears his throat and reaches for his coat.
I should get going.
Wait. I need to ask him about us.
Is there something else I should tell him?
My heart hammers. I struggle to find the words. How's your sister? His expression relaxes.
Oh, she's great. She really liked meeting you.
Yeah, she seems nice. I twist a strand of hair around my finger. So, about us. Graham's eyes widen. He takes a step back and lowers his brows.
The elephant in the room.
I nod and wait for him to continue. He chews on his lip and looks deep in thought before looking at me again.
We do need to talk, but not while I'm on the clock. Can I text you later and we can work out a time?
That's probably the best I can ask for at this point. Sure.
Great. I'll text you after my shift.
When will that be? I thought you didn't work weekends.
My schedule varies. This weekend, I'm making up time from Nora's visit.
You'll have to let me know next time she's in town.
Will do.
He steps around the other chairs and opens the door, waits for me to exit, and closes it.
And I'll let you know how my conversation goes with Dustin.
I recall telling my neighbor that Graham is my boyfriend, and the air leaves my lungs.
Are you okay?
He asks. I nod, trying to breathe. Did Dustin say anything else about me?
No, I don't think so.
Relief washes through me. We walk toward the front door, and just as we round the staircase, Ember appears from the kitchen into the hallway. Her eyes widen, and she stares at Graham. She glares at me before darting back into the kitchen. He turns to me.
Is she okay?
She's a little stressed about something at school. I'm still trying to figure out what happened.
High school drama.
He looks lost in thought for a moment.
Being an adult almost makes me miss those days.
The corners of his mouth twitch.
Almost.
I'm not sure there's enough money in the world that would convince me to go back to school.
Didn't enjoy it?
Not particularly. I open the front door. I don't want to keep you too long since you have to get back to work. He pulls on his jacket and steps outside.
I'll text you later.
Okay. Thanks for stopping by.
Sorry you have to deal with Dustin. He annoys me, and I can only imagine how much worse it is for you. I'll do what I can to convince him to leave you alone.
Maybe you could find a new lead in the case, something that has nothing to do with my house. He gives me a genuine smile.
I'll do my best. Can't make any guarantees, though.
I appreciate it.
No problem.
Graham gives a little wave before he struts away. I notice a slight limp, and guilt stings. If only I hadn't let him explore that stupid tunnel, maybe everything would be the way it had been before, including his injuries. Namely, he wouldn't have sustained any. After he disappears from sight, I take a deep breath and close the door. I'm still as confused as before about where I stand with him, but at least he seemed to care. He didn't give off unhappy vibes. Not that I'm convinced he still isn't going to call off whatever our relationship status is. However, this whole thing makes me think I'm crazy for wanting a relationship at all. Between all of my family drama, raising a teenager, and fending off a crazy neighbor, any sane person would run screaming for the hills. I'm carrying more baggage than a passenger airplane. Sighing, I return to the kitchen, where my niece and brother are setting the table. Ember narrows her eyes at me.
What was he doing here?
I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, not fair.
But it's fair when you say that? She crosses her arms. I straighten my back. Jack clears his throat.
I have to get something from the other room.
He squeezes between us and hurries into the hallway. Ember straightens her shoulders.
He's my dad.
We don't know that.
Oh, come on. It all fits. Now, every time I see him, all I see is myself.
If he is your dad, then we should tell him. He has the right to know. Color drains from her face.
It isn't that simple.
What you mean is you're scared.
No, I'm not.
Then why not say something? I've been giving you time to process this, but don't you think he deserves as much? We stare each other down before she responds.
I don't want to talk about this now.
You need to think about it. There's never going to be a right time. A perfect excuse will always be waiting. But he deserves to know the truth. He's already missed out on the first 15 years of your life. Why not give him the opportunity to be a part of your last few years of childhood? Her eyes shine.
Fine. I'll think about it, okay? But I can't do it this weekend. I have too much else to process right now.
She turns to the side and wipes her eyes. I step closer and put my hand on her shoulder. Does this have something to do with whatever happened at school? Ember closes her eyes and nods.
I really can't talk about it right now.
Her voice cracks.
And I can't deal with Graham. I just can't.
I wrap my arms around her. I'm sorry for whatever happened. Just know I'm here when you are ready to talk about it. She nods and leans her head against my shoulder. I take a deep breath and rub her back until she steps away.
We better eat before it gets cold.
Jack appears in the doorway.
I got Billa.
She comes in wearing a hard hat. Who's ready to explore the basement after we eat? My stomach lurches. I'm not going to be able to eat anything. 17. Ember.
Kenzi is rinsing the dishes so slowly it makes me think she's trying to avoid the exploration of the basement. Who am I kidding? She's been avoiding that place since we moved in. Every time we pass the door, she either races past or stares at it like it could suck her in at any moment. I take the plate in her hand and stick it in the dishwasher. A sloth could do this faster. She frowns.
Sorry.
I don't think she is. Billa puts the last of the leftovers in the fridge and closes it.
Who's ready to explore?
Kenzi looks like she's going to puke. I feel kind of bad for being so excited about going down there. But then again, it gives me something to think about other than my heartache. Are you okay? She nods.
Let's get this over with. If nothing else, we can tell Dustin we found nothing and that he can shove it. He just wants answers,
Billa says. Kenzi glares at her.
He involved the police. You're the one who told him the detective is your boyfriend.
I nearly drop the bowl in my hand. What? Kenzi gives me a sheepish look.
I was trying to intimidate Dustin into leaving us alone. I took the liberty to stretch the truth.
Is he your boyfriend? Her expression darkens.
I don't know what he is. We've gone on dates, so it wasn't that much of a stretch. Let's get this over with. I'll be glad to seal that door shut just like the one to the tunnel.
I give her a double take. Is it really that bad?
Excuse me.
Kenzi flees from the room. Billa turns to me.
Is she always like this?
She's been avoiding the basement like the plague. Do you know what happened in there?
We got locked in there once. That really freaked her out, big time. She had a full-on meltdown, and even after we got out, she kept crying and screaming. Her mom took her upstairs, and I didn't see Kenzi for the rest of the weekend.
Seriously? My stomach tightens. That sounds awful.
It was.
Maybe we should go down there without her. What if this triggers her back to that state? I don't want to do that to her.
Billa shrugs.
I turn to Uncle Jack. What do you think? I don't know. I've never been down there. That was where Dad had his secret projects.
I exchange a surprised glance with Billa. Billa steps closer to Uncle Jack. What kind of secret projects?
I don't know. They were secret.
He never said anything about them?
Uncle Jack shakes his head. Just that I was to stay away.
I never saw anything like that, Billa says. Not that I remember.
What did you see? I ask.
Hooks and chains. Dad said our relatives used to hang the animals they hunted before cooking them.
My voice catches in my throat. No wonder Kenzi was so traumatized by the experience. What if she'd seen animals hanging on the hooks? Kenzi returns, her eyes bloodshot and her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She hands out dust masks.
Let's get this over with.
I take one but don't put it on. Maybe we don't have to do this. Billa shoots me an annoyed glance. Kenzi leans against the wall.
What do you mean?
Who says this needs to be done right now? Or ever? Look what happened when we insisted on finding out what was in the tunnel. It caved in.
It's a basement.
Billa pulls on her mask.
It's just going to be a bunch of dusty old garbage. We can snap a few pictures and send Dustin on his way. It'll all be for the best, don't you think?
Kenzi licks her lips. Yeah, you're right. It'll get him off my back. We can get this over with and be done with it. Seal it up, like I said.
Yeah.
Billa nods. I have a feeling it won't be that simple, but I agree nonetheless. Kenzi hands me her phone. You take the pictures, but I want them on my phone. I'm going to show him the pictures personally. Maybe even with Graham there. Okay. I stuff it into my shorts. It feels strange with two phones, one in each pocket. Hopefully I grab the right one to snap the photos. We march down the hallway in silence. The air feels thick and heavy. The quiet presses in on me. I'd rather hear something. I'd take the whispers or giggling at this point. Even our footsteps are soundless. My heart races faster with each step. The walls seem to close in, making the hall tighter. It's just my imagination. I'm letting Kenzi's nerves get to me. We've gotten close over the summer, and I'm taking on her emotions. Not to mention my own upset that I'm trying to forget about. Billa stops walking first, then the rest of us follow. My pulse drums in my ears. I can't believe we're actually going down into the basement. I'm surprised Kenzi's allowing Uncle Jack and me after how careful she'd been about the tunnel.
The key?
Billa asks. A beat passes before Kenzi responds. She digs into her pockets and pulls out the master key, the one that fits every lock, even though there are different keys for some of the doors. Thankfully, it isn't one of those skeleton keys, because those were massively creepy. None of those works now. My breath hitches as my aunt slowly slides the key into the hole. It glides in seamlessly before it turns. Click. My pulse pounds. What are we going to find down there? Is it as bad as Kenzi has made it out to be? Or is it just a typical basement? Nothing in this house is normal, so I'm sure we're about to walk into something crazy. I clench my fists and wait. Kenzi turns to me.
Do you have the camera ready?
The camera, right. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. Oops. I replace it and hold hers. Turn on the camera. All good. See? She nods, then pauses.
I'll go first.
Billa steps through the doorway. It feels like a portal to a land of nightmares. I read way too many scary books. Kenzi goes next and waves for me to follow. I do, focusing on my job as camera woman. If I get enough good pictures, that weirdo neighbor will leave us alone. Uncle Jack follows me, and his presence is comforting. Not only is he strong, but he's way smarter than my grandma ever gave him credit for when she finally told us about him. He's really fatherly, much more than my stepdad ever was. It makes me wonder how fatherly Graham would be. I shove that thought aside. The last thing I need is to lose anyone else, especially after the whole mess with Luke. Although I'll see him first period every weekday. The steps creak and groan under our weight. Some are louder than others, and in a way, this staircase reminds me of the one leading up to the third floor. The walls are narrow like that, too. As we near the bottom, a musty smell penetrates my mask. It tickles my nose and makes my eyes water. Once I step onto the basement floor, I look around. The first thing I notice is the old furnaces. At least that's what I think they are. Maybe just one is a furnace and the others are ancient machines I've never heard of. I can definitely see how a little kid would be terrorized being locked down here. Even at my age, those things look like they could eat someone. I snap a few pictures, making sure to get each one. Then I turn around. There are a few chains and hooks, but it's nothing like what I imagined. The way Billa was talking, I'd pictured a huge space of terrors. But this is no bigger than my closet back at my old house. Definitely nowhere near as scary as my aunts made it out to be. Relief floods me. They were remembering everything through child's minds, making the details out to be so much worse than reality. And there's no room to store any dead bodies. I take a few more pictures before returning Kenzi's phone to my pocket. This isn't so bad, and Dustin's brother isn't here. Let's go back upstairs. Billa and Kenzi exchange a look that sends a chill straight to my core. What? Kenzi presses a palm on the wall.
This wasn't here before.
What wasn't?
I ask.
Billa turns to me with a haunting expression.
The wall.
My stomach drops. Someone built it recently? Why? Kenzi nods. To hide something. Like dead bodies? I can't bring myself to voice that question. Well, at least we have the picture proof Dustin needs. Billa rubs circles on the wall. But that doesn't answer any of my questions. Kenzi frowns. Mine either. What are you saying? I ask. We have to take it down. A wall? I exclaim. That's crazy. Billa turns back to me. It's the only sane solution. I take a few steps back and bump into one of the furnaces. It's ice cold against my leg. How are we going to do that? Uncle Jack's eyes light up. Everything we need is in Dad's tool shed. Barely breathing, I step over to the wall and study it. Everything is dusty and covered in cobwebs. It's impossible to tell it doesn't belong. What's back there? How far does it go? Billa leans against the wall. More hooks and chains. My stomach lurches. That's all? Oh, certainly not. There are chairs and desks, locked cabinets. I swallow. Kenzi presses her ear to the wall, and I notice her face is pale. Basically, imagine the scariest movie you can, and triple that. For real? I stumble back. Both my aunts nod solemnly. We don't have to knock out the wall. We've got the evidence Dustin needs. I hold up Kenzi's phone. Billa gives me a curious glance. I thought you wanted to explore down here. I wanted to see what it's like. I don't want to see a place where people were tortured. The third floor was bad enough, and that was living quarters. I glance over at the hooks and chains behind my aunts. I don't think I can stomach worse. It makes me mad enough that servants had tiny rooms with almost no personal belongings. But actual torture? What if the rumors are true about the science experiments done on people? There's only one way to find out. My stomach lurches. I shove Kenzi's phone into her hands and race up the stairs, my eyes filling with tears. It's one thing to imagine what's hiding behind the doors of this house. It's something else altogether to tear down a wall and discover my ancestors were actually monsters. 18. Kenzi. Ember's room is empty, and I've already checked the other places she would have gone inside. She must have gone outside for air. Not that I can blame her, though I'm surprised she's having a harder time with the basement than me. I'm actually a little relieved now that I've been down there. It must have been the anticipation that was hardest for me to deal with. Or maybe it's the fact that the wall is hiding what I truly fear. Regardless, I need to find my niece. She's so sensitive about the suffering of others. Discovering the rumors hold a possibility of truth must be tearing her apart. Downstairs, I look out the window to see if she's out front. We both like the bench under the trees not far from the garden, but that's empty. I step outside and have a look around. She isn't out front. If she went around the back, she could be anywhere. Our property extends 4 acres, with most of it being in the woods and around in other areas, like the old family cemetery and possibly the caves, if my mother hadn't been lying about those. I never know what I can believe from her mouth. I pull out my phone and call her. No answer. My next course of action is to text her, but when I open the app, I find a missed message from Graham. I'd silenced my phone before we went to the basement. I'll have to get back to him later. I need to find my niece. Kenzi. Where are you? Again, no response. Kenzi. Are you okay? Nothing. Kenzi. I'm worried. Dots dance. She's responding. Relief washes through me. Ember. Fine. Kenzi. Where did you go? Ember. Need space. It annoys me that she won't answer my question, but I let it go. If I push, she'll just push back. Kenzi. Okay, I'm here if you want to talk. Ember. Thanks. I start to go to Graham's text, but get distracted when my brother and sister come outside. Did you find her? Jack asks. No, she wants to be alone. Billa nods. It's a lot to process. Probably better she isn't here while we tear down the wall. We should check for structural soundness first. It could be dangerous. It was added later, Billa says. Right, Jack?
Yes.
So, we're safe to build. Jack nods and marches toward the garden and disappears around the corner of the house. Now? I stuff my phone in my pocket and join Billa. Why not? My stomach knots. Do we really need to? We have everything we need to get Dustin off our backs. She tilts her head. Do we? If you wanted answers about the death of someone you loved, wouldn't you want actual answers? Of course. That's what happened with Claire's death. He deserves the same. I start to argue, but find I can't. A dog barks down the road. That's him. I clench my jaw. Billa's eyes light up. He could help us break down the wall. We could use all the help we can get. Have you lost your mind? I don't want him in the house. He's crazy. No, he's desperate. Wouldn't you be if you'd gone so long without answers? I don't know, but he's not going inside. End of discussion. Then you explain that to him. I'm going to help Jack bring in the tools we need. She heads toward the garden. Take them inside, around back. If she hears me, she doesn't respond. I mutter under my breath and turn around. Dustin and his dog are on the sidewalk in front of the yard. This time he isn't showing off his two bright teeth. I storm over to him. We went into the basement. No bodies. Want to see pictures? He crosses his arms. You think I'm going to back off after you checked out one room? The house has many thousands of square feet. And for the record, I want to see inside with my own eyes. I ignore him and find the pictures. Ember got a lot of good ones. Do you want me to send them to you, or do you want to see them at all? Dustin glares at me, but rattles off his number. I put it in my phone and text him the photos. His phone beeps several times as the pictures come in batches. He doesn't look. Aren't curious? I ask. I'll look later. His brows draw together, and he cranes his neck to look at something around me. What are they doing? I turn to see my brother and sister heading toward the house with large tools. A home improvement project. Dustin lifts a brow. I need to help them. I'm not going to be put off easily, Kenzi. There has to be evidence in there of what happened to Seth. That was the last place he was going before he disappeared. I take a deep breath. I may not have said it before, but I'm sorry about what happened to your brother. I know it's hard to lose a sibling. Claire's death has changed me, and we weren't even close. I promise, if I find anything, I'll let you know. His expression softens slightly. I appreciate that, but what would really give me closure is looking around for myself. I don't feel comfortable with that right now. If that changes, You'll let me know. He holds my gaze for a moment. I honestly don't want to force your hand,
But if I have to, I will.
With that, he leaves. I watch until he's out of sight and make my way back to the house. Once inside, I set the alarm. Noise sounds from down the hall toward the basement. They haven't started tearing down the wall already, have they? I hurry over and carefully make my way down the rickety stairs. The wall is still intact, but Billa and Jack are examining the tools. I look around for Ember, and that's when I remember she's outside somewhere, and I set the alarm because Dustin had rattled me. Jack turns to me.
You ready to start?
Let me see if Ember wants to join us. She might enjoy blowing off some steam. He nods and picks up a sledgehammer. I grab my phone, but notice I don't have a signal. I'll be right back. Sure, Billa says. I go back to the hallway to text Ember. Kenzi, we're starting with the wall.
Ember, okay.
Kenzi, do you want to help?
Ember, no.
Kenzi, might be fun.
Ember, or work.
Kenzi, don't you want to see what's on the other side?
Ember, sounds awful.
Kenzi, might not be.
Ember, not interested.
Kenzi, okay. Alarm is set. Want me to turn it off?
Ember, no, I have the code.
Kenzi, LMK if you change your mind.
I wait, but no response comes.
Are you coming? Billa calls. Almost. Another text comes in from Graham, but I ignore it. I can't take any more drama right now, and there are too many unknowns with him. In the basement, I find Billa now holding the sledgehammer. Jack has a pickaxe. You two are serious. Of course we are. Billa adjusts her dust mask. Is Ember joining us? She still wants space. Want me to talk to her? What makes her think she could interest Ember when I couldn't? I bite my tongue. No, she's really not interested. Okay, grab a tool. There's another sledgehammer and a few other things I can't name. I pick the hammer. Billa makes impact first. Dust and pieces of drywall fly out. Instinctively, I close my eyes. Should we get eye protection?
Couldn't find any,
Jack says. Sunglasses would be better than nothing. You sure? Billa removes her mask. Yours are really expensive. That feels like a jab, but I ignore it. I found a bunch of old ones upstairs. Let me run and grab some. I don't give them a chance to respond before I leap up the stairs and then to the second floor to an old dressing room with old makeup and other similar items in a vanity. There's a decorative box on the floor next to it. I think that's where the shades are. The top of the box fights me, but I manage to get it off. The sunglasses look like they're from the 60s or 70s, but they should do the job. We just need something to protect our eyes from flying debris. I grab 4 pairs, in case Ember changes her mind, and hand them out once downstairs. Billa slides hers on, and she looks like she's ready to go to a disco. Are we ready to start now? With Ember having no interest, there isn't anything else holding us back. Let's do this.
Watch out.
Jack holds the pickaxe in the ready position. My breath hitches as he makes contact with the wall. The blade gets stuck, but he yanks it out. Billa hits the wall with her hammer, sending more particles into the air. I watch my brother and sister for a few moments before joining in. Wailing on the wall actually does feel good. My muscles burn, and the action helps me to blow off steam. By the time I take a break, I'm not the least bit bothered by anything regarding either Dustin or Graham. I wipe sweat from my forehead and draw in a deep breath. Anyone want water? They both respond with an enthusiastic yes, so I make my way to the kitchen for the bottles. My stomach rumbles, reminding me we'll need lunch soon. I send my niece a quick text, letting her know how therapeutic the work downstairs is. Not that I expect a response. But surprisingly, she agrees to join us. Once she comes in, I toss her a bottle and reset the alarm, peeking out the window to see if Dustin is watching. He's not. At least not that I can see. Ember and I make our way to the basement. She gasps at the sight. White dust covers everything, including Jack and Billa, who look like they've been working while waiting for us to arrive. They empty their water bottles, then we all get to work wailing on the wall. Before long, my stomach is rumbling vehemently, and I can barely keep the hammer in the air any longer. Maybe we should get lunch. The others stop their work, and Billa turns to me. Something's wrong. What do you mean? I've torn down walls before, and this is taking too long. I wipe dusty sweat from my face. Are you saying Dad reinforced the wall? I'm not surprised. He never did anything half-hearted. She shakes her head. It's more than reinforced. You're going to have to explain. I don't speak construction. I don't know what the problem is. It's like the wall is made of steel or concrete. The drywall and now the layers of wood is only there for looks. It's anyone's guess what the next layer is. A distraction is my guess. I lean against a beam and look longingly at my empty water bottle. So how are we going to get through? Power tools? Jack asks. Billa shrugs. We can try, but don't get your hopes up. It's obvious that whoever built this didn't mean for anyone to get through. I square my shoulders. Nothing is indestructible. She studies the mess that was a white wall. No, but it could take something as powerful as explosives. What? I rub my ears. I know my ears are ringing, but did you just say explosives? It's possible, but that could potentially destroy the house's foundation. We might not be able to get in. Jack frowns. Ember sets her hammer down. Is there another way in? Like what? I ask. She presses her palms on what's left of the wall. How far does the basement go? Maybe there's a trap door somewhere. I mean, this place had a secret tunnel and a hidden room behind a bookshelf. A trap door would be nothing. And between that and this stupid wall, it would assure nobody accidentally got on the other side. My head is spinning, my throat is dry, and my stomach is still growling. Nothing would surprise me at this point. Maybe we should talk about this over lunch. I don't know about you all, but I need to eat. They all agree. We get cleaned up while the frozen pizzas cook. When we regroup in the kitchen, we're sore but refreshed. And we devour every piece of all 3 pizzas. Where should we look for that trap door? Ember's face is flushed with excitement. I'm glad to see her distracted from the school drama she doesn't want to discuss. If there is one, it could be anywhere. I gather the plates. And it would be disguised rather cleverly. I very nearly didn't find the hidden room in Dad's office. Or the tunnel entrance. Ember rises. If Grandma hadn't given that away, we'd never know. I frown. And Graham and the other officer would have never gotten hurt. She straightens her back. And we never would have figured out that he's my dad. That he might be. Billa throws us a confused look. Long story, I say. My point is, we need to be careful. And smart, Jack adds. We have to think like Dad. I'm not sure I can handle that, but I nod in agreement anyway. My brother is right. That's the only way we'll find an entrance to the other side of the basement. I can't believe I'm entertaining the idea. Whatever's on the other side of the wall is probably going to end up with me signing up for additional counseling sessions. My phone buzzes with a notification. Probably Graham. I really need to get back to him. Instead of a text, I find a private message from Dayton on social media.
Dayton, I know this is short notice, but are you able to meet for a short time this afternoon? I have something I need to discuss with you, and it should be in person. It's not a date, so no need for dressing up. I only need about a half hour of your time, and I will compensate you generously.
It's just the distraction that I need.
Are you okay, Kenzi?
Jack asks. Yeah. I'm going to have to leave for a little bit to attend a business meeting. You guys will have to start without me. Ember tilts her head.
You have a business meeting? How does that work?
I'm meeting to discuss something with a client. It'll only be for half an hour, so I won't be gone long. I don't wait for a response before I hurry upstairs and respond to Dayton. 19. Kenzi. Dayton offered to meet here in town, so he picked a pricey bar and grill I've never been to. But after eating all the frozen pizza, I doubt I'll be able to eat anything. I check my reflection in the mirror on the sun visor before getting out. Even though Dayton said not to dress up, I still put on a cute romper and curled my hair. The people he hangs out with daily probably look like models.
Kenzi,
comes his thick English accent. I hold back a sigh. I could listen to him reading a lengthy tax document and enjoy it, and spin around. Dayton! He takes my hand and it envelops mine. Despite wearing a pair of my highest heels, I don't come close to his shoulders. He looks me over, slower than usual.
You look stunning. I said you didn't need to dress up.
I smile and try to ignore the tingling in my stomach. I didn't.
Let's get inside.
He continues to hold my hand as we stroll toward the building.
I do hope you're open to my proposal.
I trip over my own feet and stumble forward. Proposal? Dayton reaches his hand out and helps steady me, but doesn't say anything about my clumsiness. Just gives me a warm smile. I try to return it, but my mind is racing with the possibilities of what he's going to say. Does he want me to pretend to be his fiancé? Or does he mean a business proposal? That could almost mean the same thing. When we enter the restaurant, the waiting area is full. It'll be more than a half hour before we're even seated. He gives the server his name, and we're immediately taken back to a quiet table by a window overlooking a small lake. Before I scoot my chair in, a waiter arrives and pours us wine. Dayton unfolds the cloth napkin.
I took the liberty of ordering ahead of time. I hope you don't mind. That way I'll take up the least amount of your time as possible.
It's perfect. I spread my napkin across my lap. He takes a long sip of his wine before meeting my gaze.
I have an unusual request, but I'd like you to hear me out.
I nod and sip my drink. It's so rich and smooth, and it relaxes me almost immediately. Dayton leans back and taps the table.
I'm going to be spending more time up here, in Seattle, actually, and my mother is planning one pre-wedding event after another for my twin. Between my family and business, I could very well need several dates a week with you.
I set my glass down. Are you asking me to be a solo client? He takes a deep breath and holds my gaze with an intensity that takes my breath away.
More than that. I would like to hire you personally.
What do you mean?
Instead of working for the agency, I'm proposing you work for me.
My mouth gapes. I've heard of people having one client, but nothing like this. You mean you'd be my boss? The corners of his mouth curve upward.
Not exactly. Our relationship would remain the same. I'll continue to make sure you're free when I need your company, and I'll give you as much notice as possible. And, of course, I'll compensate you more than fairly and provide benefits.
My mind spins, trying to make sense of it. Why not just pay the agency?
For convenience. Are you interested in hearing my financial offer?
Okay. He names a price that is more than double what I make in a month.
And like I mentioned, I will also include benefits on top of the weekly salary.
Weekly? He nods.
Now that I have your attention, let me fill you in on some of the details.
I can't voice a response.
The new business I'm working on with my cousin is getting a lot of attention. This could mean the media following us on dates, snapping pictures for their websites. It potentially means a lot of unwanted attention. If you don't want to be in the spotlight, I understand. It isn't for everyone.
I lean back and try to take it all in. He clears his throat.
I realize you may need some time to think about this. Would it be enough time for you to give me an answer at our date this week?
I can't even remember when our date is scheduled. Yeah, sure.
Do you have any questions?
Just one right now. Pardon me if it seems forward. He nods for me to continue. Why don't you want a real romantic partner? Why go to all this trouble?
It's a fair question.
He sips his wine.
Like I mentioned on our first date, my mother and aunts have really been on my case about having a love interest. I don't have time for the drama of a real relationship. This is the best of both worlds. Plus, my family adores you, and I do enjoy your company. What do you say? Will you consider it?
I take a long sip of my drink to allow an extra few moments of silence. Yes, I'll think about it. I'll have to find out about giving notice if I accept your offer. He nods.
Don't worry about that. I've already spoken with the CEO, and she's well aware of the situation. I'll compensate the agency as well.
You've really thought of everything.
I have to in my line of work.
The waiter arrives with the meals. Dayton and I dig in, and he doesn't notice I'm only picking at the food. Even if I hadn't just stuffed myself with frozen pizzas, I'm sure my appetite would be gone. He wants me to work for him, for more than twice what I would make at the agency. Is this for real?
Excuse me.
Dayton rises and holds up his phone, a model not even available in stores.
I need to take this call.
Once his back is turned, I take a deep breath. I should probably be jumping for joy at the opportunity, but I'd never imagined myself taking on a single client, or being employed by one. My phone buzzes. A text from Graham. What would he think about Dayton's offer? And what would Dayton think about me having an actual boyfriend? If the media does catch wind of my fake relationship with Dayton, it could look bad if I was seen with Graham. Life just got really complicated. And that's not even taking into account whatever my dad hid behind that wall in the basement. By the time Dayton returns, my stomach is knotted something fierce. He gives me an easy smile.
I need to get going. Small emergency with my cousin.
Oh, I hope everything is okay. Dayton nods.
Yes, it's merely financial, but I'm needed nonetheless. I'll see you Tuesday?
Tuesday it is.
I apologize for leaving so suddenly. Take your time finishing your meal. I've paid extra if you want dessert.
He takes my hand and kisses the back of it before dashing away. I pick up my glass and finish the wine. My phone buzzes, reminding me to get back to Graham. I have to find out where things stand with him before I make a decision about Dayton. 20. Kenzi. When I get home, everyone else is working in the garden. Bored of looking for that door already? I ask. Ember glances up and pulls off her leather gloves. We decided to wait for you. Are you ready to start? I shake my head. I only came back to put my food in the fridge. You're leaving again? Billa brushes dirt from her shorts. Hopefully not for long, but this is important. I have a big decision to make, and I don't have a lot of time. What kind of decision? Ember asks. I've been offered a solo client. I'll fill you in later if I decide to go for it. It might be a great opportunity, or it could be a total disaster. How's that? We can talk about it later. Like I said, I have to get going. I hurry inside to put away my food and the slice of chocolate cake the waiter insisted I take. When I leave, I wave from a distance, not wanting to get stuck in another conversation. I'm almost late to meet Graham as it is. Luckily, traffic is light and I make it to the beach in record time. Apparently, everyone else had the same idea. I have to drive around the parking lot 7 times before finding a spot. Graham's yellow car isn't far away. I shade my eyes and squint, trying to tell if he's inside.
Kenzi!
His deep voice comes from the direction of the walking trail. I wave and hurry over, regretting my decision to wear heels.
You look amazing.
Thanks. I look away, guilt stinging from going from one date to another. Although Dayton's was fake, and I'm not sure this one constitutes a date. He gives me a quick hug and sniffs.
Cologne?
Warmth creeps into my cheeks. Going on fake dates is my career, remember? His expression stiffens.
Right. Well, do you want to sit or take a walk?
I'll leave it up to you, since you'll be doing most of the speaking.
Mind if we walk? I'm feeling restless.
Sure. Graham reaches for me, but then quickly stuffs his hand in a pocket. We stroll along in silence for a few minutes. He stops when we come to a family of ducks waddling across our path. I watch them, but am more aware of Graham next to me. The birds leave our sight, and we start walking again. I turn to him. Anything on your mind? He glances at me, his mouth curved slightly down. I can't take it anymore. Where do I stand with you?
Getting straight to business.
You know me. He nods. What's going on? Are you jumpy because my tunnel caved in on you? If you are, I totally get it. Graham rakes his fingers through his hair and lets out a slow breath.
No, that isn't it.
What then? If I did something wrong, just tell me. I've been trying to give you space, but as you can see, I'm not very good at it. He takes my hand in his and rubs circles on my palm. My heart races at the gesture, yet at the same time, I find it comforting.
This isn't easy for me to talk about.
He clears his throat. Dread fills me. What? He takes a deep breath and glances off to the side.
Mind if we sit?
Sure, whatever makes you more comfortable. We take a seat at a nearby bench that's partially shaded by the trees. He continues rubbing shapes on my hand and looks back and forth between me and the path.
The short version is, when I was being treated for my injuries from the cave-in, a surprising health concern came to light.
I squeeze his hand.
Are you okay? Is that why you've been on desk duty so long? Graham looks away again.
I am, or at least I will be.
What is it?
A type of cancer.
Everything disappears around me except him. Are you serious? How long have you known? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't...
It's really okay. It was caught early, and it's generally a good one to have.
Good? I scoff. There isn't any good cancer. Is that what you've been telling yourself?
That's what my doctor said.
How long have you known? What kind is it? I know I'm throwing a lot of questions at him, but I don't care. How could you have kept this from me? I thought we were getting closer. He meets my gaze again.
That's exactly why I kept it to myself.
That makes no sense.
I wanted to protect you.
Graham scoots closer, so our bare legs are touching.
If something were to happen to me, I didn't want you to get hurt.
Newsflash, I'm already involved. And your pulling away from me did hurt.
I really am sorry for hurting you, but I'm not going to apologize for trying to protect you. The way I saw it, if we couldn't have something long-term, I didn't want to give you false hope.
What about that saying? It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. And what about giving me a choice? Maybe I would want to be there for you. You didn't even give me that option. You just pushed me away. I pull my hand back, irritation running through me. Maybe the strong, silent type isn't so sexy after all. It could just be annoying and secretive. He tugs on his shirt.
It's testicular cancer. I was thinking into the future, and if, worst case scenario, I couldn't have kids, it wouldn't be fair to pursue a relationship with you.
Or, again, you could be honest and let me choose for myself. Maybe I'd rather see how things go with you than worry about whether or not we could have kids someday.
I wouldn't want to take that away from you.
What I want is to be able to make my own choices. I'm already raising a child. My voice trails off as I put two and two together. He's worried about never having kids, and I'm raising Ember, who very well may be his daughter.
Are you okay?
His eyes fill with concern. He looks just like her. My voice catches in my throat. We have to tell him about his likely paternity, but I can't without Ember's agreement. She's still on the fence. Graham rests his hand on my knee.
Kenzi?
Where do I begin? And how could I have gotten irritated with him for hiding something from me when I was hiding something so monumental from him? Though, to be fair, I only keep it from him because of Ember's wishes. Do you know? I ask. If you can have kids?
I did finally ask about that, and apparently the chances are really good in my favor. But I won't know for sure until everything is all said and done. And that's why I didn't want to say anything to you about this.
My phone buzzes in quick succession, like I'm receiving multiple texts. I need to check that. I pull it out and see messages from both Ember and Dayton. Neither are an emergency, but the one from Dayton reminds me why I needed to talk to Graham in the first place.
Is everything okay?
I nod. Ember's updating me on a house project.
I hope it's nothing like the tunnel.
No comment. Graham lifts a brow. But it's the other texts that we need to discuss. He leans back.
Go on.
Now it's my turn to fidget, but only for a moment. I look back at him and decide to spit it out. I have a client who's interested in working with me on a solo basis.
Meaning?
I would only go on fake dates with him.
Nobody else.
But that doesn't stop you from seeing anyone for real.
No, at least I don't think so. That didn't come up. But he's in the news occasionally, and that would mean I could be in some pictures with him, if I agree to this.
You haven't yet?
I wanted to talk to you first. His expression softens.
Do you want to do this solo client thing?
I'm not sure. It isn't something I've ever done before. I have friends who have, but not in the spotlight, like it sounds this could turn into.
Is it the guy with the cologne?
Yes. I wanted to speak with you right away. Graham stretches his arm across the back of the bench and closes his eyes for a moment before looking into my eyes.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I've barely had time to process the idea, but I need to know what you think before I can make a decision. He nods.
I want you to be happy. And though I know it's too early to be worrying about the future, I can't promise you a family if things do get serious.
With his words, Graham has reached into my chest and yanked out my heart. And I don't want the world thinking I'm with someone else if I'm in love with you.
In love?
We're talking about the future, right? You're the one who brought up kids when we haven't even kissed.
Fair point. So, who's the guy? Anyone I've heard of?
Probably not. His name is Dayton Montgomery. Graham's mouth gapes.
You've been seeing Dayton Montgomery?
Fake seeing, I correct. You know who he is?
Of course I do. He's projected to be the next Bill Gates. Bigger, actually.
It takes me a moment to find my voice. He is?
Yeah, but doesn't he live in Silicon Valley? Are you planning on moving?
No. We met in L.A., but he's starting a business in Seattle with his cousin. Graham tilts his head.
The rumors are true? He and Marcel Sullivan are actually working on the new search engine empire attached to his app?
Maybe? You probably shouldn't repeat any of that. Maybe I wasn't supposed to say anything. To be fair, he never told me not to mention it. I never signed any non-disclosure agreement. I rack my mind trying to recall anything Dayton might have said along those lines. He never let on that he was anything other than a rich CEO of some company. How was it that I found him so easily on social media? Shouldn't he be untouchable if he's that big? Unless he wanted me to find him. But that's crazy. Or is it? Did he like the fact I was clueless about who he was? Maybe he's used to women treating him like a celebrity, but I've always just acted like he's anyone else. Graham pulls me from my thoughts.
Dayton Montgomery and Marcel Sullivan are going to give the big guys real competition. There has been speculation about a new proprietary.
I don't know anything about any of this. My mind is spinning, so I rub my temples. I wasn't even aware he was all that well known.
Well known? He's famous. How long has he been a client?
Since the day Claire died. I got the call at his brother's engagement party.
Emerson is engaged?
I didn't realize you were so into nerdy tech news.
It's pretty common knowledge, actually. I'm surprised you didn't know who he was when you first met. Do you know anything else about his app?
This is too much. I cover my mouth. It feels like I'm giving away national security secrets. Enough about his business career. I'm trying to figure out mine. How do you feel about this? Will it affect any potential future we may have? My phone buzzes. I start to put it in my purse, but Graham puts his hand on my arm.
Is that Dayton?
He looks excited by the prospect. This is not how I imagine the conversation playing out. I glance at the screen. It's a text from Ember, and it's one word.
Ember. Emergency.
My stomach crashes to the ground. I quickly send a reply. Kenzi. What?
Ember. We think B broke her arm.
Kenzi. Call ambulance.
Ember. She says no.
Kenzi. I say yes.
Ember. No insurance.
Kenzi. I'll be right there.
Ember. Hurry.
I shove my phone into my purse and leap to my feet. I have to go. There's an emergency at home. He jumps up.
Is everything okay?
I head for the parking lot. My sister broke an arm. I'm going to have to drive her to the ER. Graham catches up.
Be sure to call it in first, so she can be seen faster.
Okay, thanks.
Anything I can do?
I stop in my tracks and look him in the eyes. Figure out how you feel about me. Then I race to my car before he can reply. 21. Ember.
Every muscle in my body aches, and I don't feel like I got a moment of sleep. I reach for my phone, which won't stop making notification sounds, and look at the screen. Gretchen has been calling and texting nonstop for 15 minutes. I return her call.
Why have you been ignoring me?
She answers. The real question is, why won't you let me sleep?
It's almost noon.
I moan. Exactly. Goodbye.
Don't hang up.
Why not?
Wilhelm and I are going to a pool party at Katrina's. It's the final hurrah for summer, and it's going to be the biggest event of the year. Bring Luke.
A whole different kind of pain crushes me at the mention of his name. He's busy.
Then come alone. You won't want to miss this.
We broke up.
Wait, what? When did this happen?
I don't want to talk about it.
Is this why you've been avoiding me? Why wouldn't you tell me right away? We could have had a girls' night, complete with movies and ice cream.
My family has needed me. That's been more than enough distraction. I'm going back to sleep.
All the more reason to join me at the party.
I sigh. No offense, but I don't want to watch you spend your whole time with Wilhelm.
Hey, I have an idea. I'll see if his twin...
No.
You're no fun.
I've seriously had the worst summer of my life, Gretchen. The only fitting way to end it is to spend the day moping.
Or think of it as kicking off your best school year ever with a party nobody'll soon forget.
Will you leave me alone if I say I'll think about it? She squeals.
You'll think about it?
Yeah. I don't mention the fact that she isn't typically a squealer. In fact, she's often made fun of the popular girls for that kind of thing. It makes me wonder if we're starting to move in separate directions. If so, this is definitely the worst summer ever. Maybe I should go. Or maybe I should just stay home and mope. That sounds a lot better.
Think about it while you get ready, Gretchen says. I'll call you in an hour.
Pretty sure I know what I'll tell her. Talk to you then.
Bye.
I end the call and take a long, deep breath. The last place I want to be is with a bunch of kids from school. I'm going to be stuck with all those people for the next 9 months. At least I have an hour to figure out how to let my friend down easily. I force myself out of bed and open the door. Kenzi is standing there, her arm in position to knock. My heart leaps into my throat and I stifle a scream. What are you doing?
Just seeing if you're up. Billa and I want to look for a hidden door down to the basement. Want to join us?
And there's my excuse to avoid the party. Yeah, sounds great. I'll join you after I get a shower. How's Billa's arm? Yesterday, we all went to the hospital with her. She returned to the waiting room with a soft cast and the good news that it was only a sprain, not a break.
She says it feels a lot better today, probably because of the painkillers. Anyway, there are donuts in the kitchen if you're hungry. We'll be in the ballroom.
I stiffen at the mention at that room.
You don't like that idea?
It's fine. I shove aside the memories of being in there with Luke.
Okay, good. We still need to talk about Graham.
Now the party isn't sounding so bad. Do we have to?
My aunt leans against the doorframe. I know you're conflicted and don't want to think about it, but he shared something with me that you should know.
My breath hitches. What?
Can I come in?
This is bad, isn't it? I move aside and sit on my bed. Kenzi sits next to me and waits before speaking.
It's something you need to know, and it affects your decision to tell him.
I grab my pillow and squeeze it. Lay it on me.
He has cancer.
The world stops spinning. I can't breathe. She puts her hand on my arm. I gasp for air. Cancer?
He has a great prognosis from what he said, but he's concerned about having kids.
She pats my arm. I could be his only shot at being a dad?
Possibly. I didn't have too long to discuss it before you texted me about Billa's emergency.
This changes everything. Kenzi nods. He's going to live, though?
Yeah, it didn't sound like that was a concern.
Relief washes through me. The last thing I need is to have another parent die on me, especially after just finding out about him. I need to get to know him, if he wants to know me.
What are you thinking?
I look at my aunt. When can we tell him? After I eat? Actually, I don't think I have an appetite. Can he come over after I shower? I don't want him seeing me like this. My heart feels like it could burst out of my chest.
Let me give him a call. I'm not even sure if he's available today.
Why didn't you tell me this last night?
I forgot with all the commotion of going to the hospital, and then we were all exhausted when we got back.
I rub my arm, my muscles tight from trying to break down an impenetrable wall. But he's going to be okay?
Of course he is.
My aunt smothers me with a hug.
Don't you worry about that.
When she pulls back, I ask, how am I supposed to tell him?
We'll do this together. I'll start by asking him about your mom. He's never mentioned having known her, so he might not remember their encounter.
I snicker. That's one way to put it. She stands and pats my shoulder.
I don't want you worrying about the conversation. I'll take care of it, but you can also jump in anytime you want. We'll get this figured out, and if it turns out not to be him, we'll start looking into other options.
Like those ancestry tests?
Yeah, like that. Plus, Graham probably has other resources, and I'm sure he'd be happy to help.
Her expression turns more serious.
Are you ready for this? How are you going to feel if it does turn out to be him?
My mouth dries. Well, to be honest, I think it will be him. There are too many clues pointing to him. It'll be a relief to know for sure, instead of guessing and wondering.
No matter what happens, I'm here for you. And if it does turn out to be him, you couldn't ask for a nicer guy to be your dad.
My stomach knots. I can't believe I'm so close to finding out if he's my dad. The real question is, how will he feel about it? About me. He's always been nice enough to me, but that was before finding out I could be his kid. Kenzi smiles.
It'll be fine. We'll find your dad, no matter who he is or where he is. And I'm here for you every step of the way, whether you need a hug or someone to yell at.
Overwhelmed with emotion, I throw my arms around her. She returns the embrace.
But let's get some lunch first.
Lunch? I haven't even had a shower.
Get ready. I have a feeling today is going to be a big day for both of us.
For you too. Then realization hits me. If he's my dad, is that going to mess things up between the two of you?
Things are already up in the air.
Why?
I'll fill in the details for you, Jack, and Billa over lunch.
Now I'm confused. About Graham?
About my job, and it does affect Graham.
I grab some clothes from my dresser. If you say so. She chuckles as she leaves. I hold up the clothes. What exactly does one wear when informing someone they could be your father? Probably not these tiny shorts. I dig through my drawers some more. Then I go through my closet before giving up. Frustrated, I go next door to my mom's old room and look through her clothes. Sometimes the stuff she wore at my age is just retro enough to be cool. But this time, it just feels weird. What if I pick the same thing she wore when she met Graham? I shudder at the thought before marching back to my room and finally deciding on the romper I wore on my first date with Luke. It feels tainted because of how things ended. But I can't blame him. I don't hate him, even though I sort of wish I could. But he was as upset over breaking up as me. I grab the romper and head for the door when my phone rings. The tone tells me it's Gretchen. She's so impatient. When I see the screen, I realize a full hour has actually passed since I spoke with her.
You ready?
She says when I accept the call. Not even close.
Why not?
I pull the device away from my ear because she's so loud. When she stops, I bring it back and speak. Something has come up. I promise to fill you in on everything as soon as I can. But for now, I have something to deal with.
Is it that crazy neighbor?
No. Call me when you get back from the party and I'll tell you everything. Or better yet, come over.
Is it big?
She sounds curious now. It could be. I won't know for sure until later.
What's it about?
I hesitate before replying. My dad.
What? You've been acting so weird about that topic lately. Tell me everything.
My stomach rumbles, reminding me of how much I have to do. After the party, I swear you'll get the whole story.
I'd better. And I want the full scoop on Luke, too.
No way am I going to tell her he's my teacher. That's too embarrassing. But I can't let her know that, or she might not come over. I'll just tell her about the breakup. Okay.
And I'll find out if Wilhelm's brother is interested in a double date.
I'm not sure I'm ready.
Sure you are,
she insists.
No better time than the present. You gotta put the past behind you so we can start the school year off right.
I'm too tired to argue, so I half-heartedly agree before ending the call. Once I'm done getting ready, I hurry to the kitchen. Nobody's there. I'm too hungry to wait, so I warm up leftovers and scarf them down with a cup of coffee. Whispers sound in the hall. I know they're not either of my aunts or my uncle, but I get up and look. As expected, the hallway is empty. A flurry of whispering sounds again. This time with a slight breeze, enough to move my hair. The sounds go in the direction of Grandpa's office. I follow them, ignoring the goosebumps on my arms.
It's hard to know what to expect. I wish I could understand some of what they were saying. The voices go past the office, down toward the library. Then they just stop. For a moment, the silence is deafening. I look around, trying to make sense of it. Do they want me to go into the library? Or to look around in the hallway? There isn't anything interesting here. Some potted plants, a statue of a man in a top hat with a cane, and some paintings. Unless one of these is more than it appears to be. I wouldn't be surprised, not after a bookshelf and a mirror have both turned out to be hidden doors. Except nothing here is that big. I pull the statue's hat. It's secure. I try the cane and get the same result. Nothing unusual. Next, I feel around the frame of the nearest painting of a stuffy-looking couple from another era. No hidden buttons. Whispers sound again, this time from inside the library. And I swear I hear the words, "Come here." But I'm probably imagining that. I have to be. Or maybe I'm not. My heart leaps into my throat as I step in and get a whiff of the room that smells of old books. The voices surround me, going round and round. I can pick out a few random words, but nothing that makes sense. The sounds pull away with a great gust, and my hair flies forward in that direction. I take a few hesitant steps before standing tall and following with purpose. A few books move slightly as the gust of whispers pass. My heart palpitates and my breathing grows harder with each step I take. The voices stop. I look around, as if seeing anything is possible. I'm in a back corner with nothing other than books and shelves. Would my ancestors have made 2 hidden doors disguised as shelves? Anything is possible, and hidden doors aren't out of the question. I scan the book spines for anything out of place, but the way they're organized doesn't make sense to me. They aren't alphabetized either by author or title. I'm sure there's a method to the madness, but it's nothing I can figure out. Or maybe I'm looking for a trap door. That's probably it. We're trying to find out what's underneath the basement. I turn my attention to the floor. The dark hardwood is in a crisscross pattern that would make it difficult to make it into a hidden door, and there aren't any rugs that would hide anything obvious. But that doesn't stop me from kneeling and pressing my palms on the wood, feeling around until I've gone over the whole area where the voices stopped. I rise and dust off my knees. There probably isn't anything in here. In fact, I probably imagined the whispering. This is all in my head, and I'm wasting my time when I should be thinking about what I'll say to Graham. What if he really is my dad? That could change everything. Lost in thought, I go around the nearest shelf to walk along the wall. As I pass a fireplace, something gives me pause. I stop and study it. Something seems off, but I can't tell what. A rug. The only place in this enormous room to have any carpeting. Sure, maybe people would sit here and read, but why not place a seat here instead of a rug? I lift it and shove it out of the way, finding it heavier than it looks. But that isn't what takes my breath away. It's the scuff marks on the floor in the shape of a half moon. Like something has been moved repeatedly over time. I spin toward the fireplace and study it. Could it actually be a hidden door? There's only one way to find out. I run my palm along the bricks. They each feel the same, and none are loose. Then I press on each one. None of them does anything. Whatever opens this fireplace isn't controlled by the bricks. Disappointment washes through me, but I try to ignore it. There are still other things on it that I can try. There are several framed paintings and a vase. The first painting lifts easily, and nothing else is affected. I move to the next one and lift it. Again, nothing. Next comes the vase. It appears to be made of a purplish-tinted glass, but when I try to lift it, it doesn't budge. Not at all. I pull it toward me. It moves. The fireplace vibrates and shakes. Then it starts to pull from the wall. The right side pulls forward and moves in the direction of the scuff marks. I leap out of the way and watch, trembling. What new secret am I about to find? 22. Ember. My breath hitches as I stare into the hidden space. A musty odor tickles my nose. I try not to sneeze, but fail. I look around to see if anyone has seen me, like I'm a kid caught doing something I'm not supposed to do. Or like a protective ghost is going to jump out and pin me to a wall. But everything is silent. The air around me chills. I need to find out what's hiding behind the fireplace. Could it lead to the room behind the metal wall? Will I finally find out why my aunt is so scared of the basement? A chill runs down my spine. I draw a deep breath and pull out my phone. Fumble to turn on the flashlight app. Nearly drop the device but catch it. Shine the light into the darkness. A staircase. It goes both up and down. I look to the ceiling and try to figure out which room is above. I think one of the empty bedrooms. Possibly the one with the light that goes on and off by itself. A chill runs down my back. The stairs could lead all the way up to the 3rd floor. There is a blocked-off wall up there. So many secrets. How many are so old even my grandparents didn't know of them? If anyone is going to find answers, it's going to be me. I bend down and enter the low doorway. The musty smell is stronger, making my eyes water. I cover my mouth with my elbow and shine the light up the stairs and down. The steps are made of metal and they curve, reminding me of a rudimentary version of the main staircase, not to mention much creepier. Groan. Whispers sound around me. I freeze in place, heart thundering. The whispers rush around me in a violent wind, blowing my hair into my face. As suddenly as they began, they stop. Then the unintelligible voices rush down the stairs. I swallow. Though I was going to go down, now I can't get my feet to move. The whispers come back up, growing louder. This is insane, crazy. I have to be imagining this. I close my eyes and lean against the wall. Take deep breaths, despite the strong odor. Somehow I manage to build my resolve, and I open my eyes. Grab the railing and take the first step. Creak! I gasp and leap back, feeling foolish. For what? I'm not sure. Going down or being afraid of a creak. No sane person would trust these stairs. In fact, I'm sure Kenzi would never let me down if she knew what I'd found. But she did venture into the tunnel when we discovered that. Slowly, I put pressure on the step again. Creak. I stand and hold my breath. The stair doesn't give way. I don't fall into an abyss. So I take the next stair, and the next, winding down until I'm at the bottom. There's barely enough room for me to stand here. A closed door is on my right. It has one of those old-style knobs with the skeleton keys. What if it's locked? I don't know if we have any of those old keys lying around any longer. I'm not sure what happened to them after Kenzi had all the locks replaced. Correct that. after she'd had all the known locks replaced. There's only one way to find out. I stare it down for a moment before reaching out a shaky hand and twisting. It's unlocked. I nudge the door. It groans in protest, but I push as far as it will go. Something prevents it from opening all the way, but there's plenty of room for me to squeeze through. It's slightly brighter in here, though that isn't saying much. There are 2 thin windows on the left side, and there's so much dirt caked over them it's impossible to see outside. They let in only a negligible amount of light. I keep my phone pointed to the floor, step inside, and try to see what I can without the light. There are so many oddly shaped shadows. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Someone is watching me. As I spin in a circle, I shine the light around too fast to see anything other than the dust particles floating in the air. Slowing, I take in everything. Try to see anyone. Freeze in place almost immediately. One wall is filled with knives and other bladed objects of every size and shape. Some are straight edge, others rounded, and still others in a full circle. Some have brown rust. At least I hope that's rust. I turn slightly, using the light as a guide. 3 identical yellowish tables stand off to the side of the knives. All have dark splotches of varying sizes. Blood. Grandpa hunted. Other Brannon men and women did too. Those tables are where they had to have prepared the meat. That must be it. I glance down at the floor before creeping toward the tables. The ground is free of any clutter other than years of dust. Each table has 3 brown straps with buckle-like pieces. Why would they need to strap down dead animals? My stomach knots as I realize the tables are long enough to hold grown men and women. I shine the light around. The wall in front of me is made of metal. This is the other side of the basement. A place someone went to great lengths to conceal. Holding my breath, I tiptoe over to a shelf on the other side of the room. Piles of dusty papers are spread around amongst full files and folders. I reach for one, but then my light catches on something that reflects back at me. A jar, with a human hand floating in it. I scream, drop my phone on an envelope, grab both. Then I run.
23. Kenzi. After ending the call with Graham, I lean against the railing overlooking the staircase and the first floor. I've been wandering around this enormous house while speaking, and still haven't found anyone. I send a quick text to both Ember and Billa. Neither respond. Then I make a note in my to-do list to get Jack a phone. Movement outside catches my attention. I squint for a better view. Dustin. He and his dog are staring at the house from the sidewalk. Anger runs through me. It's fueled in part by my nerves about everything else, but I go with it because that neighbor has gone off the rails. I bring 911 to my call screen, so it's handy just in case, shove my phone into a pocket, and storm down the stairs, growing more furious by the moment. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened in this house decades ago, and it doesn't give him any right to keep pestering us. None of us was here when that happened. Technically, Jack probably was, but he'd have been locked away in his room, unable to get out. Even if he was here, he doesn't know what happened to Dustin's brother any more than the rest of us. I throw open the door, then march toward Dustin. Barely notice my brother and sister in the garden. Hardly register my niece isn't with them. I have one mission, and nothing is going to stop me. Dustin watches me as I approach. He doesn't smile or wave. Good.
I don't want to fake any friendliness any more than I want to see his annoying teeth. I stop at the edge of the property. Do I need to get a restraining order?
The sidewalk is public property.
An order can keep you from it.
Good luck with that. Find anything inside?
If I did, I'd have called you. You need to leave. He lifts a brow.
Do I?
Yes. You need to stop obsessing over my house. None of us know what happened to your brother, and should we find any evidence, you'll be the first to know. Goodbye. He shakes his head. What does that mean? His brows draw together and he holds my gaze.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Esquines
A moment before responding.
I'm done waiting. I want to see in there for myself.
That's not happening.
You really should reconsider.
I stand taller. Why would that be?
I can be rather convincing. I'd prefer not to be, but if it comes down to it, I will.
What do you mean by convincing? Are you going to lawyer up? Bring cookies?
Oh, I have my ways.
Stop messing with us. Hire a private detective and leave us alone. You know none of us has any idea what happened to your brother. If my father knew, he took that to his grave. My mother is in jail. Perhaps you could pay her a visit. She'd be the one living person who knows anything. He crosses his arms.
She won't say anything.
You've already tried?
Not recently.
She's done pretending to have dementia. You can probably get more out of her now than before. His mouth forms a straight line.
She wasn't playing that game when I spoke with her.
You did talk to them when they lived here?
Years ago. I told you I dated your sister. I tried to find out what happened back then, but got stonewalled.
I'm not surprised. My father hated Claire dating older men. He'd have hated you for that fact alone.
True. I never made it past the entry.
His nostrils flare, and he steps uncomfortably close.
But I want a tour of the house. Now.
Not happening. I have things to do. If you want to discuss this any further, get an attorney.
This ends today.
His tone sends a chill down my spine. Excuse me?
You heard me. We can either do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice.
His eyes are like glaciers. Are you threatening me? He uncrosses his arms.
I don't want to, but if it comes down to that, I'll do what's necessary.
If only I'd thought to grab my purse before confronting him. I'd at least have pepper spray. I keep my expression from showing increasing concern. We have neighbors. Dustin glances to the house across the street and gives me a slow, creepy smile.
They're gone for the weekend. I'm watering their plants.
How nice for you. I start to turn away. Just so you know, I'll be calling a lawyer first thing in the morning.
You won't need to if you just let me walk around your house.
I already told you, you won't find anything. He moves his outer shirt aside, showing a large knife in his pocket. I freeze in place.
Willing to reconsider now?
That's...
It's a knife, freshly sharpened. Like I said, I don't want to use it. Don't want to threaten anyone. I just want answers.
My mind spins out of control. Hastily, I grab my phone, try to unlock it with my thumb, but it falls to the ground and bounces in the dirt. He kicks it under a bush.
Leave it.
I'll scream.
And I'll cut out your vocal cords.
My mouth falls open. Dustin grabs my arm and squeezes hard.
Give me what I want.
Let go. This is assault. I try to pry his fingers loose.
Actually, it's your word against mine, and I'm not applying enough pressure to leave a mark.
I open my mouth to yell. He covers it, dropping the leash. The dog runs down the street. I struggle against him and manage to free his hand from my mouth. Aren't you going to get her? Dustin flashes me a twisted smile.
That's not even my dog.
What the? He whips out the knife.
Take me inside.
I glance over at my brother and sister working furiously on the garden. How can they be so oblivious to all of this?
Hello?
Dustin turns my head back to him.
Are you going to take me inside, or is this place self-serve?
I spit at him. You're sick, you know that? He laughs. We outnumber you, and my brother can overpower you on his own.
He's an idiot. A real mental case.
I punch him in the jaw. Dustin drops the knife, rubs his face.
That's assault.
Technically, it's your word against mine. I lunge for the knife and skid across the grass and dirt, getting some in my eyes and mouth. He leaps for it, and given his height advantage, he reaches it first. His knuckles turn white as he clings to the handle.
The neighbor's doorbell camera captured you hitting me. I made sure it's pointing right here.
After you... Dustin covers my mouth and presses the blade to my cheek.
I'd hate to ruin such a pretty face. Take me inside without making a scene. If you alert your siblings to what's going on, I'm going to slice you to pieces. You'll never look the same again.
My heart hammers, threatening to burst from my chest.
Nod if you agree. Do anything else if you want to look like Frankenstein's monster.
He presses the knife harder. I nod, but only to shut him up. He leads me through the yard toward the house, one hand still over my mouth and the other pressing the knife against my skin. I turn my eyes toward the garden, willing Jack or Billa to look up and notice us. They don't. My heart sinks. Then I remember Ember. She's inside somewhere. I hope she remains hidden. I hadn't been able to find her when I was inside looking. Or maybe it would be better if she came across us. She might be able to call for help or get to the security panel and get help that way. Dustin can't take us both on. When we get to the door, he orders me to open it. I reach for the knob, but can't get a good grasp.
Don't try anything funny.
He digs the blade into my flesh, and warm blood trails down my face. My hands are shaking too hard, but somehow I manage to twist the knob. He kicks the door as soon as it opens a crack. It flies inside and crashes into a wall. Dustin shoves me next to the security box.
Is this thing going to cause me problems?
I shake my head no. He removes his hand from my mouth and presses it against my neck, making me choke.
Is it disarmed?
Yes.
Prove it.
Shaking, I point to the flashing green light. His expression tightens as he stares at it.
You'd better be telling the truth.
I am. He looks around before slamming the door shut so hard it makes me flinch. Then he shoves me on the staircase. I gasp for air and climb up the first few steps.
Stop right there.
He waves the knife around. I freeze in place.
Where's your dad's office?
Swallowing, I try to think of a way to distract him so I can call for help on the alarm box. Dustin lunges for me, wrapping his fingers around my neck and pressing his weapon to my chest.
I asked you a question.
The right. He leaps to his feet and pulls me up with him, again squeezing my arm. I cry out in pain.
Shut up!
He thrusts me against the railing. It pokes into my side.
Don't make a sound. Your security system probably has a safety word. If I speak to you, just point and nod. Got it?
My safety phrase. I'd forgotten completely about that. I nod quickly, not wanting to give him another reason to hurt me.
Good. Now, point the way, and don't try anything. I really don't care about destroying your pretty face.
I take in a ragged breath and point in the direction of the office. Dustin grabs my hair and yanks it as we walk down the hall. My gaze darts around, and I try to listen for Ember over the sounds of my labored breathing.
Where now?
He pulls harder on my hair and presses the blade into my back. It scrapes down about an inch. I gasp. He drives it deeper.
What direction?
Tears sting my eyes, but I manage to gesture straight ahead. Dustin forces me inside the office and slams the door shut.
Where are his most important files?
I point to the desk, then to a file cabinet tucked to the side and mostly hidden by a fake potted plant. He rams me into the desk. The corner jabs into my hip, and despite my best efforts to stay quiet, I cry out.
You've never been anything but trouble.
He hits me across the face with the butt of the knife handle. What? Dustin yanks me by my hair again and throws me against the door. The knob lances into my back. He glowers at me.
You're the little brat who ratted me out to your dad. Claire and I had to break up because of you. I never got to look through this house like I needed to, and it's all your fault. It's poetic justice that you're giving me what I've needed all this time.
He lunges for me, but this time I dart out of the way. The fury on his face causes me to freeze, and it's just long enough for him to take hold of me again. He drags me over to the desk, propels me to the chair. With one hand, he presses his weapon against my neck. With the other, he roots around in my dad's drawers. I consider making an escape while he's distracted, but the blade is still poking into my skin. If he pulls it away even slightly, I'm bolting. Breath hitched, I wait. He turns back to me, now holding duct tape. My stomach sinks. If I'm going to make my getaway, it's now or never. 24. Kenzi. I leap to my feet, dart around him, lunge for the door. Dustin's footsteps fumble behind me.
Stop!
My hand grasps the handle, twists it. The door inches open. Fingers wrap around my side, press into my ribs. I try to shake free from his grip. He pulls me down. My head hits the ground first, then my shoulder and hip. I turn to crawl to my feet. Scream my safety phrase. Claire, Brannon, Dawson! Before I get out another breath, Dustin straddles me, shoves my shoulders down, shouts in my face. I thrash, hit and kick, manage to knee him in the back. His eyes narrow. He rips off a short piece of tape, forces it over my mouth. I knee him as hard as I can. Dustin gasps. Good. I knee him again and punch toward him. He yanks off a long piece of tape, grabs my wrists, and ties them together 3 times over. After grabbing his knife, he jumps to his feet.
Stay there!
I sit up, then struggle to my feet, rip the tape from my mouth. His brows furrow together, and he calls me a derogatory name. I dart around him, run for the door. He pushes me, hard. I stumble, fall. Try to catch myself. My constrained wrists only get in the way. When I hit the ground, the wind gets knocked out of my lungs. Can't breathe. I twist to see if that helps. He grabs my ankles, drags me. I try to pull free, but he has too tight of a grip. Rip! My stomach knots at the sound of more duct tape tearing. I flail and kick to get away, or at least slow him. It doesn't work. He wraps the adhesive around my ankles.
You made me do this, you know? It didn't have to go down like this.
Whack! The door bursts open. Several officers flood into the room. It takes me a moment to realize I'm safe. Relief washes over me. It's short-lived. Dustin draws a pistol from his pocket and aims it at me.
Everyone freeze, or I kill her.
The officers aim their guns at him.
Nice try. I'll happily end her to make her father pay. A life for a life. My brother's, and now hers.
I shake my head, trying to plead with my eyes, since that's all I have. He inches toward me.
Stop!
Yells one of the officers.
I'm in charge here.
Dustin waves the pistol, though he keeps it aimed at me.
I call the shots. Literally. Do what I say, or she dies. Lower your weapons.
He waits a moment.
Now!
They don't budge. One takes a step forward.
Drop your gun. Too bad.
Dustin turns back to me, a wild look in his eyes. He's crazy, and I'm going to die. Bang! The whole world moves in slow motion. It stops. This is where it ends for me. Something shoves into me. I skid across the floor, crash into the desk. Someone is on top of me. My ears are ringing. Shouting sounds far away, but is probably only muffled by the ringing. The person on top of me climbs off. Graham. It takes me a moment to realize he risked his life to push me out of the way. He could have died. For me. I crane my neck to see where the bullet went. It burrowed into one of Dad's shelves. Not me, not Graham. My body feels like jelly. I close my eyes, unable to process anything else. Dustin tried to kill me. Graham risked his own life to save me. We're both alive. My stomach lurches. I don't want Graham to see me puke. Another lurch. I need to get out of here. I bolt upright, hit my head on the side of the desk. Graham appears in front of me, his eyes full of concern.
Are you okay?
My stomach tightens, twists, thrusts. I crawl awkwardly over to a potted plant behind Dad's desk and spew my lunch into the fake dirt. My stomach lurches again, and after throwing up again, I'm certain my stomach is empty. Someone is rubbing my back. My face flames.
Are you okay, Kenz?
Graham asks. I turn toward him. I never liked that plant anyway. The corners of his mouth curve upward. He grabs a tissue from the desk and wipes my chin. That's disgusting. I'm so sorry. Graham tosses the tissue into the trash bin.
It's nothing. Let me get the tape off. Are you okay?
I start to say yes, but then shake my head no.
I'm sure you're not.
He whips out a pocket knife, carefully cuts the tape from my wrists and ankles, and helps me up. Two of the other officers are dragging Dustin, handcuffed but kicking and screaming, out of the room. The other turns to Graham.
Felton, you're on desk duty.
Technically, I'm off duty. My desk duty ended after my shift today.
I'd just clocked out when the call came in.
Let's hope the captain sees it that way.
He will.
Graham stands taller. The other officer glances at me before turning to Graham.
Are you going to take her statement?
He nods.
I'm going to take care of her, yes.
The officer gives him a knowing look before leaving the room. Graham wraps his arms around me tightly. Ow! He loosens his grip.
Are you injured?
Nothing serious. I lean my head against his chest and cling to him.
I've faced death before, but nothing has ever scared me as much as seeing that gun aimed at you.
His heart thunders in my ear. I pull away and look at him in shock. You don't have on a bulletproof vest? He shakes his head.
Just got off desk duty.
You could have died. I shove him and wince at the pain in my arm and side.
So could you. I wasn't about to let that happen.
Why did you do that? I lean against him again. He kisses the top of my head.
Better me than you.
Why? I look up at him.
That's not something I can answer while I'm on the clock.
I thought you were off duty.
That ended the moment I came here. Speaking of, where would you like me to take your statement? That sitting room?
I take a step back. Can I brush my teeth first?
Normally I'd say no, but I won't stop you if you need to use the bathroom.
I do. We go into the hall and I start upstairs.
Meet you in the sitting room,
Graham says. I nod in agreement and hurry as quickly as I can, with sore everything. Once I catch my reflection in the mirror, I cringe. I'm tempted to wash off the dried blood and fix my smeared makeup. But all of that might be part of taking my statement. I brush my teeth 3 times before making my way downstairs. Graham is on the phone when I get to the sitting room. He holds up a finger, letting me know he'll be a minute. I sit across from him and reach for my phone. It isn't there. I must have lost it in the scuffle. Then I remember it's under a bush in the front yard. I want to go out and get it, but I close my eyes. The events all race through my mind in rapid succession, like I'm watching them happen to someone else. Graham rests a hand on my leg.
Are you awake?
Yeah. I don't open my eyes, though.
Are you okay to tell me what happened?
Why wouldn't I be? I look at him.
It's traumatic. Would you be more comfortable speaking to a female officer?
No, I say quickly and sit on the love seat next to him. I'd prefer you. He gives me a sad smile.
If you change your mind at any point, it won't hurt my feelings.
I shake my head and start from the beginning, giving as much detail as I can. Graham takes notes, and though he keeps his expression fairly steady, anger flashes in his eyes when I tell him the things Dustin said and did. He does a good job of just listening and filling out his paperwork, only stopping me to ask clarifying questions. Once I'm done, he sets his papers aside.
Now comes the part where you might prefer a woman.
We're not done? He trails his thumb from my neck to my shoulder and swallows.
Your wounds need to be logged. You can also request a medic to do this.
My heart hammers. No, it's mostly just bruising. The only cuts are the one on my cheek and I think one on my back. Nothing is broken or sprained. Graham moves my hair behind my shoulder, brushing his hand against my ear. My breath catches. Our gazes lock for a moment. He leans closer and runs his finger along my neck, sending a shiver down my spine.
Sorry,
he says. It isn't a problem. Graham moves around, looking at my face, my neck, and around to the other side. Again, he moves my hair out of the way. I can hardly breathe. Every inch of my skin is on fire. He smells spicy, woodsy.
Do you mind?
His gruff voice surprises me. What? He traces some sore skin just under my collar on the back of my shoulder.
This bruise goes down past your shirt. Is it okay if I have a look?
My stomach tingles. Whatever you need to do. That goes most of the way down my back. I should probably stand. We both rise at the same time, and he lifts the back of my shirt up and stops just before my bra line. His soft touch makes me wince from when Dustin threw me on the stairs. Or was it against the desk?
What the hell did he do to you?
Graham exclaims.
You look like you've been tortured.
I fought against him coming inside my house. That's what happened.
We need pictures of this.
Is it really that bad?
Yes. If you'd prefer, someone else can take those pictures, but this requires more than just paperwork.
The door flings open. Ember steps inside, covered in dust, carrying an armload of papers. Her mouth falls open and she drops everything. Papers fly in all directions.
What's going on?
I step away from Graham. It isn't what it looks like.
It looks like you and my
Dustin attacked me, I interrupt. Detective Felton, is just assessing the damage. She lifts a brow.
That's one way to put it. Are you okay? Where's Dustin now? Oh, that reminds me.
Ember bends over and picks up her papers.
You're never going to believe what I found in Grandpa's basement. This place has a secret basement?
Graham asks. You found the entrance? I stare at her. Where?
Forget all that.
Ember digs through the papers and hands me one.
This list has Dustin's brother's name on it.
The top of the page is labeled, "The Darkest Garden." It lists out about a dozen names, including Seth Wells, all with dates next to them in the 1980s and 90s. The paper shakes in my hand. What does it mean? Graham puts on gloves and takes it from me. He looks it over and turns to Ember.
What are on the rest of them?
She gives them to him. Lists of tools, some messy notes, and another list of names. My stomach lurches again. Did my father really bury a dozen people in the garden? The same garden my brother Jack is so in love with? Graham pulls out a plastic bag and places the papers inside, with the list showing Dustin's brother's name on top. He turns to me.
Find yourself a medic or female officer to get pictures of your bruises.
He turns to Ember.
You come with me. You're going to have to give your statement to Sergeant Chang and show him where you found all of this. I'm going to deal with the garden.
We both nod in agreement. He looks at me again.
You're going to need to make plans to sleep somewhere else tonight. And possibly longer. This house is going to be a crime scene for the foreseeable future. If you need help finding a place to stay, I'll help.
I'll think of something.
Good.
He marches out of the room. Ember and I follow, exchanging worried glances. 25. Ember. Kenzi taps my shoulder. Are you ready? I glance over at the excavation crew pulling another bone from the garden. This one looks like part of a leg. Ember! I turn to my aunt. I can't believe those were there the whole time we were working on it. Do you think Grandma knew? She frowns. I wouldn't rule anything out at this point. You sure you're ready to talk to Graham?
Yes. We need to do this. It's been long enough already.
Kenzi nods, her expression pensive. I hope this doesn't ruin whatever's going on between them, but at the same time, I need answers. If they fall in love and he is my dad, then we could be a family. And given the size of our house, Uncle Jack and Billa could still live with us. If Kenzi still wants to live here, now that we know it really is a murder house, like I've been insisting since we moved in. But maybe now it's better because we're giving all those people the closure they'll need. Their families will get answers. Thankfully, more of them didn't come after us like Dustin did. I feel a little bad for him. If he'd only kept his anger in just a few hours longer, he would have gotten the answers he needed and not be in jail. But maybe it's for the best. My aunt is a master with makeup, but even so, I can see some of her bruising and the cut on her cheek. I'm just glad it wasn't worse. She walks to her car, where we've already packed our things. We're all going to cram into Graham's townhouse for the night. Between the guest room and the pull-out couches, there'll barely be enough room for all of us. I turn back toward the crew for one last look. By the time we'll be allowed back home, all of that will be gone. We'll be back to ground zero with the garden after spending so much time on it. I'm not so sure I want to work on it after this. The ride goes quickly, and it doesn't take long for us to get settled, as we only have one suitcase each. Graham ordered pizza, and it's already spread out on his kitchen counter. Once we sit at the table, I can barely nibble on mine. I'm a ball of nerves, knowing the conversation we'll soon have. Not hungry. He gives me a friendly smile, and I can't help but notice how much we look alike. I glance away and shrug. It's a lot to take in.
I'm sure it is.
Uncle Jack pours himself some soda. I think we should move the garden. I don't want to plant anything there now. Billa frowns and looks at Kenzi. I can't believe those were there that whole time when we were kids.
We spent so much time running through there.
Kenzi puts her pizza down.
And eating the food that grew there.
I put my slice on the plate too. Same. That's just gross. How could they?
Graham pushes his chair back.
Now that everyone has lost their appetite, who's in the mood for a movie?
Me. I leap up and grab my plate and cup and hurry to the kitchen. I dump my pizza into the garbage and rinse my plate.
You don't have to do that, kiddo.
Graham takes it from me.
I'll clean, you guys rest.
I like the way he already has a nickname for me, even though at 15 I should probably be annoyed by being called kiddo. Before I know it, I have my arms wrapped around him. Thanks for everything. He returns the hug.
Just glad I could help. I can't imagine what you're going through. Seriously, go. I've got this.
I smile at him, taking him in for a moment or two longer before going to the living room where my aunts and uncle are looking at the TV and discussing what movie to stream. Nerves have me restless, so I wander the room and look at the pictures he's displayed. They look like family photos from when he was a kid. I stop at one from when he was about my age. The resemblance is unreal. Basically, if I were a boy, I'd look just like he did in that picture. Kenzi takes it from me. And to think, I always thought you were a spitting image of your mom. You look even more like him.
I cover her mouth.
Not so loud. She steps back. He's washing the dishes in the other room. Still. Do you want to talk to him tonight? Or is it a bad time, given the discovery at the house?
Tonight. I don't want to put this off any longer.
My pulse sounds at the thought. What if he's unhappy with the news? I could always spend the night at Gretchen's if I had to. I'm here in Graham's house for the night, so I need to tell him. Before long, we all settle in for the movie. It's some light comedy, which is just what I need to get my mind off everything. After it ends, we pull out the sofas, and Graham shows us where the guest bedroom is. My mouth goes dry. Should I say something now? How do I start this conversation?
You all settle in,
Graham says.
I'm going to run to the grocery store to pick up some food for the next few days, just in case you need to stay that long.
I'll go, I say. I mean, if that's okay with you.
That'd be great, kiddo. You can help me pick out things you like.
I can't help smiling. He really makes me feel at ease. Kenzi gives me a knowing glance. Want me to come with? I shake my head no. A few minutes later, I'm buckling myself into the passenger seat of Graham's sports car. It's a lot fancier than Luke's.
Nice ride.
He starts the engine and pulls out of the spot.
Thanks. I saved for a long time to be able to afford it. Not easy on a policeman's salary.
It's great. That's a stupid thing to say, but my mind is going blank. I want to blurt out that I'm his daughter, but I have to ease into something like this. Maybe I should have let Kenzi come. Too late now. He talks about the car until he parks at the grocery store. Then he cuts the engine and opens his door. Wait! He turns to me and closes the door.
Yeah?
I take a deep breath. Can I ask you something?
Sure. Everything okay?
My pulse drums in my ears. Everything I want to say rushes to my mind, making it impossible to speak a word. Graham pats my arms.
You can tell me anything, kiddo. I've heard it all in my line of work.
I swallow. My hands shake. Finally, I blurt out, I think you're my dad. He doesn't move, doesn't even blink. Sorry.
Sweetheart, I never met your mom.
He's in denial. He doesn't remember the party. It was a long time ago. Graham gives my arm a gentle squeeze.
Or is this your way of saying you approve of me seeing your aunt?
Definitely in denial. I stare at the leather steering wheel to build courage before looking back at him. You and my mom met at a party after you graduated high school. She never got more than your first name because she had no clue she was going to become pregnant. And she couldn't find you because you had gone to school across the country 15 years ago. The keys drop from his hold. Color drains from his face. His hand falls from my arm. A lump forms in my throat. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. After what feels like a million years, he finally looks at me again.
Did Claire have blonde hair at the time?
She might have. My mom's hair was every color of the rainbow when she was younger. A few beats of silence pass.
Do you have any pictures of her from that time?
Yeah, I have them all on my phone so I can see her any time I want.
Can I see one?
He tugs on his ear and studies me, like he's trying to see the resemblances. I nod. But first, did you have a fling at a party 15 years ago before leaving for college across the country?
Yes.
He rubs his scruff and speaks slowly.
I went to college in Florida to get away from the constant rain we have here most of the time.
I just stare at him, hardly able to believe it.
Can I see the pictures?
Yeah. I pull out my phone and scroll through the photos until I get to the album of pics I snapped of Mom. I find one from around the time she was pregnant with me and hand the phone to him. His eyes widen. He mutters something I can't make out and swipes his finger across the screen a few times, looking more shocked each time. Eventually, he turns his attention back to me.
And she was sure about me being your dad?
She said my dad's name was Graham. My voice wobbles. When I found out your name, everything fell into place.
How long have you known?
I look away. When the tunnel caved and Kenzi called out your name.
This is unreal.
Heart thundering, I dared to peek at him again. Unreal in a good way or a bad way?
Good, of course. I'm just in shock.
He holds my gaze, his expression softening.
You're so beautiful.
I struggle to think of something to say, but come up blank. A tear runs down his face.
Now that I think about it, you look just like my mom at that age. Let me show you.
He pulls out his phone and swipes his finger across the screen and taps a few times.
Here's a picture of her. You two could be twins.
I take his phone and try to look at the image, but my hand is shaking too hard. Graham wraps his hand around mine, steadying the screen. For the briefest moment, I think I'm looking at a picture of me. But then the differences come into view. The hairstyle and clothes. That's your mom?
Uncanny, isn't it?
I just nod.
Can I see your pictures of Claire again?
I unlock my phone with my print and hand it to him. He scrolls through a few pictures.
I remember her. Despite it being so long ago and only one night, it's almost like it was yesterday. One thing I remember is her laugh. It was the most contagious one I'd ever heard.
I frown.
You don't think so?
He asks. No, I agree. I just wish I'd heard her laugh more. That was something she never did around Richard. Graham's expression tightens.
I hate that you two lived with him for so long.
I scowl.
Same here.
Silence settles between us. Now what? I ask. He takes a deep breath and leans against the seat.
I have no idea. You just dropped the bomb of a lifetime.
I'm sorry. He turns to me and envelops both my hands in his.
Don't be. I'm just in shock that I'm a dad. That I'm your dad. It all makes sense now, but I'd have never guessed.
Do you want to run a DNA test? Graham squeezes my hands.
I don't need one to know the truth, but I probably should, given the circumstances.
Tears blur my vision. I can't believe I finally have a dad. He wraps his arms around me.
And I'll be the best one I can for you.
My tears spill onto my face, and before I know it, I'm sobbing. He shakes too, and I can feel his tears pooling on my scalp. After I calm down, he pulls back and wipes his eyes.
All of a sudden, I don't feel like getting groceries. We have 15 years to make up for. Let's start with some cake and ice cream, since I've missed so many birthdays. Does that sound good? We'll go to your favorite restaurant and have the staff sing happy birthday to you.
It's a few months late.
I don't care. We're going to do this 15 times. Tonight?
I hold back a laugh. He scratches his chin.
Probably not. But before you turn 16.
My heart warms, and I grin like a fool.
Deal. Deal.
He shakes my hand.
What's your favorite place to eat?
We're really doing this?
You'd better believe it.
He picks up his keys from the floor and starts the car. My heart soars. All my fears were for nothing. He actually is my dad, and he's so happy about it he wants to celebrate and make up for lost time. This is better than I dared to let myself hope. 26. Kenzi. I'm supposed to meet Dayton in a little over an hour to give him an answer about his business proposal. And I have no idea what to tell him.
You sure you want to move back in?
Graham lifts a brow and stares at the house. My heart races. We haven't said a word about our relationship since Ember told him about his paternity. There's no question about it now. He took cheek swabs from both of them and got the confirmation yesterday. His family is flying up on Friday to meet Ember. She'll spend the weekend with them. I foresee a lot more time split. It might even turn into something permanent. I'm happy for them, but sad for me. I was just getting used to having her around.
Having second thoughts?
Graham asks. What? No. I bring myself back to the present and grab 2 suitcases from my trunk. He takes the other 2, and we walk to the front door. I pretend not to notice the neighbors gathering across the street, whispering to each other. The Brannon house's notoriety has been shoved to a whole new level. The former garden now looks like a war zone with unearthed dirt spread around. And that isn't surprising. According to Graham, the number of bodies found aligns with names on the list Ember discovered. 14 total. I unlock the door and check the alarm box, but I don't have to type in my code. I'd had to leave it so the police could come and go as needed until they gathered all they could. Graham sets down the luggage he's holding.
It's hard to believe how many people entered but never left.
I shudder.
Sorry. Are you sure you want to stay here?
It's the only home I know. I close and lock the door.
Your family is welcome at my place as long as you want to stay.
Jack and I want to stay here. Billa's settling her accounts in Alaska, then once that's taken care of, she'll be moving in. He nods, with a bit of sadness in his expression.
If you're sure.
I put my hand on his arm. Ember can stay with you as much as you want.
I'll leave that up to her.
Just know I'm not going to get in your way, custody-wise. You're her dad, and you both have missed out on so much already. Graham clears his throat and looks to the side.
Like I said, I'll leave it in her hands. I don't want to force anything on her that she doesn't want.
I want to ask about us, but an awkward silence makes it even harder to voice my thoughts. He turns to me.
What are your plans for the afternoon?
I'll pick up Jack from his group after I meet with Dayton. Graham tilts his head.
To talk about letting the world think you're dating?
I chew on my lip. Right. He blinks a few times.
What are you going to tell him?
I'm not sure.
And you're meeting him this afternoon?
I check the time. About an hour and a half.
Sounds like you'd better decide.
His tone is gruff, but not harsh, like he's stuffing his emotions. He's probably a wreck given everything thrown at him in the last few days. I take his hand in mine and gaze into his eyes. What do you think?
About your job?
Yeah. His hand twitches.
It's your call.
It isn't that simple. He traces my jawline with his thumb.
Nothing is simple right now.
I shake my head. No, it isn't.
Can we sit?
Sure. I'm suddenly thirsty anyway. We stroll to the kitchen. I pour us some iced tea. Once settled at the table, I empty my glass. Graham scoots closer to me and rests his hand on my knee.
I really like you, Kenzi. A lot.
My heart flutters. I feel the same way about you.
I'm just not sure about the timing.
Oh? My heart sinks.
I feel like I need to focus on Ember and not let anything get in the way of that.
I sit taller. Right, of course. I couldn't agree more. She doesn't need any more change or confusion in her life now.
And as much as I don't want the world thinking you're with Dayton, maybe it's for the best. At least for now.
Tears sting my eyes. I don't trust myself to speak without my voice giving away my swelling heartache. He squeezes my knee.
Let's see what happens naturally. If we're meant to be, it'll happen. And if not, then at least things won't get weird for Ember. Just know this isn't an easy decision for me. I want to do right by both of you. And I think this is the answer.
I nod, trying to keep my lips from trembling. Emotions suck. I should have stayed with my original plan to not fall for any guy ever.
Unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I jolt. Does he want me to fight for us? I try to read his expression. His eyes are kind, but it's impossible to tell what he's thinking. No, you're right. Focus your energy on Ember. She deserves all you can give her. You and I can be friends. We can spend time together with her. If things progress naturally, then it was meant to be. Otherwise, what's the rush? I clear my throat. I need to take care of Ember, Jack, and this house. I don't have time for anything else. Graham removes his hand from my knee.
Then it's settled.
He smiles, but his eyes reveal the same disappointment running through me. It's settled. I rise. Guess I'd better get ready for work. His expression darkens.
Actually, do you mind if I have a look at the basement? I'd like to see the torture room my daughter has access to.
I close my eyes and take labored breaths. Ever since Ember discovered it, I've been having vivid flashbacks. I'm trying to stuff them back into my subconscious.
Kenzi?
I open my eyes. Go ahead and look, but I'm going to have the entrance sealed. It's in the library, apparently through the fireplace. He holds my gaze for a moment before heading out into the hallway. I collapse onto my chair and let the tears fall. I'm not sure if I'm crying over him, my horrific past, or both. Probably both. The house is silent for a full 20 minutes before footsteps sound. I wipe my eyes and smear makeup across my hand. He can't see me like this. I jump up and press myself against the wall next to the fridge.
Kenzi?
Graham calls. I hold my breath. More tears threaten.
Kenzi?
He calls again, this time sounding farther away.
I'll see myself out.
I release my breath and look at the clock. Just enough time to get ready and let Dayton know I'll take him up on his offer. This concludes The Darkest Garden by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by Tina Wollstonecraft. Copyright 2020 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.